Yo, yo, yo. This your boy, Triple BLACK, aka the number one stunner, aka the boss, aka three black hearses. It's murder. Anyways, man, my freaking what's the name? Fucking mic ain't working. But I got what it takes to rock the mic. Uh-huh. Anyways, man. Everybody been talking about this whole this Danny Lynn baby situation, and I just think it's pretty funny. It's just a funny concept, man, because you got this modern entitlement, side chicks entitlement, which is crazy to me. I mean, I'm gonna drop the link, man. It's crazy, man. It's really eye opening how just like modern society and everything like that. Uh, they just I don't know. I really don't understand it. And what was funny about the whole thing was a lot of women and stuff like that were going in on the baby, which makes no sense. It really makes no sense to me how the I just don't understand. I just really don't understand how they that that he's at fault. And the way that he was talking, she knew what time it was. She know what time it was. She know what time it was. She know what time it was. I mean, there's no question about that. She know what the hell time it was, man. This man is should be shift 8. I don't even know how to. I don't even know how to change the overlay. Shift F8. I don't even know. I mean, but anyways, it's crazy how like the modern I guess modern people in general. Well, I guess it's not really modern. I mean, I guess it is what it is. I mean, but the sense of entitlement right there with that whole thing was just crazy to me, and the way that he was talking, honestly, it was just like, yo, get out my house. I mean, come on. It almost it sounds like so crazy how people are even making an argument about who's in the wrong or not. At the end of the day, this man was saying, "Get the hell up out of my house." I mean, what's so hard about that shit? And then man, shout out to Platinum. Shout out to Platinum. Platinum had a good show on this morning. I think he's still going on. And then there was that one chick. She's crazy as cat shit. Crazy as cat shit. Oh my god, she's crazy as cat shit. Um, but she was talking about how she was basically a police officer, and in the way that she was talking about it, it was almost like if she would have got on the scene, he probably would have got arrested. And I'm like, God dang, are you kidding me? Like, what the hell did he do wrong? What the hell did he do wrong other than, try to control his whole domain? And and the thing about it is is this dude? I mean, it's where is like the common sense part of it? Uh, the chick got pregnant, and the dude barely even I think he even barely actually acknowledged her. He barely acknowledged her. He didn't really talk about her too much. Everybody know. I guess everybody assumed that he was pregnant. She was pregnant from him, but it was just crazy. It's a crazy situation. And did he do some things wrong? Yeah. I mean, he probably shouldn't put his business out there like that because no matter what, I mean, we live in a society that they're always going to blame the man. Even though. Um, he told her what it was, and she still didn't want to listen. I guess her vagina is, it trumps all that. You know, I don't think that the when I think this discussion has probably been going on for a long time, and he finally was probably at his boiling point. Hey, you got to go. You know, I want to come home and have peace and quiet, and then I got to hear a person living in my shit talking all kinds of noise and all this type of stuff. I mean, that's going to wear on anybody's nerves, man. I know there's a kid involved, but in my opinion, I think she was just using that kid as like, justification of being ratchet or whatever. At the end of the day, it's still his house. It's still his house. It's still his property. It's still his domain, and he should not have to sit here and I guess bow down to somebody that. And I mean it. The fact that we're even talking about this is just it's insane. It's just an insane thing that the baby is actually have to explain himself. The baby actually has to actually get he has to actually call the police to get a person out of his house, and still there's pushback on that. That's fucking nuts. That's nuts. I mean, how many times have you seen like motherfuckers go on? I mean, they kick dudes out of their house, and without any question, you got to go. But yet, when a man does it, there's something inherently wrong about it. And even, let's take a step back. Now, I can see if she was his wife or something like that. Yeah, I can see that whole thing. But if you're just a side chick, and I'm fed up with you, you gotta go. I mean, I don't understand what's the thing. Your name is not on the lease or anything like that. But if you look at how the modern society set up, and I keep saying modern society because this animal that we're seeing is brand new. Like, when you see that like Jasmine Blue, you remember that chick a couple months ago? She even was on Kevin Samuels, talking on Kevin Samuels about how, like, even if she breaks up with the guy, he's still expected to take care of her bills and shit, and still expected to do it for a certain period of time. I mean, it's like, imagine if you went to your job, fired you, and then all of a sudden you demand that they still pay you. They still pay you. They still keep you like for a certain period of time. It's just like, where's this entitlement is coming from? And the thing about it is, what people don't understand, even if you got money like the baby, you're still going to have a whole set of problems, man. You're still going to have a whole set of problems. You're not exempt from this this entitlement. This entitlement. Even if you have abundance and stuff like that, you still gonna have problems. If anything, your problems might be magnified because you have these resources. You got these baby mamas and all this type of stuff. But the biggest thing is toxic relationships. I mean, toxic relationships, I think, is like almost a social norm. Um, and I'm trying to dissect. I mean, well, we understand that, you know, you almost have to be like, as a man nowadays, you almost have to be ruthless. You almost have to be ruthless, like the baby. You almost have to be ruthless, just like even the regular guy has to be ruthless, because uh, the powers have shifted so much to the other side, to where almost, I mean, your voice as a man doesn't even fucking matter. It doesn't even matter. It's whatever she says. And I'm like, I'm just baffled when I'm listening to the narrative that's being spun against the baby. How is he at fault here? I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. But I understand that blame the man culture, blame the man culture, blame the man culture. But this is what reality is when you are a side chick. And I think um, the, they've, I think this whole golden pussy, I'll call it a golden vagina thing, has got even the average female feeling that she can do this type of thing. And the baby has millions of dollars. And you would think he would be the last one that would have to put up with this type of thing. But this is normalized culture right here. Because I have a vagina and I have your kid, I can pretty much do whatever. I own you. I can tell you what to do. And plus, there's a little bit of and I'm surprised like some of the sisterhood hasn't called this shit out yet. Well, I guess some of them are going this pretty privilege. Like, I think this chick was it Danny Lynn or whatever. She probably feels that she's entitled to certain things because how she looks, in her clout. This is, what's so interesting about this thing right here? This should tell you. This should show you, like like the boss bitches that got money and all this type of stuff. They think that because they had the clout and they got the accolade, that they won't be in side chick status too, and they get mad. So all these boss bitches that be chasing like the baby or whatever, you're gonna get treated. You're going to be this. This is the same thing that you're gonna see too. No amount of money that you have, degrees or anything like that, is gonna exempt you from this. And the same thing with the men. Like, this crazy ass behavior that you see that from this broad right here. No amount of money is gonna save you from that shit either. You know what I'm saying? It's the entitlement is crazy. It's nuts. It's nuts that a person would have to deal with this type of stuff. Come on, man. You mean, like, let's just unpack this a little bit. This man is in his house that he paid for. This is his side chick, and she's giving him pushback. Matter of fact, she's actually attacking him. She's attacking him. She's actually, calling him names and doing all this type of stuff. And then she's refusing. Like, it got to the point to where he had to actually call the police on her to get her out of there. And I don't understand how this is not a cut and dry case of crazy entitled side chick. Listen, like, and this should probably tell. Well, the sisterhood is not going to want to listen to it anyways. It doesn't matter. They're so deep in their delusion. They're so resolute in their the delusion of grandeur that they really don't see anything wrong with this shit. A lot of them kind of live in this whole world too, where they've been chasing after a baby type or whatever, a baller, rapper, whatever, and they've been getting treated like this. And so, instead of being rational about it, they kind of almost put themselves about it. And just like what's the name said it the best, man. Shout out to Anton. I like watching him. He goes in on this girl. What's up, Toya? What's good, man? He was like, yeah, the victim Olympics, the victim Olympics. So and if I take a step back, I can understand some of it. It's like some of those chicks are looking at it the same way. They're looking at it the same way. I've been victimized the same thing, so and they got blinders on. Well, did this guy even acknowledge me as his main woman? No. Well, I got his baby. We have sex, we sleep with each other. He flies me out and he takes me on trips. That doesn't really qualify you for anything other than being a side chick. It doesn't. Until you get the ring and then he starts, claiming you in public or saying this is my wife and stuff like that. All that shit it doesn't freaking matter. It doesn't matter, and the thing about it is I think she was the one of the side chicks. Well, she knew she was a side. She knew she wasn't the only one, but I think she probably got to the point where she was seeing how herself was being portrayed in the media, and she wanted to declare herself as number one instead of staying in her lane. And I don't know whatever type of privilege, I don't know where she got that notion from, but it's like, it's like that whole thing is like when a person shows you who they are, believe them, just believe them. Denial was off the chain. That one. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy how people will dig in their heels on something just that's totally just irrational. It's just irrational. I know the defend women at all costs thing. I mean, but at the end of the day, what are you teaching? Like, some impressionable woman is going to be thinking that, she's in the right for doing the same thing. She's not in the right. She's not in the right at all. You don't put your hands on nobody. Imagine if it was him that was like, on the other side, it was her house and he was refusing to leave, and then all of a sudden he put her hands on it. I mean, it would be like, it could not be. He probably would get canceled. His career would maybe be over. I mean, he survived this LGBT thing, and that was he was kind of lucky on that one. But and what's so scary is the links that the average man has to go through in order to maintain his innocence. It's like you really have to record. And shout out to Platinum again. I was listening to that one lady. She is a police officer, right? And the way that she was talking about it, you should have heard the verbal gymnastics she was doing. She called this a domestic situation, and in the way that she was crafting it, it was almost like the baby was in the wrong. The baby was in his domain. It was almost like he would have got arrested if she would have went there. And oftentimes that's the case. You see this shit all the time. I almost seen it firsthand myself. Good thing I got out of that situation, but it was, and the thing about it is men, of the society, we're guilty until proven innocent. And even if you're proven innocent, there's some type of accountability that you have to take. Like, the baby has to take some type of accountability because I guess he put the baby mama in this position or whatever. So he has to take that bullet. But I'm just kind of totally confused. Shout out to everybody, man. I'm about to drop the link again, man. If anybody want to come up here and chime in on this subject, man, what do you guys think? Because unless I got to watch some more video to see more of it, to see where a person that's in their own home is asking another person to get the hell up out of my house. You're not on the lease or anything like that, to get up the hell out of my house, where they have to go through these measures. They have to go on live in order to maintain their innocence. That's insane. It's just insane. It's an insane thing that we were thinking. Like, I just can't believe how people can't really see how cut and dry this is. Like, the baby is not at fault. He's not at fault. He's not at fault. He's just not at fault. He didn't do anything wrong. He just didn't do anything wrong. I mean, I think the measure that he did take was to protect himself because his reputation does precede him. Now he can't do anything about that. I mean, his reputation is what it is, you know. And he's probably gonna have to live like this the rest of his life. He's probably gonna have to record stuff. He's probably gonna have people record like interactions because he is a target. You know, he's a target. Not only a target of cancel culture, just he's a target because he's a black man with money. You know what's funny? It's and the thing about it is, I don't think people don't understand. I think people understand. You're not exempt from anything, man. Whether you have money, whether you have clout. Matter of fact, your problems might even be bigger when you have money. You know, this whole notion that you get your shit together, you have all this money, you got all this clout and stuff like that. It's going to save you from this. If anything, you got to be uh, extra vigilant. I mean, vigilant when it comes to people that you interact with, because everybody's looking, to cancel you. Everybody's looking to to uh, to make you look bad, and this is a prime case right here. Uh, you know, it couldn't have been just like I mean, it didn't even have to go through that lengths. If somebody says, "Hey, you know what? Leave my house. I want to what's happening, what's happening." Can you hear me?
No
Can
cupcake.
you?
What's going on, bro?
Not much, man. What's going on with you, man?
Ain't not much, man. I've been looking at this whole the baby situation and all this. What's going on, man? Break this thing down for me, man.
Man, all I know of it is the baby sound like he came home, and he had this side chick, Danny Lynn, which she has a little bit of fame. I think she's like a singer or something like that, right?
Okay.
And it sounded like a situation that he was pretty much fed up with her, like,
Mhm.
because she was living at his house. She has a newborn baby living at his house, and he's a big time rap star. He's a big time rap star.
Right.
He's used to having groupies. He probably was coming to his house, and then she's probably mad as hell at him. I mean, if you ever do you have any children?
No.
Okay, if you ever had any children, you go through a pack. Like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can be going on with the woman. They have postpartum depression, all these
Oh
type of
yeah,
things, right?
I understand those things. Yeah. Right.
Right.
Mhm.
And he was like, "Hey, you know what? I'm tired of you probably come. I mean, I don't know what the whole situation. There's something behind that. He was probably, I'm
Oh,
tired of you, like
right.
like yelling at me. I'm coming home for peace. I'm probably been on tour. He's been going through a whole bunch of stuff. She's probably just getting on his nerves. And he was like, "Hey, you know what? You need to leave.
Okay.
You
So
already
what's the
know what it
problem
was."
now? What's the problem now?
Well, I guess some of the pub. I mean, I guess she felt that she shouldn't have to leave because she has his kid, and I don't know.
So she doesn't want to leave. He wants her out the house, and she's
He
not
wants
leaving.
her out the house. She doesn't want to leave. She probably thought that their relationship was more than just like her being the side, she was being in the rotation. You know what I'm saying? She thought I think she thought it was more than what it was. You
Well, she
know.
has a baby with him, right? So the facts
Well,
is she's a side chick and she has a baby with him.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
But
So
but 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 the side chick, I mean, the side chick is not the wife. Like you're
right,
temporary.
we understand that she's the
Right.
side chick, right?
Right.
So
She's the side chick. But I
mhm.
think because she had a baby with him, she felt entitled to that thing. She it's like that golden pussy thing where, like, like a lot of these women be thinking that they're gonna change, like they're gonna be the one to change that guy.
So then, could she have been delusional?
Yeah, of course. No, it's outright delusion.
Oh, okay.
It's outright delusion. It's not
Oh,
even close. It's just outright delusion. You
okay.
know. But when you've seen this, I mean, even in regular life, you've seen this thing. You've seen the guy, the guy with maybe some clout with a bunch of baby mamas, and then the one baby mama thinks she's the number one, and then she finds out
Right.
that she's not the number one.
Right.
And then instead of accepting your role, she creates some type of drama. You know,
Right. At
puts her
which you're gonna want that out of your life. If a
right,
woman is bringing drama to your life, then
right,
the man is gonna want that out.
right, right, right. That's but it's the delusion that they've been sold, and you know what, and baby, I mean the baby he's an exception. He's an exception because he's a really wealthy person. So, so I mean, the one show. I mean, I'm not even going to mention it. It's like the most popular show in the manosphere every day. I mean, like every a couple of days they have the show. They have these women that come on the show thinking that they're going to be the exception to the rule. They want that dude with that type of bread, but they want him all to himself, all to themselves, and it's just not the case. It's not going to happen that way.
Well, from a woman's perspective, if she does want that, well, what is she gonna do to that man to get that from him?
There's not much you can do. I mean, it's just what it is. What it is when you have. I mean, when you are that caliber or you have that type of wallet, you're going to have an abundance of women. You're just going to have abundance of women throwing groupies, throwing. Just at that point, you should just stay in your lane.
That's your opinion.
Yeah, that's my opinion. I mean, it's just you just need to stay in your lane. I mean, men. I mean, let's just be honest. We're only as good as our options. I'm gonna keep it 100. I mean, but I mean, if I take the time to marry a woman, right? I'm not gonna put it all in her face, but she's been a side chick. Like she has
Right. That's the
her
facts here is
skills.
that she's not no main anything. Like
Mhm.
so the ice she's skating on is thin. Like you're not the main
Right.
chick. So watch yourself
Exactly.
before you get delusional and then you on my bad side. And then I'm like, forget you. You would never nothing main anyway.
Right. But I'm just saying, in general, this whole thing has been sold. That's why you have so many of like these women that be calling, and they be getting so mad because they end up like they want to get that top guy, that upper echelon guy that's in the top 1%, that has the money, that has the bread, and then they almost it can't it doesn't register with them that if he got you, he can probably get way more of you, that he's going to have other options.
Once again, delusion, right?
Right.
Okay.
No amount of degree, like she she has money, she has clout, but that doesn't exempt you. That's why
Right.
like,
So
people be
so
saying, yeah,
yeah, she was caught up. Like I think women are caught up in the rat race. Like
right,
she just got caught up in his thing, and she thought it was something that it wasn't. The baby, you know what I'm saying, the actual child that came out of her is co-signing something for her in her
right.
mind, making things more reality. And but in his heart and mind, it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything. It could be, I mean, if like that, the whole concept of, and they just don't understand, and I don't think they'll ever understand that, like, if I'm, if I'm a millionaire and I got money, and I don't give a fuck if you're Oprah. I mean, still, I'm going to be I mean, if I have options, I'm still probably going to exercise them. Like you and your accolades and your money and shit like that is not going to take the man out of me, right?
Right. So was that discussed between them? Like, they didn't, doesn't seem like they didn't have a tight arrangement of what this is. And, she's in a delusion of things and now she's conflicting with his reality and things aren't smooth and it's time for all that to, shut off and separate.
I mean, have you ever had a woman move the goalposts on you?
Of course.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. I mean, no matter any amount of talking that he would have done to her, she still would have moved the goalposts.
It doesn't matter though. I want you out.
Yeah, yeah.
So
But
now
he
you
had to
got
take extreme
now my
measures to
next
get it.
measure is you got this amount of time. You know what I mean?
Right,
Before I get back or whatever the case may be at this time, or you and everything should be of yours should be out of here.
right.
I don't see what
But
the
I
problem
mean,
is.
but if you look at that's the whole point I was trying to make is if you look at the modern woman entitlement, the, all rule they feel like they all rules are exempt from. They
Well,
don't
she
have to
can't be
follow
more
anything.
entitled, or she can't overrule what the man wants, no matter what. Like, you know what I mean? You can do things legally in the court system where, women try to win at and get some power or leg up in. But as far as what he wants to do, there is no entitlement overriding what his call, what
Well,
his amount of action involved in this relationship.
I think she felt like because that she has a child that's the child was her leverage.
Right, but it's proven that it's not. So it's time to move on. She's just causing more chaos and extending, what needs to be done already, which is her move on.
Right, and the thing about it is I think that this guy he already had multiple kids that he treated the other baby mamas in the same manner,
Right, right.
and but
Like
she
he's not a family man. He's not a man about his woman and his you know what
right
I'm saying? Like, okay, so that's like to be, I don't know who knows that or not, but you can clearly see that, but
right
she thinks if a woman thinks she can be more or she's next up and she's gonna, do something different than the last situation or better than, that's on her. It's more again delusion and reality hits everybody. And it just seems like that to me. It's just,
yeah
a moment of truth hidden. Like, I don't have no wins with this man. I don't have a leg up. He's not listening to me.
right. I mean, but let's fast forward to the society where I mean, what woman do you really know that's going to take an L just just going to just going to accept the L.
Many women take a L every day. Lesser people, lesser popular people take L's in lesser manners than what's going on here every
Right,
day.
but they still try to fight the L though. Do you,
Well, the L is originally we're breaking up. We're not going to be a family. That's number one. So now number two is, or you put me on child support, or how was the family dynamic that we have, because we do still have a family together, and now how are we going to treat and deal with that? What's the new routine?
mhm.
So the dynamics just change. Either we're going to be a family or we're not, and if we're not, how is that going to look? And then we begin to take those measures so that we can coexist, peacefully, even though we have this mistake in our life, or this thing that didn't work out, incomplete.
Yeah, I mean
So
that's
it's up to two. My point is up to two mature adults to handle their adult situation that they have between them, amicably. And a lot of women just make things a lot of tough and chaos, and trying to live a dream that's not the dream, that's
right.
not the reality. So
But the other aspect of this is I believe despite what a lot of women say that they because most women by the time they're 30 or 40 they have dealt with these type of toxic volatile situations, and sometimes most of them be in those type of toxic situations for like 10 years or more sometimes, or
mm.
multiple toxic situations. Well, I just started to wonder, do they I mean do is this something that they crave?
I think when a woman really loves a man, or really has that delusion or that illusion or that dream of she's having sex with him, so the reality is hitting her. She's having a lot of feelings and emotions and thoughts, and a lot of things are going on, but the reality that the sex is co-signing everything. So a lot
Mhm.
of women do a lot of different things behind really loving a man, and they have to take ownership of that, because eventually, or due time, like you said, at 40 years old, and you've been dealing with this, and you've been in years of relationships with that, it's gonna mentally affect you.
Right, but this is the thing. A man in that same scenario that you talk about, like you say, the man that's really in love with that woman, and as soon as that woman turns that switch off, that man has no option,
Well, we know that.
right? Like if you come near that woman or whatever, you just gonna have to. I mean, like, well, you might go to jail, you might get a restraining order, you might get some type of thing. You don't really have that option. You feel me? You don't have that
Well,
option to keep hanging on and doing crazy stuff like
because she cut it off with you, but you're in love with her.
exactly.
Well, you gotta swallow that. You don't have no wins
Exactly.
on
I mean,
her.
as a man, which you have no choice, but you have to swallow that, take the L, and keep moving. If you
Part of being a
don't,
man.
then you're gonna get punished, right?
Part of being a man. Punished like how? What's the punishment?
Society will punish you in different ways. Put you in jail or
What
send you
did
to
you
a
do to get in
doctor.
jail? Wait, slow me down. You're in love with her, but she's not in love with you now. What's
Right.
punish? What came behind that now? What punishment?
Well, what I'm just talking about the stigma and things like that. Like but as a man, you're like, for instance, if I like, okay, all right, if I'm in love with a woman, right, and then she says she cuts it off, right, and
Right.
then all of a sudden I show up to her job.
Uh-oh.
I show up to her job, or I scratch up her car and stuff like that.
Uh-oh.
There's going to be grave consequences for that, right?
Sounds like things women do, but okay, I'm rolling with you
Exactly.
in the scenario. I'm rolling with your scenario. You
I mean,
scratched up a
you're right
car.
about that. You're right about that. I
You
mean,
scratched
what I'm
up. You
saying is,
showed up at her job unsolicited. You showed up at her job and you
right,
scratched the car. Big
right,
no nos, but continue.
right. All because I don't want to take the L, or all because I'm hurt, right?
Right.
What type of, I mean, what type of stigma is that? I mean, for a woman, is that? I mean, are they labeled a stigma, or is she just being a woman?
She's just a woman not in love with you and breaking up with you. You gonna get the
No, no,
stigma
no, no.
now
I'm
for
talking about.
acting like a
No,
woman.
I'm talking about. So hold on. The man is the. What I'm saying is, if I act in that manner, I'm a monster, right?
Yeah, you're acting like a woman.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
You're not in control of your emotions like a woman.
Right. But you're a
You're
monster. You're a monster. But on the other scenario, she's just being a woman, right?
well, yeah, of course. Well,
But
she was a monster too. If she did the same thing, she would be a
but
monster
but,
too.
but would
No matter if
society
she's a
label?
woman.
Would society label? Okay, let's just take uh the baby situation, right? Let's just
Mhm.
say baby just like she came home, and then she was like, get out my house, blah blah blah, and then he was like, nah, I'm not getting out your house, and he put hands on her.
Wrong.
Yeah, he's a monster, right?
Right.
Yeah, but in the other scenario, she's just being a woman, right?
Well, yeah, she's being a woman that don't want to be with this man no more.
Exactly, but I'm just saying there's a much horrible stigma placed on the man versus the woman. Now
I agree. I
there,
agree.
there's even women that are coming out and moving the goalposts and saying that, because I was like listening on Platinum Elite's channel, and this morning I was listening to this nut. I mean, just she's a complete nutcase. Anyway, she was a police officer too. The way that she was talking, she almost made it seem like it was like the baby needed to be arrested.
Why? What did he do that's a crime?
Well, I mean, like, no, he provoked her
Provoked her to do what?
to hit him, so he can kick her out.
Oh, well, see, the baby's being smart. The
It
baby is
sounds
just being
ridiculous, though.
the
I mean,
baby. No, the baby is playing the social media game, and he's being smart about this whole
right,
situation. If any way that, because he's doing this all on camera, he's doing it for the audience. You know what I'm saying? He's
right.
doing it for us and for his public image or whatever the case may be. So now all he's doing is setting her up to be the bad guy.
But the thing is she's never going to be the bad guy.
In
In this
whose mind?
situation.
Because now we're talking about how women are looking at things and how men are looking at
Yeah, I
things.
know, but who control? Like the thing about it is who controls the court of public opinion in this
Men
modern
do.
society? No, no,
Yes,
not on
totally.
social media. Not on social media. Not
Oh
on
no,
social media.
that's a matter of that's a matter of opinion.
No, I mean no. Who controls the narrative on social media?
Men do.
Nope, that's not true. I mean, if a woman
Men
come
control
out,
the narrative in the
I
world.
mean, hold on. If a man comes out, I mean, if a woman comes out and falsely accuses a man of something, right? Falsely accuses something. I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, in the beginning, who is going to be guilty in the in the court, a court of public opinion, whether it's true or not?
You trying to say that the man is always the guilty one?
Exactly. There you go. There you go. It's your
but
fault. I
but
mean,
this is why we take
but
things
there's a
to
lot of
trial,
men,
right?
but
This is
there,
why we take things to trial.
but there's a lot of even men nowadays that is going to put the onus on the man, no matter what. No matter what, the onus is going to be on the man, because why are you choosing these crazy chicks? You know what I'm saying? The thing about it is, even the sisterhood would be like, well, he needed to choose better. Like
Nah,
not
a man could do whatever he want. He chose that for a moment, and now he's done with it. And he let her know that, and
But
she's
at the end of
fighting
the
that
day, he's wrong. He is
in the
wrong.
court of public opinions, which doesn't matter,
Exactly.
which doesn't actually truly matter. Who cares?
It
And
doesn't matter, though.
most people play it like that. That's why the reverse of this is they're
Yeah.
putting this all out there for the court of public opinion. This is
But
not
the
a
thing, the
private matter.
public, if you're a media star, you're a rapper, you're an entertainer and stuff like that. What matters more to your product? I mean, to your image, to your
The
product, or
people
whatever.
who are buying my records, the people who are buying my product,
Yeah,
they would mean the
the
most.
people in the court would
So,
they can cancel you,
right.
right?
So in the court of public opinions, or like he's gonna make her look like the bad guy, so that and he's
Well,
doing that.
he has to do that. What I'm saying is if he wouldn't have done that, then she could have just put out whatever narrative, and he would have, he would have went
And
down.
people would have believed that, oh, he's the bad guy.
Exactly.
Right. That's why he's getting ahead. That's why he's being smart, getting ahead of everything.
Exactly.
Like he's being smart about. To me, he not really a serious dude. He just playing women and playing social media. Anyway,
Right.
he ain't got no woman that he's in love with, or he's declaring that, he's forget all the rest of the women in the world. I'm just settling down with my woman and my family. He's not even playing that type of game or alluding to that. So, women who get caught up with him, all right, I'm the side chick, or I love the baby, or she's loving these moments and trying to extend them. And he's just letting them know, hey, like Flavor Flav, time's up.
Mm. But let me ask you this question: do you think like side chick status is more for a lot? I mean, from let's take the celebrity woman out of this, right? Do you think a side chick status is more wanted by women these days?
Yeah, especially if they practicing hypergamy. It depends on where a woman is coming from and what she's trying to get to. Let's say if she's lived a
Yeah.
certain life of, and she doesn't want to live that life anymore, and she's looking for more, she's going to practice hypergamy and be dealing with guys that could offer her more.
So for I mean, I'm a 41-year-old man, so I've seen this shit a lot. I mean, most of the time, a lot of women be, I think it's just lip service when they be saying that they kind of want a man all to themselves, which I don't think is really true. I think they rather have a piece of a man that they really want versus a man that's all about them.
I hear you. It differs for many women, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
You
Some
think so?
women, yeah, definitely. Women, in my opinion, most women want that one man, one woman, and her family, and the child.
Right,
So, but she
but you
wants
think
that with a specific person.
go ahead.
Is she wants that with a specific person? Is where I think women are coming from. Like she just doesn't want that with anybody.
Right. But if they can't have that specific person, don't you think they will still take a piece of that specific person instead of having somebody alter themselves?
Yes, yes, I do. In so
And
many ways, she's trying to like satisfy the fantasy, and just
yeah,
having a piece of him is more than is better than nothing.
right. Yeah, because because the thing about it is I've seen this shit before where a woman would have a dude that fucking move heaven and hell for her,
Hmm.
but she's stuck on the dude that doesn't do a damn thing for her.
Right, which kind of ruins her, ruins family, ruins society, and she's just
Right,
gaining on her own selfish, endeavors.
right. Yeah. I mean, do you think women feel entitled these days? Because I know they feel entitled. I just want the average. I see it all the time. I just think they just feel entitled.
Yeah, but so does everybody. You know what I mean? The reality is what's the result of things, what's the fruit of anything, and what's the reality of anything. We can all dream and feel like we should have this and that, but what do you really have and what are you really working with? The thing with women is they can always, they can always hop, like they can always skip to the next dude and entertain that guy, you know? And that's up to her though.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I mean, is the but the numbers are in, and the numbers are in. We see, like, we see that they're unhappy of
Right. Mental
doing this
illness,
thing.
ruining herself, ruining things. Like, what is the
Right.
fruit of all her entitlement? Like, okay, she's entitled, or women are entitled. Okay, so now what is that getting her?
I don't know. I as much as, because I've seen this firsthand, where the chick was thinking that she was winning, or the grass was greener on the other side, and then you gave her that freedom to go, to go see that greener pasture, and they just become even more
Wait, you
unhappy.
gave her the freedom?
Yes.
You let her go? She was in your clutches or in your hands, and then you dropped her or let her go,
Yeah.
knowingly,
Yeah.
like a contract between y'all?
Yes. Just go. Just go.
Right. Okay.
But they always come back, though. They always come back.
Yeah, well, you said the grass wasn't greener, and realize you made a mistake, so she doubles back.
Right.
Because that's a you're testing the, stay home with something that's working or test the waters.
But
And
what I'm saying is, the one of the things I'm saying is they they've seen this thing so much, but yet a lot of them are so eager to do this very thing when they have failed at it over and over and over again.
well, that's idiocracy, or that's like you a glutton for your own punishment or whatever. Like, what do you do with that? You kind of don't want to be around that.
No.
You want to let those things go. Like, look, you don't know where you want to be in life. You're trying to figure yourself out. I'm not trying to be in between that, you know.
Mhm.
And then you
Do
have to
you,
decide if
do
you
you,
want it back.
yeah. You know what, the thing about it is, I think one of the things is that I think social media, I keep harping on social media. I think it is one of the biggest problems is just we have so much stimuli that we see every day. It I mean, I think people can't help but think the grass is greener on the other side.
Right, but there's also a reality in time. Time, you can't get time back. Like, reality is real. Like, and
Right.
things that happen is real. So you have to, know where you want to be, or if you want to get out there and play the field, play the game. That's up to everybody. Everybody has a freedom to do that. The
Right.
results and things is on you though. How you mentally respond to it, how your disposition in the world, how you feel, emotion wise, and everything. Like, that's gonna affect you. So.
No, no, I totally get what you're saying. Is what I'm looking at it from a bigger picture. Like, you know, you'll have, like, for instance, you'll have a person like that's in a marriage, right? And they'll have like 4 or 5 kids. And because they're, um like, let's just say they're bored or whatever, something very insignificant, they'll be willing to completely dissemble that family just because they're bored
Whoa, whoa,
and they're
whoa.
looking for
Will
excitement.
men do that or women?
Um, I can see some men just go through like a midlife crisis. You know, they buy a motorcycle or do some bullshit. You know, but
But do
I
they break
don't
up the
generally.
family over that?
No. I don't think men
Okay.
usually break up the family.
Okay. All right. So that's women wanting to go through a whole phase. Women want to
Right,
test the waters. Women want to do. See, women are ruined. Women, you can't live 100 lives.
right,
You know what I'm saying? And then expect for you to be sane after them.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So women have to decide what kind of women she is, and then you have to as a man, because you can't. Nobody can make a man do anything. So you're taking this woman on. This is your
Hmm.
responsibility, or something that nobody can make you do. You electing for this. So
Right.
it's your discernment. It's man's discernment to understand if he's dealing with a family woman, a woman that wants to live this type of life with him, or a woman that could possibly have other motives and agendas.
Yeah. But I'm thinking the point I was trying to make is because we have so much stimuli that we see all the time between social media and because you're looking
But
at
is
all
that
this
an
stimuli.
excuse? Is that an excuse for
It's not.
anything?
It's. I'm not okay. It's not an excuse. What I'm saying is I think that's one of the things that breaks up a lot of families. Is like you see all the stimuli. It
Women
it
are
almost
breaking
tricks
it up.
you into it almost tricks you into thinking that the grass is greener on the other side, and
That that
very
uh,
rarely it is.
that's a semantic. Yeah, you're right. You're right about what you're saying, but the result is that's a semantic. It's not greener on the other side, and families
Right.
aren't prospering, and nobody. If everybody's losing in what your thoughts and ideas are, then it wasn't a good thought or idea.
Yeah. I mean, but the thing is I guess this inherent selfishness that, let's just say, a lot of women display, like, because
Right,
we already know what the statistics are.
right.
When you do, when you put your family in that position, the results are usually not very good.
And men
They're
don't do
usually,
that.
I know men don't do that.
Men don't do it.
I know because they know what the results is. But what do you have to say about, like, it's just so it sometimes it just comes out of boredom. Like, what I'm saying, I'm bored or I don't feel fulfilled, blah blah blah. It's all about me, and
No,
they'll
but we
go ahead
know
and
that
crash the
like
car.
life has been figured out in year one of existence. Like, you know what I
Uh,
mean? Like, it's nothing new going on. Like, people who already want to sleep with other people and do all these other different things, right? But
right,
then what can you actually do, or what are you willing to do? Because really life is just bringing out the truth in you of, are you really in love? Do we really want to be family, or can we
right,
handle this or that? You know what I'm saying? Things just bring the
right.
truth out of people. And are you going to make an excuse for it, or are you just going to handle it as it comes? You know what I'm saying? People want to know, are you going to be adult about the situation, or is whatever the situation is it over your head and you
Hmm.
can't handle it?
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know.
Because women divorce men and break up family. My point is that men will keep the family together, go cheat, do a whole bunch of other things, but he won't break up the family.
Right.
That's my point.
Because you already know what the consequences are.
Right. So are women weighing those things out? Are women weighing out the consequences?
no, because the thing about it is I think, again, there's so much stimuli. There's so
Yeah,
much
I'm not making
stimuli.
no excuses for them. I'm not. I don't care about
No.
stimuli.
I'm not making any excuses, but I'm just trying to use some rationale behind their thing, because this is the only rationale I think is because they have so much stimuli between, like, these social media things, that they think that the exact thing that they have, they can get that or better, and they don't ever
That's never
see.
changed. That's not
I know, but
new.
they think that they can get that or better, and everything on social media tells them that they're entitled to something better than what they already have. And what they don't understand, what they're being sold, is not better what they have. If you're already happy, right? And then somebody tells you that you can be happier than you are.
Right.
Somebody
I
that's
mean, it's
very
fool's gold. It's called fool's gold. It's a
it's
fool's paradise.
awful,
It's yeah.
but what I'm saying is you can't. There's nothing that you could do to take them out of that.
Okay, there's nothing you can do to take them out of it. Right. I mean, there's nothing anybody can do. We're all free, and we got to deal with the knocks as they come, and deal with the best that we can deal with. Like, it's not
Yeah,
no nothing is an excuse. Like, If we're over, if this relationship is over the way we originally intended or wanted to groom it or grow it to be, then that's just over.
So, but essentially, I think in years coming, I think the concept of family is going to be dead.
It's
It's really
already
going to
dead.
be
It's
dead.
been dead. You know what I'm
Yeah, it's
saying? And
dead.
women are help burying it. You know what I'm saying? Women are just helping bury it. You know what I mean?
Right,
It's been dead. You know what I'm saying? She's just putting the final dirts on it, making sure everybody can see.
right,
Because women do not talk about love. They don't talk about family. What they talk about the bag, hypergamy, you know what I'm saying? A whole bunch of things that what is all that fruit gonna end up in? She just wanna
right,
lay up on an island somewhere in luxury. Like, come on now. This is all like little girl stuff.
right.
Like,
But do you think that it's almost like an emotional response? Like, hey, you know what? I can't, like, that guy that I really want all to myself, I can't really have. So I'm just gonna do. I'm just gonna live my life because I can't really have that guy. So I'm just gonna do whatever the hell I want to do.
that's like dropping out of life or like just doing whatever, like she's dropping
Do you
out.
think? But do you think that a lot of them are dropping out?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of them are really selling out. Everybody's selling out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Women are selling out to, a life they want to, because a lot of women have already lived, try to work it out with Pookie or Ray Ray, try to be in love, try to do family. They've already done that time and time and time again. So it depends on the individual woman and where she's coming from in her personal life. And if you want to do a generalization, women at a certain age of 35 or older have already done love 2 or 3 times over and it didn't work. So obviously she's going to be primed to live a different life and ready to go into something, obviously better than, what didn't work out.
Yeah. But I mean, sometimes I don't. What I don't understand is what is the, and maybe, I mean, you probably got to have ask a psychologist this, is what is the psychology about the chase, like, like trying to change that, how, like, society has labeled a guy, if a guy has a good job, he stays out of trouble, he's a good father, he's this, the model citizen guy as a good guy, right?
Yeah.
What do you think is the psychology that's behind them being repulsed by that guy?
Because of rules, order. You got to follow a rule. Like women want to be free too. They want to do a lot of. They want to live like men or how they think men live, which is
Okay.
to be free. Mhm.
So that's why the psychology. I mean, the psychology behind the bad guy, like the ain't shit guy that kind of does what he want to do and stuff like that. The attractiveness to that, it just doesn't make any damn sense.
No, it does, because women are very programmed and they're very programmable. You know what I mean?
Right.
So a guy that's not following rules or program, like the quintessential bad boy, he doesn't go with the status quo. The things that's attractive because it's freedom. Where she's been following all the rules and listening to everybody and doing what everybody say. This guy is like, you know what I mean? She wants that's regimented her into a routine of things. And, she's not getting thrills out of that. The guy that's living is the guy that she wants to be with. He looks like he's living and he's free. And then
Yeah,
there's also the aspect of wanting to tame him and wanting to bring him down to, her level.
but
Power dynamics and things. But go ahead.
I understand that, but it's why then do when 35, 40 comes around, they want to make a switch?
Because they've already experienced the bad side for a certain amount of years of time.
But if that's what they like, why don't they stay with the bad side?
Women don't know what that women they're fickle.
I'm being
It be all
facetious.
they all over the right, exactly, because they're all over the place. Like they don't know what they want till they get it. And then
I mean,
what they can't do is maintain any of it because it's all in
right.
man's hand of do he want it or not.
I mean, come on. If you've had Pookie and Ray Ray for the first 40 years of your life,
You've developed a
and,
taste for that. You've
and then
developed a
you
taste
have
for it.
you like that excitement of Pookie and Ray Ray them, and then you already got your bag. you got your money and stuff like that. Why don't you just stay with Pookie and Ray Ray? I mean, I had discussions with this. I was like, listen, why don't you just get you a couple Pookie and Ray Rays and call it a day? That way you
They
can have the
already got
variety that
Pookie
you
and
want.
Ray Ray. Pookie and Ray
Huh?
Ray is in Pookie and Ray Ray is in abundance. They have him already. They have multiples of him.
Then why the hell are they trying to chase was the quote high value guy that got him shit together? And
Because
they want him to be
that's
the
the
main.
show that presents well, just like KS. He's not the Pookie and Ray Ray. He's not the whoever the high value is, from the neighborhood to the president to the most handsome man on earth. Whoever the best is where she wants to be because of the
I know,
show.
but
Now
if that doesn't,
I'm connected to the best.
but if that doesn't tickle her fancy like it did in her 20s and her 30s, why the hell would she just? Why don't she just get her a couple of the Pookie and Ray Ray type that tickles her fancy
She
and call it
has
a
him
day and be
already.
happy?
She has him already. She can't lock him down. That's one thing. She can't, you know what I'm saying? So she has to switch up between Pookies and Ray Rays, depending on, like a lot of women want to have a dude in house all the time or have a dude underneath her, you know what I'm saying, her thumb. And she can't get that aspect. But she has access to Poogies and Ray Rays and sleeping, ways to sleep with him and, time to do that. Like that's there. That's not it. That's not it in life, though. It's the high quality, high value man who can take her on the yacht or fly her this and that. Like Pookie and Ray Ray, it's the only things that come with Pookie and Ray Ray is just good sex and, good companionship on a lower level, on just companionship levels. Like, he'll make you laugh, have good sex with you, blah, blah, blah. But for a woman to show off life like she got the man, like a doctor or somebody that's winning in life and got a lot of things going, that's what she ultimately wants to be connected to. But she can't find all of that in one man.
Yeah, but I mean, the reality of it is a lot of times they don't have the social skills to maintain that guy.
Well, we know that. Like we talking about their delusion, what we know, and then their delusion is why and why things aren't working out. And then when you look at the fruit of everything, oh, the families is all messed up, communities is messed up. Well, yeah, what is women doing out here?
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't. It really doesn't make any sense. It
Because
doesn't
we
make any
know
sense.
because we know men will do a lot of things, but they won't break the family up.
Right.
So we asking now, what is women's life about? What is she doing in her personal spare time? See what women will hide from the world is what she's doing, and then want to turn everything to man and what he's doing. He don't love you, so don't expect nothing from him. What are you doing? Pray tell, and it's like, and then she will not. She'll hide everything. She'll even hide the guy that's doing. She won't put the guy that's even beating her upside the head on Front Street.
No.
So women are hiding all their life, and it's ruining life. And men are life is begging people to be real, and anybody that's faking is gonna be suffering.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you know what the thing about it is. This is the thing, and I've had this discussion a lot. We kind of almost know like a concept like monogamy is dead. We I mean, it's just that's the reality of it. There's just too much options and freedoms. Even if you are the quote high value man, chances are the gardener is still going to be tagging your wife. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Well,
it's reality.
well, the reality for men is you don't have to deal with nothing that you don't want to deal with.
Right.
You're like the sole controller. You know what I'm saying? Nothing moving that you don't want to move.
Right.
So, if you're talking about if the guard is tagging your wife, I mean, don't you need to be making
No.
a
You
move
know,
on
no.
decision?
What I'm saying is like I be listening a lot of times too, and you have no. I'm total agreement that you are total control of that, but there's a lot of men now that have this narrative that if you like, say for instance, if you have a woman, right, and you put restrictions on her ability to be able to do that, that somehow you're deficient. Like if you command that, you're like, hey, you know what? I don't accept that my wife is going to be sleeping with the gardener. But you can't do that. There's like a
Wait,
point where you like, oh, you're insecure, you're this, you're
what?
that.
Aren't
But
we
no,
calling that man a real man? Like, we
yeah, I
call
know.
a
I'm
man
just
that lets
saying. It's
another
just
man
like
sleep.
it did. Like the thing about it is like, for instance, like a man, like and you know, like when we bring up like the issue of like body count, right? Which in reality, you're never gonna know how many women. I mean, like how many men that your woman, if you choose to choose a woman that she slept with. There's I mean, I mean, their number is completely going to be way completely off to what the actual number. I mean, they'll never give you the truth about that. That's the reason that they lie about it because they understand that there's you know, their some of their
Well,
values diminished by the men. But for instance, when you walk into a room right with your woman and you find out a man like five, like say if you got 10 men in the room, you got five of them that slept with your woman.
mhm,
Um, and this is biological or physical or whatever,
mhm.
most men will be repulsed by that whole notion, right or wrong.
Right. Initially,
But,
right?
we're being told that if you have that natural response as a man or you feel repulsed, somehow there's something wrong with you.
Well, no, see, well, that's kind of way ahead in the relationship. Like, you should know, or she should even know. You should know something about the woman that you with, like,
Right, right.
you know
But
what I
I
mean?
was just using that.
Because, or else you can't really hold all of that in account because she did have a life before you.
Right, 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 right. But what I'm saying is wouldn't you say, regardless of that, when the man gains that knowledge, will he or most men won't be naturally repulsed?
Of course, you do. I mean, it depends on how you treasure and look at that woman, like, you know what I mean?
Exactly, but I'm just
Because if
saying,
you're
but society,
certain, because you know what you're dealing with, until in no
right,
uncertain terms, you know, kind of if she's had boyfriends or been out there, or you know what I mean. You kind of
right,
know
right,
off
right,
of
right,
her
right, right.
spirit
I mean,
disposition of
you
the
have a
woman that you're
choice
dealing with.
you have a choice to accept that. What I'm
Now
saying
you
is,
just saying no. But the reality of this scenario is that it's just hit you that, oh, now this dude, that dude, and you can see their faces, and you know
yeah,
what I'm saying, the whole reality of, oh yeah, and then she didn't brief you on, oh, don't be alarmed, hun. I used to deal with him in college, or you know what I'm saying, whatever the scenario is. She didn't even brief you or care enough to. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm
right,
looking at the
right, right,
scenarios kind of a little long off into the relationship, and then boom, a crash, a reality hit.
right. But I'm just saying your natural response is probably going to be repulsed. What I'm saying is society is trying to tell you that as a man, that because you have that natural response, that you're less than a man. Like
Yeah,
it
but we don't
shouldn't.
listen. But a man, a whole idea of being a man, we don't listen to society. We don't listen to nobody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We
But they're trying.
women are programmed by society. We don't listen to society or nobody. Like, we don't care what
but but
nobody's talking about.
but the thing about it is men are territorial. But what they're programming the young men, they're programming the young men to really almost think like if she has 100 bodies versus a virgin, that they're the same. And
But
as men,
that's
we know they're not the same.
right. So we can't be programmed. That's why I detest the whole idea that, men are
But
being
they are. But what I'm saying is the
no,
younger
people have
guys
opinions.
are.
No, everybody has an opinion on things and based on their experience in life.
So how many? Why? So why do they like? So why do they go like? Say for instance, you could go on the stream and you'd be like, "Man, I don't want a chick with a high body count," and then there's a whole bunch of other men that come out using shaming language towards you.
Because every man is not an alpha or manly man. Every man doesn't not have the same, feelings and thoughts, ideas about what a man is, and you're gonna get all the clashes of thoughts and opinions.
But do you think some of it is cap? They're just almost just pandering and placating to make women feel better about themselves.
Men be capping for a whole lot of different reasons, or like placating to women, or trying to grandstand for women, or certain like, or for men too. So it's like, it depends.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think like men really care like that. They don't care about, like you said, their territorial, so they worried about their situation personally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like body counts and things like that. That's not even your woman. You just talking about random women or in general women and body counts and the theory of the thought of a woman having 100 and how you feel about it, and it's all semantics. So what?
No,
If
let
it's
me
not
ask
your
you
woman,
this. So a woman with a high body count versus a woman with a low body count, what do you think is more valuable from a man's perspective? We'll keep it
obviously,
very simple.
obviously, what's valuable for a man is for her to be a virgin, and he deals with that woman all throughout her life. Like he's that woman's man.
I know, but do you think there's something
So obviously, to answer your question, obviously lesser is better because
okay.
what you're talking about with body counts in women is how affected has she been from all of that. That's the fruit of anything. It's not so much that you've been 100, 1,000, or two. It's how affected are you behind all of that, and how is
Hmm.
that going to affect me now because I'm taking you on as my woman. So my thing is with men is I just want to do you know this woman and are you taking that on? Are you taking the responsibility and you handling your business? That's your thing. And then we call that men. That's a man dealing with his thing.
Hmm.
So no man could go against that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I did. If I got a woman, she slept with 100 dudes or whatever. You better not disrespect that though. As a man, you know what I'm saying? Man to man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just like we kind of like when a man starts dealing in like other men's businesses, you know what I'm saying? Their relationships and all that start to get into women's territory. Because all a man need to know is that's your woman and you handling your situation with what I mean, your thing, your territory.
No, I get that part. I get that part.
Right, because I'm not going to
I think
question that. I don't care who's, you know what I'm saying? On the outside looking in of your relation. I'm not questioning all of that. That's not up for me. That's none of my business or nothing. Like, from,
hmm.
you know what I'm saying, from a man's perspective or the man that I am. Now, another dude could be trying to be, oh, he ain't the man, and da 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 da. See, you all up in all the, you know what I'm saying? You liable to, bring some, assault to you. You know what I mean? You all up in somebody else's business.
But do you think like some of those I call them pander bearers or simple avengers are playing themselves when they jump to the women's defense for being a whore?
When they jump to a woman's defense for being a whore.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's just a matter of opinion. 'Cause you might like that woman. You know what
I
I mean?
think I think
I
I
don't
think
really know a kid. Like, what does it really matter? Like, okay, so he advocates for whores. Okay.
yeah, but I really think like
He may love the life and the lifestyle.
internally,
What am I? What do
internally,
I?
no, I think internally they want restrictions. They want standards to be put on them. And I don't think that they respect
Wait,
men that don't give them any type of standards.
wait. So let me down. Who wants restrictions on who?
I think women inherently want a man to put some type of restrictions on them or give them some type of standard. I don't
Absolutely.
think I don't think like people like men just want I mean like women just want to be able to just do whatever the fuck they want to do. I think
Right.
they
I
they
agree.
they present that, but I think one of the dudes, I mean like a lot of the dudes be thinking, hey, you know what? If I agree with this, this whole free thing, they can do whatever the hell want. Maybe they'll reward me for it. And I think a lot of times they get punished for it, and they just don't see that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like if like say if you have a woman and you allow her to do whatever the fuck she want to do, how the hell is she gonna respect you when you have no standards?
Right, exactly. But people kind of deal with each other from the same aspects and because they want the same things. Like, you know what I mean? So she's not trying to do things that are gonna be, not pleasing to you.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And you to her. So it's just like, do you have a relationship? Do you have a tight one, or y'all just, messing with each other and trying to play out a power dynamic of, locking. Some people just want to take people away from other people and, play with them and do a whole lot of different things. So it really comes down to two people and what they want. I don't think
Right.
other people should really be worried about, what the look of it, everything is, as a man, is this your thing and are you holding it down or not?
Hmm.
You know?
Well, because we're going into a new age. We're going through a new
Hmm.
age where pretty much the family has is dead. Family's dead.
Right. I
This
agree.
family's dead, and I think this is probably the first time in history has a family has been so dead. You know what I'm saying? What do you think? Some of the, I guess there's definitely going to be some consequences that a lot of people don't want to. They ain't gonna want to acknowledge the consequences. But what do you think some of the consequences are going to be? Because you're not. I mean, most especially in the black community, most men or women or just people in general are not going to grow up in a family structure
Right.
because it's dead. What do you think
Right.
some of the consequences are going to be?
Um, that we lose the tightness in what family means.
Hmm.
So we lose our power in that. So now other classes of people who are not black will look, better than us because we ain't take care of the family. So
Yeah, I
and
mean, but the thing about it is,
it'll make them look like even if they're half black or anything, it'll make us a real lower class. It'll take us lower in the
right?
perception of the world.
I mean, feminism has hit everybody, right?
But
Why?
everything, but like we catch a flu, or if the world catches a cold, we catch the flu. Like everything hits us harder and the hardest.
Right.
Like other classes and other races will be fine with all the political structures and anything that will hit. But black people who are poor and who are struggling and who are just trying to get into a middle class will get hit hard, and their numbers will get hit.
Okay. So so it is a crab in a bucket mentality, but the thing about it is how what I don't understand is the women are usually the weaker vessel, right? How come?
Playing like they strong. Continue, right?
Right, right. But how come they're able to pull down most of our society a lot easier? I mean, it's almost like they can just keep us at a standstill.
Can you give me 1 second?
Yeah.
Pardon me. What was that question again? No cupcake.
Well, yeah.
Could
Let
you
me ask. Okay, okay. Let me ask you this question a different way. Okay, how like wouldn't it be logical? Like, say a people like a certain class of people with education. Wouldn't you think that their economics, their political thing would get stronger? Like their everything would get stronger. The more educated they got. How come the more educated that black people get, the more they regress in other aspects?
Because I think of the education is like just indoctrination. It's just showing you, or education it doesn't do nothing for your culture or your people. Like we live through a culture. So that
Hmm.
has to be the top priority of thing that you're doing no matter what. Education of what? What are you taking in the education to do what? To do what with it? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Education is just for personal for you to be able to master whatever career or field you in to bring in the money that you want to live a certain lifestyle. It doesn't do anything
Hmm.
for your culture, which black people live in culture. If like you don't see any pro black people up the further you go up in education and up the ladder and those skills because they lose culture or they lose what it means to be. They're practicing something else, which means like what did you get educated to?
Right. Do you think that you mentioned culture? You did mention culture. Do you think that we're still kind of living in a slave culture? like a
Yeah,
plantation person.
we're living in the slave mentality because we don't understand benefits and gains. We don't really understand, and we don't understand how we're so used. We don't really understand that. So we're always no matter what we do, we can't get the leg up if we're dealing with other people. Because we deal so much outside of us. When we don't stick to ourselves, we get used and abused, and we can't further our culture and our family. So we still
Yeah,
that's
you know,
that's a slave mentality, to be enriching, basically making the rich richer.
right, right. But the one of the things is I think one that has contributed to this is a lot of people that kind of lived in that era or have seen part of that era are dying off, and a lot of, I guess, the people in our era not realizing how much parallels there are to what how we're living and what was going on in the plantation.
Absolutely. You're so right on that. Man, it's blinding, and it's like it's confusing.
No, it's almost like lab rats. If you look at, like, for instance, if you look at the percentage of men, especially that are having children, they've broken down. It almost mirrors the bed bugs.
Absolutely. No,
And
it
who
does.
and who is the favorable person that they want to have children with, which is basically the bed bugs.
Right, because we're not ingrained as a people in the society, and never have. We've been on the
Right.
on the outsides. You know what I'm saying? We like in a world,
Mhm.
we're our own world in a world, and then we trying to split up our own little world.
Right.
So it's like it's so counterproductive, which family is everything through the generations and years of, if you're not sustaining that, you're killing yourselves or whatever you
Right.
come from, you know what I mean? You're killing that lineage of whatever, and which is our, ever since getting off the slave boats, we just been keeping family together. Now we've been opened up in the world to where, as we don't have to keep the family, we feel more free, and we feel like family hasn't been done its justice in the past generations anyway, so we're just going to make a mistake going forward. It's like, just like a give up or just live free for all bohemian type, you know I,
Mhm.
and in that lifestyle, obviously the thrill is going to win. So if that's the bed buck and he's the thrill of the whole situation, then that's who's going to get the win in that aspect and regard.
Mhm.
For I'm not doing man, woman, and child, and which
Mhm.
women cosign.
Right.
Right.
But the thing about it is instead of I believe in forgiveness. I believe in forgiveness. Um, I do believe in forgiveness. But the thing about it is okay. I'll give you. Let me. Okay. If let's just say you were hiring for a person for a job, right?
Mhm.
And you found out that person, you look at that person's resume, you've seen 20 different jobs on that resume. And within, like, the last 20 years, every year they're quitting their job or getting fired or whatever. And then all of a sudden you have an important job, which is, like, this, say, like a leader of a house or something like that.
Mhm.
Uh and that person is trying to tell you that you shouldn't look at, I mean, they give you the resume, but
Mhm.
you should kind of give them a mulligan for each job in that resume. Would you do that? I mean, would it be a safe bet?
A mulligan meaning what?
Just
Like
a
a
do-over.
pass, a
A
do over.
pass. A pass.
Well, it depends. Like, most jobs, it's just about the body, having a
Mhm,
body to work the job. It's not so much about the qualifications. People
mhm,
doctor up resumes and stuff all the time. But if I'm looking at this resume and try to take it on face value, try to sum up who this person is based on this resume, and I see that they're constantly switching jobs and all this type of different stuff, and I'm not looking at as deemable qualities that I want in my corporation, and I'm not looking at you as a person who's going to be showing up every day and be, if I'm looking at it from that aspect, it's disqualifying them. But if I want to
right.
give them a mulligan, and like you said, you believe in giving a pass, or
No,
but
I mean, I
that's
believe in
because
giving forgiveness.
because now you put me in the world of business. I got to think about what's best for my business.
Right.
Do I just need this body, or can I afford to let this body of this bad resume go because I got 10 more bodies coming in, and I can afford to look for a better body.
Yeah. But okay, well, this is I'm just going from a statistical thing, right? They said like was that 54% of men, black men in America, I think like 54% are single and childless, right?
Right.
And you have 54, which is the majority of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you have the pool of candidates they have to put that they have to look at. Most of them have, they've got 10 jobs, and they still have, they got a bunch of kids from other dudes.
Oh, you're talking about women now? Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about women now.
Okay.
It's like this 54%, I mean, this is the pool that they choose from. I mean, most men, are they going to even have like a viable candidate to really even?
Probably not. Depending on that man and just going off the statistics, probably not. And this is why we have SYBS, SBM, and all these different things, right? Trying to open up the options to get viable candidates for what that man needs and wants.
Right. So in 20 years, that's pretty much going to change. If that's the case, that's just going to change the whole complexity of the black race, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just think we won't be doing, because the world is so global now. Like, we used to live like based on where we come from, or the house that we came
Mhm.
up around, the school that we came. Everything was very neighborhoodal.
Right.
And being that it's not neighborhood now, like she can date somebody outside the neighborhood, you know what I mean?
Right.
That opens up a whole nother can of worms. Or he can date somebody outside, or he can be in any other neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? That is a certain freedom, and a certain, I don't have to just deal with what I'm dealing with, you know what I'm saying? Unless I really have to.
But I mean, this is the thing. It's like, and this is again with the delusional aspect of it is who's going to be on the outside looking in realistically.
Poor. Everything is about rich and poor. So
No, I'm
it's
talking
just
about the gender. Which gender in the black race is going to be on the outside looking in?
outside of looking into trying to be in the established world of family and like,
Yeah.
because it's like everybody's living so many different ways, it doesn't even really matter.
Right. Because the thing about it is if you have a whole class of women that are looking for these alphas with a bunch of fucking other people's kids, how many? I don't care what race it is. How many of these alphas are going to accept that?
Oh, as many women as they can get, like, you know what I'm saying? As many women as accept them as, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, men, they got the opportunity, or like, we don't have to do anything we don't want. So it's like, you don't have to deal with her. If you're the alpha in the
Right.
situation, you don't have to deal with that. Like, but
But
if
what
he
I'm
takes,
saying is
because
there
you're gonna
will be
lower, she's just adding more baby from this one, baby from this one. She's lowering her status, or her like view in the world as, somebody to, put money behind, or like, she doesn't improve the community. These
yeah,
moves and these, you know what I'm saying? No right woman is gonna want her, or want that type of woman in the community.
right.
So she's
But
living out on
we
the fringes, doing her own thing anyway.
right. But we, I mean, like you just said, SBYM, or I don't even know about that movement, or just going. I mean,
Men
we have
traveling, men
no.
traveling,
We
cool.
can. I mean, we have more viable candidates outside of our race. I would say exponentially than they do. Right or wrong?
For what? Because you can't look to another race to improve the strength of your race. Like, if you're keeping it black, you're keeping it black. If we look into another race, we diluting it in some way.
Well, I mean, but if you have the okay, you have 54% of the men that they're looking for a bad. I mean, they're getting offered a bad deal most of the time. There are exceptions, but for the most part, they're getting offered a bad deal.
Well, they can't even
Mm.
attract the deal. They can't even attract the deal that they want. This is supply and demand market. If you're attractive to somebody, somebody's gonna let you know that, and then you as the man can, decide on who you want to take on.
Okay.
What, they don't have a deal. What deal? That's why they looking past the bad deal. Like you're right, it's a bad deal, but they don't even
But
they're not
what
getting
I'm
a
saying is that
chance
the deal
to
is getting worse. So they're going to have to. You're right. They don't have a choice. They don't have a choice.
right. They're trying to make one or trying to expand on it by
But
going outside of the
but the
country.
thing about it is who's going to take that deal that the sisterhood is giving? What class of man is going to take that deal besides the Pookie and the Ray Rays?
Nobody. Cause that's what they'll be left to. It'll just be ghettos of Pookies and Ray Rays dealing with those women.
That's what I'm saying is, but I'm just saying if you let them tell it, like there's a bun. I mean, well, I can understand why this delusion is created because you have like a force like social media to where they can get all this attention all day
Right.
long,
Right.
and they can get all this attention all day long. They don't realize that they're just concubines. You know, that's just what they are. You know, I mean, not. I mean, I'm not. I'm just saying a vast majority are acting like concubines because
Right.
the
Low
dudes
budget
want they
polygamy.
just want to smash,
Yeah,
huh?
low budget polygamy, side dudes, side women.
Right.
But that's that person's life in particular because all the women that because you're saying that it's more like a ghetto situation. Okay, women in a bad situation and men in a bad situation, so they're making the best
Mhm.
of it. But um really in the sisterhood, the women are supposed to be leveling up out the projects and out the bad situations. So out the hood. They supposed to be in suburbia with an independent job, with a BMW, making great money, eating well, with a nice in a gated community somewhere.
Yeah, no, but a very few small percentage of them are actually able to do that, but they get propped up. You almost think that most of them are living this life, which they're not.
Right, but
They're
that's just
not.
illusions and delusions. Like men are not supposed to be falling for no illusions and delusions. Like, we're not
No.
women. Like, you know what I'm saying? We're not women. That's women. You know what I'm saying? I don't really like to be in women's because they're just dreaming too. Like, you know what I mean? So the
Mhm.
reality of any situation is what it is, and only she can give you her reality, and only you can, if you don't know her personally, you can decide to believe in it.
Mhm.
Other than that, you don't know what the hell's going on with her, and that ain't your woman, so don't worry about it. And that's a thing that women do between women. Like women got this war between them of who's got the best and who's doing the best, who look. I'm saying women have a lot of war going on between them that men do not belong in. Like what I'm saying. Let them figure
Mhm.
that out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I remember I was listening to this one debate one time, and this guy named was it the Poor Man Podcast? Shout out to him.
Yeah, I like the Poor Man podcast.
Yeah, and he was going back and forth with this exchange with this one woman, right? And they were talking about accountability. They were just
Mm-hmm.
harping on that whole accountability thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Going back and forth about that. And he was saying that the woman was like, hey, he's like, no matter how a man puts it, women are not going to listen to other men. They're only going to listen to other women, and only other women can kind of fix the culture or whatever, fix the culture of these thoughts and this thought culture and stuff like that. And he was like, well, that won't happen because most women are agreeable and they don't want to. They almost kind of like if you put 10 women in a room, like 8 of them will have this herd mentality where they'll start, oh, niggas ain't shit, and it's all the men's fault. And you might have like 2 of them that that differ from that opinion, but they get ostracized because you're not.
No, that she's the family woman. That's the woman that the men are gonna want to be with.
Exactly, but you can't really tell them that because they're not gonna want to
You don't
listen.
have to because she ain't chosen. Ain't no ring on her finger. Ain't no man claiming her. She can't claim a man. She's like the most jokish thing out there. She ain't supposed to be getting listened to. She don't have nothing to listen to. She ain't planning to do nothing. It's like she makes herself a big zero. Like, and that's a game women play amongst each other. So you know what I
So
mean?
do you think there's a lot of them that kind of almost crash each other's relationships and stuff like that?
Yes, women have been doing that for ages. Talking about people who belongs with this one. Oh, get rid of him, girl. Don't go and be with him. That they've been breaking up relationships for ages. That's a thing they do. That's why they gotta resort back to mama, auntie. no men around, the sisterhood, the matriarchy. That's their thing, and it's war inside of it.
But how's that been working for them though?
They losing. What you mean? Loss. Big L. Big L. Big L. No
Well, I mean,
family. I'm out doing what I want, and I don't care. And you know what I'm saying? The dude that mess with me, I'm gonna mess him up too.
right, but
Big
I guess
L.
there's just no fixing that. I think we just
Yeah,
need to
that
just
that
go.
that's for men to understand that woman's putting because that's a tactic that women not even supposed to let people know how she's thinking and how she's, you know what I'm saying? But she's putting it out there that men ain't this and I'm not gonna do that and then you don't amount to nothing. Nobody needs you in their society and you do what you do. And all men need to know is thank you for letting me know that I can stay the hell away from you in particular.
What else? So I mean, the thing about it is like when I be listening, like, why don't Kevin Samuels or what like these guys just tell them to get lost as soon as they came? Like they'd be like 40 with 4 kids and shit like that. Why don't you just tell them to get lost? Your time has passed.
I think Kevin Samuels is running a show. Like anybody playing social media, like he's
Because the
running a
thing
show. You know what I'm
is
saying?
running a
So
show, but I'm
yeah,
just
he's
saying
running a show. It's
it's
an
like,
entertaining show. You're
but
seeing women get put
you're
in their
right.
place. Yeah,
You're right. You're right. It's like we shouldn't even freaking give them. I mean, you shouldn't even listen to them. I mean, like once after
that's it.
they,
Hmm.
you should
Hmm.
just churn that out. Like you just like, oh, it's just like a whole bunch of blah blah blah.
Of
Like,
course, of course, and it's counterproductive to what society wants and what you in particular as a man is trying to achieve. So it's just like thank you for letting me know that group of women or you in particular. What's your name? You know what I'm saying? What's your name again? And thank you for letting me know that you are out the running and out the race. Anytime I see you or see your face or you know what I'm saying, I know what it is with you. So I could just avoid you. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Men are always headed to the woman that they're loving. So you know what I'm saying? You don't never have to pay attention to a woman that they ain't loving.
Yeah, I mean the thing about it is this is the thing is I don't understand why like the hoes like the thoughts the hoes want to blend in with the good women.
But yeah, it makes perfect sense because they societal based. They gotta put up a front and show like they're programmed. So they gotta put on this programmed show for society. You know what I'm saying? That's how they play in their own sisterhood. And when she don't measure up, she gets talked about and played because women ruin reputation. They hit you in reputation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like they're playing a big show, but it's all for naught because they're losing in it. They're going insane. They're going crazy. No families. Jump into this one and that one. Like they're not doing nothing. And if she keep kicking that same rhetoric, it's just it just makes perfect sense. The nonsense makes perfect sense.
He said the nonsense makes perfect sense. The nonsense makes perfect sense, which is
Yeah, she's kicking zero. She's kicking nothing. Nothing no man gonna get behind. And like you said, she's gonna be left with all those players and stupid dudes. You know what I'm saying? And she would be stupid to think it's something good coming out of that. So that's just she would just be a big loser and just a big loser. Thank you for letting
yeah,
us all know. You know.
yeah. So I just, I mean, it's a every time I see like I see this these arguments, especially on these spaces, they're just they're they're counterproductive, but they're very eye opening. They're
Right.
very eye opening, and it's almost like I guess if you're a family man and you grew up in that family structure, it
Mhm.
almost kind of kills your spirit a little bit.
Yes, it does.
It
Yes,
does
I
kill your
agree.
spirit a little bit
It
because you
does.
think about it, like, all right, um, one thing, I mean, like especially if you're getting married, one of the worst fears I think as a man in general is just to be compromised. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
In one way or another, either you get a child get put on you, or
Right.
your woman is compromising you in one way.
Right.
But if you hear some of the rhetoric, even from the women, it almost seems like there's no there you're nobody can be exempt from that.
Well, Triple Black, first thing you gotta decide or discern amongst humans, especially 21 and over people, is
Hmm.
are they grown adults?
Right.
Are they even talking and coming from the aspect of a grown adult? Grown adult meaning I know what's best for man, woman, and child. Not me, not selfishness.
Hmm.
I know what's best for man, woman. So when you hear people that talk like, "Oh, this is not whatever they saying, and it's not gonna work out for the man, woman, and child," you already know it's on bullshit. It's on
Hmm.
fake time, and so it's not gonna work out. It's just your dream and your aspiration, and good luck to you in life. But the general society and community and people can't live off that. You know what I mean? So first thing I'm discerning for is, am I talk? Because I hear a lot of different people, but they sound like kids. They
Hmm.
just in between thought. They trying to understand. They still discovering life, trying to figure out who they are and what they trying to be in life, or how they want life to be and what policies should be on. They just talking. So within that, you're gonna get a lot of different views and opinions. But I'm discerning for who's talking like you know grown men and women. Because
Hmm.
women could be just grown children too. It was a big time song from Cindy Lauper called "Girls Just Want to Have Fun."
Right. Okay. Let's just say, um, black men in general decided, hey, you know what? We want families so bad. We want to save the community so bad. We're just going to take this deal that the sisterhood is presenting. Like,
What's the
they
deal?
can still thought it up, and we'll be their husband and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Do
that's
you
called
think
cucks.
that yeah, you think that would that kind, because I think about it is I think even if you do go into that agreement, most women have an insatiable desire to still crash the car.
Mm. I agree. I
So
agree. I
so the
agree.
deal so basically the functional family, again, let me say, is dead. It's been dead, because the thing, even if the men agreed to go with this deal where she can do whatever she want to do, take girls trips, thought it up, be her own boss. You can't tell her what she wants to do, but she can still, have the title of wife.
Oh, that's rough. Oh man. I mean, she'll settle for that underneath a rich dude, and then that dude also doesn't care about her like that. Like everybody be playing everybody. Like, everybody would be playing each other in that for their benefit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
To what they think their benefit is. But
It's
ain't
funny that you
nothing
said
real
cuck.
gonna be there.
Do you think that they're in a lot of them are envious of what other, like, white women can do? Because I think a lot of white women sometimes they get into those. I mean, like, white men allow them to do that shit after a certain amount of time.
Are they envious of what white women can do? I don't. That's a good question. That's a good. Yeah, some. That's a good question though.
Yeah, because a lot of the white dudes at a certain period of time, they just kind of like let their wife do what the fuck they want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Um,
right, right, right. I think many women have been putting up with a lot of different things. You know what I mean? We have those situations even on a saying where the woman and the man have been together for a long time, the love is gone and stuff like that. He still live with her. She still kind of let him do, or she aware that he still do his thing. You know.
yeah,
But they don't really have the tightest relationship. I don't know. Those aspects I really think about if she's benefit in some way. Like, you know what I mean? Like she's got a good, like his financial situation set that up well where that can,
yeah.
you know what I'm saying, that can happen. But that's a good
But
question.
I just sometimes, I mean, but I don't even know if you'll ever get a straight answer, because I mean, I think women are so deceptive.
Right.
Because my father told me this a long time ago. Never ever listen to what they say, is what they do. I mean,
Absolutely.
in your opinion, the modern woman, obviously, I mean, they have a lot of power, especially in our community. Um, I guess I mean, it's probably almost like negotiating with a terrorist.
What
Yeah,
power do they have? What's the power that they have? Political power, power over like what power
well,
do
they
they have?
have. I mean, they have. They have all the access to sex, basically.
That's power?
No. Well, what I'm saying is it's not power because if they have access to sex, and they're almost restricting it to a certain class, like the bed bucks.
Okay,
You
I get
can't
what
really
you're
build.
saying though.
You
I
can't
think
really
I get
build.
what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't really build families like a family
Right.
structure.
Right.
We have the access to what do you call it? The relationships and stuff like that.
Right.
We're the
Right.
gatekeepers. They're the gate. So them having because they're the gatekeepers to their womb, so we can't really have families in that family structure without their cooperation. And
Right.
obviously they want like I mean, if you hear them talk, it almost seems like they want like multiple host stages, but they still want to have the title of being somebody's wife.
Right.
That's
Mhm.
I am I way off base
No,
with
you're right
what
on. No,
that
you're
they
right
want
on.
to
You're
give?
right on with that. You're right on with that. But who's gonna be the man if we're not marrying like that? Who's gonna be that man?
I don't know. I don't know.
Like, you know what
I
I'm
really
saying?
don't
Who,
like. I really
especially
don't
in
know.
black, because in black society we don't even get down like that. We just love who we love and we keep it moving.
Right.
So
Then
it's like,
again, like, why don't they just go to more of a? Do you think like was it a polyamorous?
yeah,
Uh,
polygamy. I think they're already living like that. You know what I'm saying?
they're
Just to
already
be,
living like that, but they're not.
they're already. It's not official. It's an unofficial polygamy. So yeah.
Right.
Hmm. So,
But they still keeping the men out of the house.
right. I mean, yeah, it's no longer nuclear family.
Right.
Right.
But I mean, what's the modern woman nowadays? What would you think would be the ideal deal that she could be satisfied with and still have some respect for the man,
Another great question.
like a regular man, not a because obviously if it's like a quote unquote high value guy or whatever, she has to make a bunch of compromises. But the man that she feels like she's equal to or above, she's probably not going to make any compromises, but she might be able to take some type of deal. What
Right.
type of deal you think she would take?
Protection, provision, um, allowance deal where she gets a certain amount of his money. uh, I think it would just be a sellout, a deal of a sellout. You know what I mean? I've sold out to this.
Yeah,
Whoever's
but I'm
offering
just,
that.
but I'm just saying, other than vagina, what other concessions that you think in that deal that they will be able to give up?
It's a great question because I'm just under the preset that women aren't looking for guys who's working 9 to 5. They looking more to form power couples and things. So you know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? They looking for luxury things. So even like
I
I'm
just
not.
want to hear you say it. I just want to hear you say there's no way out. It's just
Now there's always a way,
there's
brother.
no
There's
way
always
out.
a
There's
way.
no way out.
We gonna make a way.
No,
They trapped in the mother. You know what I'm saying? If they don't do right, they'll be trapped in the mother, but we'll make
no,
a
I
way
just
out.
think they're cooked. They're just cooked because the thing about it is with a regular guy, they're never gonna like if you don't have any type of agency over them, they're never gonna respect you. It's just
Right.
not in their nature to respect you because if they feel like they're equal or better than you, they're just going to disrespect. So unless they almost have to be in these relationships like the baby situation.
Right.
They
Exactly.
almost
That's
have to.
all that's left. Because you ain't gonna do right, and you against that. So then now the baby situations is what you get.
Right.
So,
I mean,
so that's all her. Yeah, they
right,
made her bad. Yeah, like if everything that she's thinking and trying to do is a lose lose, what does it matter? It's like
right,
who's the guy that's even trying to get with her?
right.
That's why
But I mean,
she can't get no respect. She can't get no love. So for her to be in something with a dude, think it's gonna go right would be her delusion. So that and then all bubbles get all dreams and say get bursted.
Right, but the thing about it is like there's never what what I mean can there ever be two heads in a snake?
Right. Exactly. I mean, we've seen it. It's not the norm.
I mean, but is it a snake? Can it be two heads on a snake though? I mean, if you have,
Yes,
you
I've
know, these
seen it. I've seen it a number of times. It's not the norm, and we've seen it.
right.
But it's not the norm. Like it doesn't have. You don't see it often at all.
So
It's
that's why
special.
I'm saying,
It's special. You know.
yeah, I know, but again, you know, you have, you know, first of all, there's so much delusion when it comes to what a boss woman is like. You know, in society now, you can make 150,000. She makes 50,000 just because she has a BBL. She thinks that she's equal or better than you.
Right, but she got to get a man to co-sign that. It don't matter what they think. They got to get the reality down, and that's why she's hiding reality.
Yeah, I know, but if they're getting, I mean, if you're getting compliments all day, you're a boss bitch, and you know you have a rotation of dudes that are, you know, that you know, you got the weed man, you got the money man, you got the sugar daddy, you got all this.
For how
That's
long? For how long? Before she's switching up, before she's switching up the program, and she going, you know what I'm saying, be mad at something else, like, or you know what I'm saying. Like we can't be clocking like stupid women. We can't clock stupid women's lives, like, or you know what I'm saying. Like we're not paying attention to her. Who cares what she's talking about or doing? She's trying to front for the audience, now thinking that she's doing something or she is somebody. And,
I know,
and the cosign, that's why women be living in their little social circles and stuff like that of people who will or take to their social media of people who will agree with them or feel like, yeah, girl, yeah, yeah, yeah. But the reality is, what man is co-signing that? What man, you're not like, she's probably miserable on that end and that front.
no, we know this.
Right.
We
So we're
know
not
this.
paying attention to it like it's real or that it counts or that it's she can
They're
only
all,
play that game with women and stuff and girly
but
men like who
but they're all
want
up
to
in your
be with her
face.
or whatever.
They're all up in your face. They're all up
Yeah,
in
well,
your
that's
face.
great. That's her current, that's her attention currency that she has, and how much money she has into that. You
I
know,
think.
that's
I mean,
great. People can live off of that for certain. But the reality is, on the social front, which every human being is, she's probably suffering on that end, like
mhm.
of love or things that really mean something intrinsic to somebody. You know, what I'm saying their heart and stuff like that. Because she might be a person that ain't got no heart no more or whatever, and you really don't want to be with her, and whatever dudes is dealing with her, whatever.
I mean,
She don't really
but
count like that. She's just trying to make herself count, and then whoever the attention she gets it from is who counts to her.
yeah, but the sad part about it is a lot of them. I mean, a lot of men are vulnerable to to especially like I guess there's so many men that I guess are single and they're lonely or whatever, and they're susceptible
Right.
to this, you know, to this
Rhetoric.
rhetoric or this type of woman, and a lot of these type of women will get people fucked up in the situation with they just wanted the title. They just wanted the title. They just wanted to feel whole. They just wanted to
Right.
be different. You know,
Right.
they wanted to be called somebody's wife, but they're still a whore. Like,
Right. But then I had to ask the guys, can you imagine being with that woman? Now, you know what I'm saying? Because you know, you just in your head right now about her. So now imagine being with her and have to live with her, deal with her day after day, situations and things that come up in life, and then having her as your partner in it. Can you imagine
mhm.
that?
I know, but the thing about it is a definition. But when you start putting the actual definition of a whore together and you present it to them, they get upset. They get upset. They get
Uh,
upset. Like, I mean, okay, if you're accepting monetary stuff, monetary for sex, what does that make you?
a whore. And women are selling out to prostitution on every front and every level. Like men know and understand that. They playing a game with that in their head. They trying to make it cool or trying to get find which way they can get in on it, where they be all right in the eyes of everybody and all this type of stuff.
Yeah,
Then
I
you
know,
got your
but
hardcore women who sell right out to it.
But is being a whore virtuous?
No, this is why they have to get a man to co-sign. It don't matter what they doing. There's whores everywhere in the world. What man cares about them?
I know, but still, it's like it is.
They doing that for attention, for people to pay attention, so that can still have currency in the world as reputable and valuable. But you're only valuable for the coochie.
No, okay. So, and I would ask this question, and I'm not being like, I'm being a little bit facetious, but is is the word virtuous a positive word or is it a negative word in their world?
Oh, in their world. See, they trying to, I
Yes.
don't know. They would be trying to, I guess, figure that out. Because the moves they making is not seeming like it. But that's for us to decide. See, I gotta now think for a woman. I mean, it's gonna be hard for me to answer that. That's for us to decide if she's a virtuous woman to us, because I'm taking her on as my woman. Now that's what I'm
But I mean,
planning to do.
but the thing about
Who
it is,
cares what she thinks is virtuous if she can't get a man to co-sign
but
that?
to be a virtuous woman, there's words like submission, there's words like compliance, there's word like obedience, there's words like
That should not be
discipline.
a problem to a virtuous woman.
Exactly,
So
but
we're
that is
judging, is she virtuous or not? She could be talking about a whole lot of different things, but is she really that? It,
no.
right. So then she don't
I
get no
mean,
attention.
but I'm just saying is in society in general, those words are almost like discipline are negative words. They're negative.
To
Like
a
to
woman
be a,
who's not truly virtuous.
I know, but just to try, I mean, for even the notion of a man wanting a woman that's virtuous, it's almost like it's like
I guess
misogynist. Like you're a
why?
misogynist
Why?
if you
I
want a
only
virtuous
look at it
woman.
like that because there's so many
We
non-virgins
don't
or
look like.
women.
I'm telling you, it's being
Women
sold
are
that
willing
way.
to not live. There's so many women not willing not to live a virtuous life. That's why, and still
I
want to be
mean,
seen as a virtuous woman.
but that's. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
It's
it's
a game. Only we can co-sign it. If she's a virtuous woman, then why don't you let a virtuous man or let a man co-sign it, and y'all, live this virtuous life.
I mean, no, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect, but even the effort. I mean, the thing about it is, all right. I was listening to was it Lapeef the other day, right?
Mhm.
And there's this this one. She's an island girl. I like listening to her stuff. She's like Danica Marie, kind of like that, right?
Mhm.
And we know nothing is perfect, right? Nobody's perfect, right?
Right.
Nobody's gonna be perfect, but
Obviously.
the whole notion that she's like, hey, you know what? Every day I want to kind of be the best version of myself, which
Mm.
I'm trying to do the best version of myself by being more disciplined, being all these different things.
Mhm.
And when she was saying that, the one girl came out right out the gate and called her a pick Misha.
Mhm. War between women. Continue.
Right.
Mhm.
She called her a pick Misha. And I'm like thinking to myself, so you as a woman making a decision to be a better version of yourself, to be quote unquote more virtuous
Mhm.
to what in a man's eyes is a negative.
Right.
And she accused her of throwing other women under the bus for her working on herself.
Mhm. Mhm. Damn shame.
Hmm?
I said that's a damn shame. What do you think about that?
It befuddles me. It's just like if like just say, hey man, bro, you like let's just say if I was like, hey, you know what, I want to be a better version of myself, so I can attract, a wife or something like that, and then you coming out and saying, man, you're throwing other men under the bus, you're a simp. Isn't that almost the same thing?
Yeah, it is the same thing. It is the same. It's the
I
exact
want to
same
be a
thing.
better father. I want to be a better husband. I want to be a better version of myself. I want to
Well,
be.
what man would down another man for that? That's all manhood stuff. That's what men hang their hats on. That type of stuff. Like,
I
what other man
understand
could?
that, but femininity and womanhood and things that I mean, I guess because there's a man, like there's a satisfaction of a man involved, like you trying to set that is the triggering thing for some in their mind, that they don't believe that men deserve anything.
Well, how is that going to work in their society? Well, this is a man's world. Like, what do you mean?
I don't
Like,
know. I don't know. I don't know. I
that
don't know.
is
I really
that's
don't.
no. I'm just saying from there. I'm not asking you personally. I'm talking from their
I just,
aspect. Like,
I
how
just
does
don't.
that
I
even
just the
work?
association of a woman working for the satisfaction of a man is almost off limits.
Are we talking
Like,
about
how dare
humanity
you
here?
do
Are we
that for
still
a
going to be
man?
humans? Are we still going to be humans? Like, what are we doing? What are we really talking about right now?
But if you're doing it for your son, oh, that's fine. But if you're doing it for a man, uh-uh.
That's
No.
why they're gonna destroy they're gonna destroy the world. They will not they're gonna find every excuse in the world to not be man, woman, and child. Happy,
But I don't
eating,
think I
healthy.
don't. But it's. I think they're going to destroy their world.
Right. And with these type of women not supposed to get paid attention to. It definitely by virtuous men or men looking to be family with somebody. Like,
But
you know what I'm saying?
do you think? I mean, I know, and I'm just going to ask this question in general. There's a concerted effort to prop these. I don't even know what to call them. These whores, like on this, like to make it seem like this is normalized.
Nah, because they getting pushed back by a lot of different chicks, by Love Dorsey, like there a lot of different chicks' philosophies clashing with a lot of different other chicks' philosophies and
So you think there's
so
a war within the sisterhood between the
yes,
whores and
yes, at which women are definitely scared because they don't want to fight. See, men will fight and kill each other. But
right?
but women are even scarier and they acting like bitch ass men. You know what I'm saying? They even act like bitch ass dudes. They act like dudes, but they act like bitch ass dudes because they saying a lot, showing up, but they won't show their face. They won't meet over no woman, say it on real time and real with everybody. You know what I mean? So it's just like it's definitely a war between them, and it's a war of words, a war of philosophy with them. So I said men could just sit back and stay out of that because you know what I'm saying, and then you pick the good girl out of that.
Do you think? Well, I wish I could ask, but no, they won't be honest about it. That's one part is they're so deceptive. Is like being a whore. Is it just easier to be a whore? Because it used to be hard to be a whore because there was some type of stigma in society. But now you can be a whore and you can be the vice president of the United States. And I'm not taking a shot. I mean, you can be a whore and be anybody. Like
All right.
there used to be a stigma where if you were a whore, you couldn't do certain things.
Right. Well,
But
that's that.
now you can be a whore and do anything you want.
Right. No, but no, see, that's the stigma and that's the whole delusion because whores have been doing whatever they want in order, but they've been doing it on the low. Like we just in a time that everything has been going on, right? We just haven't been able to see it. Like so now we're in a social media time where you can see everything that's going on, you can see more things that would be hidden behind the doors that you wouldn't see. Like everybody's been
Right.
living, you know what I'm saying? Like everything's been, there's nothing new going on out here underneath the sun in every age and generation. So, you know what I'm saying? You can just see and hear more, but it gives you more information to make conclusions and decisions. Like, I don't want that type of person, or I don't want to be around that type of person.
Mm-hmm.
It say, see, women, see, to their biology, their function, they've still been programmed and they still want to be good women and still be perceived like that. But like you said, women are being whores and still being able to have a good look or somebody get attention and get bigged up. So now they're trying to like transition into that. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to
So you're
find their
saying
transition into that.
this 304 culture has always existed, but it's been behind the scenes.
Right, and it's been getting blown up
Yeah,
over
yeah,
the
because
years.
You had Freaknik, you had
Yeah.
Drag Beach, you had
Even before that, like it goes way back. I mean, there's always been some type of form of debauchery into the people or to a class of people or certain throughout every age. You know what I'm
but hold
saying?
up, man. But hold on.
Hippie movements,
We
sexual
understand
freedom
no,
movements,
well,
all type of
in
stuff.
high school, we had, we knew who the whores were. We knew exactly who the whores were, through rumors and stuff like that. And
Okay.
but now it seems like, I mean, if you seem like all of them are whores though.
Oh, okay. You having trouble making the distinctions.
Yeah, no.
Nah, that's I mean, no, you got good women out here talking different game, like that island chick that you was talking about, and other women that are clashing with other women's philosophies. And like certain women want to try to be a whore, certain women are trying. I'm not going into that field. I'm not going that way. I'm trying to be family with a man. So these are the measures I'm taking. And while you going the whoredom way, we're gonna clash. So there are women out, and you men have to be discerning. Like women have hijacked the whole thing of what it is to be in relationships and everything for everybody. It's always their way, everything of, and when it's man's prerogative and way. It's where look, man to find of a good wife or find of a woman, find of a good thing. Not women. They don't say nothing about what woman is looking for, her decision making behind it, or what she trying. It doesn't have nothing to do with you. It's not your world. It's man to be in love, and the reaping and the benefit you're gonna get behind our good feeling for you. That's what life is about. Women have hijacked this whole thing for she on the lookout for a man and she trying to find somebody. She ain't gonna find nothing but a wet ass and a broken heart.
Right. But I mean, the thing about it is like if you are
So
a
no, before you
if
continue,
you're if you're
who's
if
going with
you
her with that programming? You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
I know, but the thing about it is I always say, man, if you enjoy being a whore and want to be a whore, just go ahead and be the whore that I mean, just be the best whore. Don't try to blend in. Like, when
Well,
they
I think
say
I think you having problems with that. That's like a control issue thing because you can't tell which one is the good girl or the bad girl. I think
right.
that's more of a thing on you personally or men who can't tell certain things. Like that's why I say men have to be men. You got to be on top of every situation. You got to know better than everything going on. What the hell she's saying, what she thinking. You got to know what's good for the family, what's good for everybody. Like you got to know
Mhm.
better. So the game will never change. She'll always be trying to fool, but you know better. You discern. Your discernment is everything because
No, I'm out the game. I mean, I've
you're
already gotten.
taking it on.
No,
But
I've already.
you can't
I'm.
try to adjust the game to where, you know what I mean, it's now clear that she's this or she's that because people are going to play and put on different hats at different times. So you just know you're a woman.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, me, I'm at an age right now where I just don't. I mean, I'm pretty much like, I already have my kid. I'm not looking for that anymore. I've already been through that. I just when I deal with one, I just assume that she's a whore. Like I just
See,
assume that she's
yeah,
a
you
whore
assume.
she treats me
Have you
until
read
she treats
her?
me different.
Have you read her like spirit? Are you when you get come to that assumption? Did you read her spirit, or do you just looking at her, or the way she dressed, the way she talks? Like, what is bringing you to that?
Well,
Because of her freedom, how old she
pretty
is, like
much,
what?
pretty much. Yeah, the freedom.
Mhm.
It's yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Is because the thing about it is like the you never. I mean, you can't have complete age like the age I'm at right now. And this is the reality of the situation. And I've already accepted that reality of the situation. Let's just say if you meet a woman, right? You meet a woman, and let's just say she's around my age. uh there's pretty much she's always going to have other, most of the time she's going to have other kids, she's going to have other dudes that she was in a relationship with, and they're always going to have access to her, to that person. So
So why
and,
would you
and
want to deal with that?
no, that's what I'm saying. I'm that's what my whole point is like I just assume I don't deal. That's why I don't deal with that.
So then that's not on your mind. They not even like something on your. That's like as a man, like I don't like big football built bitches with no ass, and you know what I'm saying. So I'm never gonna
Right.
talk about that woman. Like you know what I'm
But
saying?
what I'm saying is this is the thing. This what I was saying is like you're almost never going to, I mean it's not even feasible to think that you're going to have any type of I guess any type of
Leverage in her world, or like
no, yeah,
her
yeah,
all to yourself.
no, no,
Well, this
no,
is
you
the
can't.
this is the importance of man getting a woman when she's young and you being a lot of her first. This is why women don't
Right,
like for men to talk about going younger.
right.
You know
No,
what I'm
no, no,
saying?
they can't stand it. They can't
Yeah,
stand it.
because they know what that implies. That implies
Right.
that you get, and she's mad because she older and she didn't get what. Like it implies a lot of different things, and she knows
Hmm.
that you're gonna win with that. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
women are just against men winning and being happy. Period. You gotta
They've
be on
actually made it. They
look out for that.
they've actually kind of made it almost deviant for you to want a younger woman.
That's only natural. She's just mad, and she knows that that woman could be more molded. You're gonna be the first in her life. You're gonna have more opportunity to have imprinted her.
Right.
She knows she's already been imprinted and she already messed up and didn't get her guy from the beginning. So she's just hating on the whole situation.
Right.
She's just hating. Like a lot of women is just haters. Like, you know what I mean? They don't want men to be happy. They don't want families. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We just need to pay attention to who those women are and just keep them out the cipher. Like,
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying? We don't have those control issues. We just need to know who our woman is. That's it. That's all we care
Yeah, you
about.
got to know who your woman is. But what one of the stark realities of the culture that we're living in is just like um depending on what age you are. Like, see me, this transition to this culture is kind of hit me a little bit harder because I was at the tail end of Generation X. I'm
Right,
41 years old, right?
right,
So like I grew up in a generation where when I see my mom, I didn't see no damn stepdaddies. I didn't see no, I just see my mom and my dad. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't fathom my mom talking to no other dude or another dude in her DM or another dude that's like, watching her twerk on Instagram and
right,
you know, I
right.
never witnessed that, and I mean, I don't even think my dad. I mean, I just don't even see my dad even accepting that type of shit at
Right.
all.
It wasn't acceptable back then. There
Grandfather,
wasn't a social
uncles,
media
none
then.
of them,
Yeah,
none of
no,
them.
and it
Well,
wouldn't
hell,
be. It wouldn't be.
no, no.
Mhm.
But
So they knew not to play that. But now in
right,
this new world with social media, we you know,
it's almost acceptable. Like, I mean, as a man, you gotta you gotta accept the fact that your wife is going to be showing all her organs on.
no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't. As a man, you don't have to accept anything.
You don't have to accept anything, but I'm just
You
saying you
don't
don't.
have to accept. Let you find out about anything that you don't see satisfactory in your world or your situation, your relationship, and won't you make a change about it immediately? So
But
women trying to hide stuff from women if they actually have a man that they respect or something like that, like they're gonna,
uh,
it, it's gonna look different. It's not gonna be beknownst to you.
but the thing about it is they are like if you're even dating a woman right now, she's only an argument away for going to fuck her ex.
That may be true, but that's how much hold do you have on your woman? You know what I'm saying? How much is your
But you
value in
but
her
hold
world? You
on,
measuring
hold on.
that as a man.
No, I'm just saying is the thing about it is the word agency or the concept of agency over your woman is a negative thing.
But that's
You
all right. I hear you, but if we're men, we don't care about it. We upholding. We're not with that. We're upholding something different, and then let everybody else shake out and fizzle out from there, and then we'll
right,
see who the
right. I
winner
mean,
is.
but okay, okay. If I get what you're saying, I get what you're saying. but how much like
Because
with
some things are
20?
in a woman's world and a woman's comprehension and a woman's thing to comprehend. A man, you know what I'm saying? This is where men start separating men from men is I don't even think about that or care about that. That ain't gonna, how's that gonna work? Or that is not my woman. I don't, that's for some other man or his woman in his situation to deal with. Like,
Right.
because we don't pay attention to a lot of different things. Women are programmed. Like, we don't go, we got our program, and then we just need to know what woman is on it.
Okay, so hold on. Let me ask, okay, let me hypothetically, what would you think of a man, right? That had, let's just say he had a girl, and then he was like, he's not allowing her to have social media. She can't have male friends.
Tight thing on his situation. Got a tight rein on his situation. Off top. Off top, I would say he got a tight rein on his situation. That'd just be my first thought.
You
And,
wouldn't think
and
that
I'm
he's
leaving it right
controlling.
there. I'm not
You
having no
would
other
think
thought. There goes
you
a
would,
man with a tight rein on his situation. That's all I can say.
oh Lord, so he wouldn't be controlling, possessive, insecure.
But that's his thing with his territory and his thing. That woman has come under his control, under his possession. You know what I'm
Isn't that
saying?
bondage though? But she
Hey,
can't. What do
listen,
you
a
mean
lot of
she
people
can't?
have a BDSM mindset and they want to be under bondage and control. They just want to be under your control.
I'm, I'm, I'm saying is like she. What do you mean she can't have social media?
She
You're just
co-signed it though.
control.
She's
You're
in the relationship
controlling.
with him. She's in the
You're
relationship with
controlling.
him.
You're too controlling.
But that's all right. But that's all, that you don't. That's just called their thing. He got a tight rein on his situation. I wouldn't even call that control because she's with it. It'd be different if she was fighting it and be like, "I'm breaking up with you," and it was tumultuous.
Right.
But it's agreed upon. No
Well, let
man
me
can
ask,
hold a gun to no man to no woman head and make her do anything. She's agreeing and
let's
complying
be
and
practical.
obliging.
Let's be practical. If you were to say this type of stuff in front of the sisterhood, right? Like a group of the sisterhood,
Mm-hmm.
would they have the same sentiment as you?
Would they have the same? If I'm saying this stuff in front of the sisterhood, would they have the same sentiment as you?
As you?
No, you probably no. As me, no. They would say that's like you saying he's controlling and da 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 da.
But would you say most women are easily influenced by the sisterhood?
Yes, absolutely. When a
So
woman don't have no man, no. Let me rephrase that. When a woman don't have no man that she's adhering to and that she's answering to, then she's influenced by the sisterhood.
that's all I wanted to. I just wanted to because I just don't. I just think that like those things right there, what I just said, like the any type of agency, any type of restrictive behavior that you restrict them from themselves is looked out upon as negatively. You know.
I don't think
Um,
every woman looks at it negatively. I think a combative woman or a woman that's trying to get her one ups and way will look at it, saying negatively. Every woman don't look at everything the same way. That's why we discern and we trying to see which one is the right woman, talking the right things, living the right way, we doing the discerning. It don't matter what they talk
yeah,
about.
we're doing the discerning, but would you say the trope is compatible? The trope that they kind of almost live up to on a daily basis is combative.
A
Uh,
lot of them.
I can do what I want to do, and I can twerk on tables and all this type of shit.
A lot of them, but I'm not paying attention to that woman. I mean, what good is coming? What good is coming in her world? Like, I don't want to be connected to
Yeah,
her.
but they're usually the loudest, but they do say the loudest in the room is usually the
Well,
weakest.
because she's got a role in society too. She's the fun time girl.
Right.
When it's time to have fun, we're gonna hit Sade up.
Yeah, I mean, but the fun time, a lot of the fun timers are trying to be like wives.
And good luck. What fruit can we get some minutes on that clock of the last meetings on that? Like where's the man at? They be wanting a whole lot of stuff. This is what I'm saying.
But
Like they
but
be
but
in a
I
dream.
mean, but you're not gonna. I mean, but if you got people in their DMs,
But that's all fine and dandy. Where is the vagina meeting the pussy? Where is meeting the penis? Where is the relationship? Where's the love? Where's the holding hands? Where's the family? Where's the fruit?
they don't care.
They don't have it to care. This is what I'm saying. They don't, why? What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
She's popping because she has people
No,
in her.
she's actually not. She's trying to get you to think she's popping.
What are you
She's running.
talking about?
She's running her own PR campaign.
She's a boss. What do
Yeah,
you?
if you
just
believe it, if you believe
no.
that, Triple.
You just hurt. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Who hurt you?
Who hurt me? No, this is more
Yeah.
about her. It's not about me. This has nothing to do with me. This is about her.
I mean,
Nothing
who
what I'm
hurt
talking
you?
about is not has
Some of them
nothing to
hurt
do.
him.
That has nothing to do with me. I would just say produce the man. Where's the man? If you know what I'm saying, where's the man? Where's the guy? Put him on screen too. Put him on the phone. Like, you know what I'm saying? Let a man claim you. You don't have that. Stop it. And you're not claiming no man. So stop it.
That is hilarious, man. I just think it's one
It's
of
play.
those.
It's good for entertainment. It's a good show.
It's really it's
show.
really. But I have a son, and I'm just thinking to myself, man, you know what? He's like, man, it
Are you
and
taking care of him?
I'm very
Are you? I take it that you're not with the baby mother.
no.
Is everything good with the relationship or with the family dynamic to where it's manageable?
Coming from where I come from, it's not ideal. It's not ideal because
Right.
it's not ideal because of what I've seen. But because I'm from the Caribbean. I'm from the Caribbean, and she was American. That this dynamic, the co-parenting dynamic, and that type of stuff is kind of normalized.
Right.
And I got
in American culture, not in our culture.
It's normalized. Like
right.
It's pretty normalized. Like it's just okay, whatever.
Right.
So I mean, it was a struggle. It was a struggle because all my brothers and sisters, they're married, they got kids, they were, they got husbands and things like that. So, it's funny when I bring my son around and I'm,
don't have that dynamic.
Yeah, I don't have that dynamic. So, it's kind of foreign. But
American woman, stay away from me.
Right. The American woman in American society, it's normalized. I mean, it's co-parenting, which I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but the only thing is they just don't understand what the child is learning in the process. That view like the male and female dynamic is almost separate.
I completely know.
Huh?
I completely know. I definitely know.
All right. Mm-hmm. So you're almost programming that kid to kind of normalize it in their mind that, hey, you know what? It's okay if you have a child and you don't have a family structure behind it.
Right.
It's okay. It's just
right.
Run of the mill.
And in your world, it's not okay. And you were trying to bring her into your family dynamic, and she
exactly.
I already know the story. I already know.
Yeah, I know, but
already know. And I urge for people to mix cultures like that. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like ADOS people with ADOS people, Caribbean people with Caribbean people, la 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 la. So everybody knows what they come from and what they're trying to do.
Exactly.
You hate those mixed matches because the kids get affected. The families are not coming together. It's just a whole bunch of chaos and non-production. So I get where you're coming from. But she believes in it because she already came from it.
No, I thought it was a safe bet because of where she came from. She came from her parents. She had that family dynamic. So I thought it was a safe bet. At first, it was, but what I've realized, she was the anomaly in her family. On one side, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
And she was like, her family was like, on one side, her family was like that functional family that did. The other side which she was heavily influenced by because of her mother, was normalized, like, baby daddy, all that type of stuff. So that's where it kind of came from. You feel me? So,
I
but
hear you.
then I started to real,
I hear you. I just wish that no matter where she came from, that y'all are doing y'all thing and y'all was doing it in the family dynamic. Like that y'all both could be, I just wish things were better, that it didn't have to
Oh
be
yeah,
like
no,
that.
I wish things were better, but it's just the no. I just started to realize the deal that was being presented to me is just not in my culture. It would never be accepted.
So you broke
There's
up with her?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
No, of
Gotcha.
course. I mean,
Gotcha.
I mean, it was a kind of it's more complicated than that.
Right. But ultimately you broke it off with her. She probably wanted to be with you, but you broke it off.
Yeah, I kind of
Okay.
had to do the situation. I mean, it's
Okay.
when you see, like, for instance, when you looking at a situation where a person is not going to take any accountability, you're almost like, uh, if that person's not going to take any accountability for their role. And I'm not a perfect person. I'm not even going to even lead. I mean, I don't even want to
Nobody
give that
is.
impression. I'm flawed.
Nobody is. That's
Well,
not
yeah.
up for. That's not on the table. Nobody is.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right, right.
Right.
But I can't be in a situation where I put skin in the game, and I take accountability, and the other person doesn't want to take any accountability. So it is what it is. It's unfortunate, but But the thing about it is if you don't force a person to, if a person doesn't take any accountability for their shortcomings, they're gonna keep doing the same fucking thing.
Right.
You're just, I
Affecting
mean,
your life and making you mess
yeah,
you up. Yeah.
right.
So you have
I
to break
mean,
that off because it's non-productive. It's not
right.
fruitful. It's not moving
No,
forward. It's not. Yeah,
no.
I understand.
No, it's the one of the especially in this community I seen, and you can see it just from just from the shows, and seeing that is it's the pride, the pride, the prideful stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like it's almost sad,
Yeah.
like you have some women that know, like, instead of just saying, hey, you know what, let me rectify my shortcomings, they will keep in that prideful stance for years, affecting their children's lives, affecting their lives, and all this stuff, just so they won't have to take any accountability.
Right.
To
I
me,
agree.
that's crazy.
Right. All for what? Is who's winning? Who's losing? Kids,
Right.
family, you, me. Who's for what? All for what?
They'd be like, okay, you know what? If you're like, we can look at the statistics, right? And they'll be like, well, if like the people in prison, for instance, like there's a higher probability that your kid is going to read at a lower level or become a prisoner if you choose this path, which is single motherism, right? We know single motherism happens for different reasons, right? And they let pride get them, I mean, convince them into making that decision. And then, they end up, their kid ends up, in a situation like prison, or not doing well in school. Isn't that kind of crazy how they can let pride let that happen to them? Hello? Are you on mute? He's on mute. But no, I was just saying the pride situation. And I've seen this shit so much, man. Like, I've seen it. Like, I mean, I don't want to say, I mean, fortunately for me, I have a good co-parent. I have a good co-parenting relationship. Um, it's I'm not restricted in any way. I just work a lot, so it's good. But But no, but you have a lot of these other situations where, there is, there's people getting restricted from seeing their kid just from a pride perspective. Like, I don't want him to see because my pride was hurt because he chose somebody else. And you see those situations all the time. Somebody's ego gets bruised. So, instead of just admitting that their ego is bruised or whatever, they just go on this rampage. Era TV, I think I don't know, he might be out. I can't hear him. But now you never want to see those scenarios, happen. You don't ever want to see those scenarios happen, but they happen all the time. You know.
Yeah, my bad.
Huh?
I was just saying I had to handle something real quick.
No, what I was talking about was this pride thing, the pride thing, and you see this pride thing all the time. It's crazy. That's one of the. I was going to make a podcast about that. The seven deadly sins of modern women.
Interesting.
No, it's almost, and I made it in. I did a show, and I couldn't, when I was doing some research on the situation, like when I was talking about narcissism. You know how like that word a couple of years ago was being thrown around, like it was just being thrown around like to every man was a narcissist. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Every man was a narcissist. Every man abused women and all this type of stuff. And when I was going line by line of what narcissism entail, it was almost like most of the women to the T. And it almost sounds like I'm bashing, but it was almost crazy. Like, but if you look at the seven deadly sins, right? Lust, the unrestrained sexual craving. What is the hoe phase?
Right, to satisfy that. Right.
Gluttony.
To satisfy that lust.
Gluttony, to overindulge, especially by overeating. Pride, an inflated sense of one's accomplishments. Sloth, laziness and lack of effort. Wrath, uncontrollable feelings of hatred and anger. Greed, excessive desire for mutual things. Envy, jealousy towards another's happiness. Come on now, I know we're all human, but come on now, let's be.
And we experience all of those feelings, all of those devils.
Huh?
We experience all of those devils.
We do experience, but who is having more free reign to exercise these feelings?
Who's having more free reign to exercise those devils?
Hey, I make $50,000 a year. I'm a boss, bitch. I'm boss this. I'm that. I'm this. I'm Hey, I own me I own, like I own me a booth in the nail shop. I'm a boss, bitch. I'm a this. I'm a that.
Hey, I just wanted to weigh it out in my mind, but you right. It's women.
Lust. I can fuck whoever I want to fuck. I want to go through on my whole stage. You can't tell me what to do. If I want to jump on 100 dicks, I can jump on 100 dicks.
Okay, so then there's a reality though. There's a thing that people think about, but then they're not actually doing, or they, you know what I'm saying? They talk about
sloth. I don't want to cook. I don't want to clean. I don't need no man. I don't want to be working. I don't want to be no slave. Sloth.
She trying to adopt all that. She trying to feel all that and make that real. Like, I mean, because women don't start off like all of that. They get turned into a
Right.
lot of different things.
Greed. I need a man that makes 6 foot. I mean, he's 6 foot. He needs to be six figure. He need to make $200,000, and he need to buy me anything I want to. I shouldn't have to pay no bills or anything like that.
Right.
Envy. Look at her. I'm finding her. I should have what she got. Come on, man.
It's gonna be a good series, man. I can't wait. This is gonna be it's gonna be good. Sounded interesting. I can't wait.
I mean, the 7 deadly sins, man. I mean, like an uncontrolled feeling of hatred and anger, like as wrath.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy how like
that's what they explain. They exemplify those moods, those emotions, and those devils all the time. They show it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I mean, but
is that to say that men don't think that or don't execute those things, or?
Well, yeah, it is.
You're just saying it's louder or out there more with women. You're saying
okay. If a woman is lustful, what's stopping her from sleeping with a whole bunch of men?
That's what. See, she may talk a good one, but okay, there's nothing really stopping her. Then the man has to agree. It's just people who agree.
Well, I'm just saying, if a man is lustful, what are the chances that he can sleep with a whole bunch of women compared to a woman being lustful?
He can. I mean, he can. Well, you mean the dynamics of like I could go get a whole bunch of.
What I'm saying is most women in this society can be as lustful and execute on that lust as they want to. She can be 5 foot, 400 pounds, and still people's going to hit that.
Yeah, she can always get a man.
If a dude is the same thing and he doesn't bring anything or resources to the table, he's out of gas.
For certain women.
For most women.
Men have done a lot of different things with a lot less.
I'm just saying sloth, right? Laziness, right? If you don't work as a man, you don't eat, right?
Right.
If you don't work as a woman, can you still eat?
They both can still eat. People supplementing a lot of different things in their life all the time.
But most likely you can. I mean, there's resources, there's safety nets for women. There's not that many. Why? So how come? So how come there's? If you go under a bridge in Atlanta, you see so many men.
Because men are more apt to not get more. Men are more apt to actually really like not get no provisions and really just wind up just dying or just withering over. Like men don't handle everything like women do. They'll just die off, like just not care. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you'll see when women, somebody will care about them and they will get aid and they got more windows open for them not to be the woman under the bridge. You got to be really, really mentally, you know what I'm saying?
Greed, the excessive desire for material things. Mm-hmm. Who is the biggest consumer in America? By far. Who gets marketed to by far?
Women. By far. This is her world. She's building up and investing into.
Right. Mm-hmm. Gluttony and overindulgence, especially by overeating.
Oh yeah, big time foodies.
Yes. Jealousy towards another's happiness. Who usually pulls down like that happy family? Who usually tries to break up that happy family?
It's the woman for one reason or another. One of the wheels is flat or something is going on, and she's about to pull it down in some way, some shape or form.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing about it is I look at the 7 days. Now, are men susceptible to this? Yes, we are susceptible to this, right?
Right.
But the society that we're living in, almost, I mean, we can't execute these things. A lot of these things, it's like worse. I mean, okay, like how many men, like you know how like you'll have like a co-parenting relationship or something like that. A breakup. There'll be kids involved, right? Right. And the man has moved on, to another woman, right? And you have a thing called pride. You know, the woman is prideful. He's like, I'm not letting him see his kid because of his how many men are in position to be able to be able to restrict a woman from being able to see her kids because of his
Right.
pride is hurt that she's with somebody else?
Big point. Big fact. Not
Huh?
many at all. Not big fact. Not many at all.
No, there's not
If
that
at
many.
all. Not if
That,
many. Not if all at all. Like you don't see that.
no, it's not. I mean, are men are there some dudes that are greedy? Yes, but most men are not greedy like that. They're almost practical. You feel me? I mean,
Right.
and now you're gonna have some people that live in excess.
Right. We're gonna have people that live a whole lot of different ways. We know all the different ways, but then who's attracted to who's trying to get with what and make somebody do something.
Hmm.
You know, those are the tenements. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody could have certain things, but they might not want it from you. Or then some
Right.
people have certain things, and then they want it. They definitely want it from you. So it's like I always just look at the fruit of a woman and whatever she's thinking about trying to do. Okay, we're talking about the devils right now that she practices, but it's all not resulting in a family. It's all not resulting in any fruit. So then it's all wrong, and it's all I can't. I would love to see the series when you put it together and go
Yeah, I'm
in
gonna
on
put
it.
it together. Yeah,
Yeah,
seven
yeah,
deadly sins.
yeah.
But
Seven deadly sins.
I know, but you know, these truths a lot of times, you know, chaps people's ass. It chaps people's ass in a way that that it's it's almost in a way sometimes it almost feel counterproductive because they're the default, especially for the sisterhood, no matter what we say, is the default response is resistance.
Okay, right, right. True.
Am I way off base when I say
No,
resistance?
no, not at all. You're right on point. Right. They're gonna resist. Well, namely because you're not their man. They don't want the rules of you. But let LL Cool J or Idris Elba or somebody else present the same things. Oh, I'm with that.
Yeah.
So I take it with a grain of salt. If you're talking right or anything that's right and is right for man, woman, and child, this is how we're gonna coexist and live peacefully. That's right. You know what I mean? Nobody can speak against that. So when you're met with the women's resistance a lot like that, and what they talking
Yeah.
about, she just don't want it from you. She just don't want you to be seen as the man and stuff like that. We have that dynamic here in the space,
Yeah. But the thing about what you just said to LL Cool J, if most of the time if you're living in abundance, they're not you this is not going to be even your fight.
right? Exactly. That's very
It's not
true.
your fight
That's very
at
true.
all.
That's
If
very
you're living
true.
in abundance.
That's
Now,
very
if you're
true.
living in a scarcity mindset, um, a lot of times, even if you, I mean, if you're living in a scarcity mindset and you express this disdain or anything like that, it's going to be met with resistance.
Right. Nah, your point stands. Your point stands.
It's going to be met with resistance. So, I mean,
Yep.
I think black men as a collective, we have to go to the negotiation table if we're going to keep the black family involved and be like, hey, you guys can go, like we'll give you like once every 2 year whore pass, and you can kind of do whatever the hell you want to do. Then you can come back to the plantation. I think
Well,
it's just we
won't
need
that
to.
be won't that be
We need to
personal though between two
no, I think
people?
we just really need to
Um,
bring back plantations.
bring back plantations.
Yes,
Mm.
to keep the family unit going. Because I think we need to get the bed bucks. The bed bucks.
Out the way. Weed
No,
them out.
actually, I think they're the key. They're the key to the
Okay.
family because I
Okay.
think the bed bucks need to work together to kind of build like a almost like villages.
Wouldn't that be more like a polygamous situation or
I
polyism
think
thing?
so.
No, it's
I
more
think
like some
so.
type of. I think the freedom of the world now is that if you want to get into that, you can, or you can find people who live like that and get with them. But most people want to possess somebody and have them all to themselves. You know what I'm saying? So I like the polygamous situation. We're talking about taking care of the family and everybody, all money underneath one roof, and it's
Mhm.
not just one head; it's multiple, and so it's had it got its benefits, and it's available. Many people live like that on a low budget level and on a high level. So
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? It's available. So it's like, it's I mean, I just look at family first, you know what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah,
let the
but I
families
think, I
first.
mean, I think realistically, that's the current deal. That's
That is the
being
deal.
that's the current deal, because I just don't think like um they're ever going to give up twerking on tables. Like it's just the social norm. Like they need to be able to do that Meg the Stallion thought shit. Like
Yeah.
and still have a family. So,
Right, right, right.
but I mean, but the thing about it, on the flip side, can you keep a thought happy?
I don't know. I don't think it got too much legs on it. It ain't going for too long, you know.
I'm being, I'm being serious, dog.
I
If
mean,
you,
I think it's got its quick thrills, and then that's a wrap.
yeah, I know, but like even the strippers, they're even upset. They're even mad. They're even trying to, get cuffed and shit like that. But they have all the I mean, they have free reign to doing all the thought that they want. But
Yeah, but they don't want to just get no regular dude. They want to get some high status. It's probably more about the status of a dude if she's stripping.
okay.
I would
So, but
think
the
because she got dudes around her all the time. She want to settle down or want to do. She just pick the one that like her.
yeah, I don't know. I'm with you. I'm more for the family. I'm for the family, and I just want to see families win again. But I think they've. I mean, men have to just take. I just think that if the family unit is going to check, we're just going to have to make a bunch of concessions. I mean, I'm just thinking from a logical standpoint, like
Right.
those
I
men,
understand.
like if they're going to stay in this situation, they're just going to have to make a lot of concessions, because the thing about it is, if you're negotiating with a terrorist, would the terrorist ever make any concessions?
Exactly. It makes perfect sense. So it's like I'm not negotiating with terrorists. There's no negotiations. In my mind, I'm like, we're not going for your deal. We either gonna come to the table amicably and get to what, meet at the mutual, what we share interests in and go about living that life and doing what we need to do or not. And good luck to whoever signs on to your program. There's no hate. There's never no hate. Still wish you well. There's never no hate.
I have to
Still
throw you
wish you
under
well
the
in
bus
life.
now. No, I was I just having this conversation, but it was just like I was having the who else is up here? The whole, like, a lot of these things. Like I just saw something where there's a person that put the baby in I guess in happier times when the baby and the one girl were kissing each other, and somebody put uh narcissism 101, and it was almost crafted like the baby's a narcissist, and
I
they're
mean,
kissing
they
and stuff
are
like
though. I mean, yeah, a lot of people are. A lot of people be wanting. Some people want to hate on the narcissist. Some people want to big them up. But it's just like, it's just like they are, and he is, and it's like, but he's attractive, so women want him, so they got to deal with that, you know.
I know, but don't you
Because if you're an
feel,
attractive narc, then you're good.
but don't you feel that, I mean, I guess narcissism is almost ingrained in our society.
Yes, and yeah, because we have a need to feel one up and better than the next person, or to be.
Yeah,
We have
look,
to
look,
give our own self-esteem, and it goes over the board, and a
mhm.
whole lot of different things. So yeah, mentally,
Look,
yeah.
think about it. I'm reading this article right now. It says, "Are you a narcissist? The most common signs, symptoms of narcissistic personality disorder. The first one always talks about themselves. What are people on TikTok and social media doing all day about themselves?
Talking about themselves. But
This
this
is-
is the society we're in right now that feeds to all that. So
right.
you as a man need to know, do you want that type of person like that? You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying it is, it's almost ingrained. I mean, men get that stigma for being narcissists, but it's not. I mean, a lot of dudes are not able to exercise those same things. You know,
Right.
you know, how many people are really going to be on your platform as a dude if you ain't showing ass and tits? That's really even listening to fuck what you're saying.
No, you're right. I get you.
Nothing. The second is fantasize.
Mm.
They fantasize having the best everything, including house, cars, clothing, and others status affirming things. Who is doing this?
It's women.
Get the bag culture.
That's right. I talk. That's right. You're right. Absolutely right.
Believes they are superior. That's 3 on the list.
Right.
Who is saying I'm a boss, bitch? I'm grandiose. I'm do. Yeah. They have a grandiose self of self importance.
Women.
I'm sorry, man. I'm not bashing y'all. I'm not bashing y'all at all.
No, it's not bashing. I love women. They ain't never got a bash.
Requires constant praise.
Yeah, it's women. A lot of
They're
women go through those
incredibly
things.
insecure and very fragile self-esteem. Who's on social media showing their ass and twerking every goddamn day?
It's women, but it's also dudes that like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so they co-sign them.
A sense of entitlement.
Yeah.
Who feels like if they go in the club, they shouldn't have to, like, even though everybody pays to get into the club, they shouldn't have to pay for the club or the drinks or even the dinner.
Women. But we know these dynamics though, right? But there's men to co-sign that and take advantage of those dynamics.
Right.
So
Well, I mean, men are getting are getting labeled as narcissists. 6, takes advantage of others. What does a sugar baby does?
she takes advantage of others. She takes advantage of that guy.
What is a foodie
That
does?
guy, she taking advantage of the guy that's willing to spend on the food.
How many men do you know that can do the same thing?
Nah, you're right. You're right.
They can't.
They can't.
Right. Envious of others. I guess it's both, but I experienced this before where, you know, you deal with a woman and, you know, she's looking on social media. She's like, why can't we go on this vacation? Why can't you get, you know, why can't we do this? Why can't we have this car? So
yeah, that really sucks for anybody in any generation, time, or anything. You comparing what we got going to what somebody else doing. That's a killer.
But who's always doing that on a daily basis?
Women
comparing themselves to other, you know. You enjoy being the center of attention.
Women. And that tight dress and heels.
Lack of empathy.
Which should not be common to a woman, but women. Because when you think of a woman and think of a man, you think the differences are that a woman are soft, empathy, all these type of caring type of things. But you know,
right.
So now they're changing a lot of narratives.
Think about it. Think about it, right? Have you ever dealt with a woman, right? And you know, no matter how shit transpired, if you like, say, for instance, if you started to care or you had really strong feelings for even after you break up, you still have some type of care for them, right? You don't want to see them doing bad, you know, per se. I've never dealt with a woman. I'm like, hey, I wish she fucking dies or whatever. For most men, right?
Right.
You would say that, right?
Right.
How does she feel about you after you guys are done?
Oh, she's trying to destroy you, your reputation.
She don't give a fuck about you. She don't give a fuck about you. Yeah, exactly.
Or she don't care. Right. Yeah.
Right. And this is not just me. I mean, I'm just going over the bullet points of what Boundless ambition.
Boundless ambition.
There,
Yeah.
there's no limit to the ambition.
Yeah. She gonna be riding a jet set, riding on a jet
Right,
across the
right, right.
Caribbean
Okay,
islands.
let's just say let's look at this from this perspective, right? Let's just say I'm I'm 5'2", and I got a big gut. I make average money. Should I expect to date a supermodel?
No, you don't have no money either. No, not
Right?
expect.
Let's just say I'm 5 foot, 200 pounds. I got two baby daddies. I make average money. Should I expect to date Brad Pitt, or can I date Brad Pitt, or do I think I can get a Brad Pitt, or Idris Elba or something like that?
Right. You saying that she thinks she still can?
Exactly. I know because they think they can.
But
The
that's
thing about
cool.
it is,
That's cool, man. I ain't hate no women. Can she get
no,
it
no, 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 no.
though?
No, it's I understand where it comes from, because even if you're Brad Pitt or Idris Elba, you'll still bang a two. You'll still bang a three just
That's
to
just
be
men.
banging
That's
them.
just man stuff. It doesn't have nothing to do
Right.
with
That's just
title or
man stuff.
status.
So
That's just
so
man
they
stuff.
might have been banged by one of those guys, or two or three of those guys in their life. That becomes their standard. Like with a man, we kind of almost, every man has lucked up and outkicked this coverage, right? You've probably fucked a bad bitch that you never thought you were gonna fuck before, but you did it. But you keep it realistic. He's like, well, that was kind of a one-off, or she might have thought I had some clout or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That's not gonna be our default. We're not gonna be thinking, damn, just because I got that bad bitch, I'm gonna be able to get every bad bitch. That's what I'm saying with the narcissist, like the boundless,
Right.
like
I totally get what you're saying. Right.
right. I
Right.
mean, as men, we even in sports, we know if we can't dunk a ball. We know we're never gonna be able to run a 4.3, but
Right.
them, they can think they can do. I mean, you can do
Because they got the vagina power.
right, exactly.
Right.
Incredibly insecure.
Yeah, that would be them.
Incredibly insecure.
That would be
I
women.
mean, we can blame it on men, but I'm just saying, it's like I wake up, take a shower, show my face, no makeup. How many? And I can go outside doing that, but how many of them can do that?
Right. Well, right. But we understand why they do it. They're trying to present well, trying to attract.
Right, but I
Trying.
mean, if you're secure of your natural beauty, why would you have to put on makeup?
No, you're right. They're not. They're very insecure. Very,
Right.
and they're also trying to compete too, because part of the level up community is always have your makeup done. So if I'm a woman had traditionally not doing my makeup and not living that life, but now I'm trying to practice a certain, philosophy or hypergamy or whatever you're doing, and this is the requirement, prerequisite for I gotta get into the makeup thing now.
Yeah. And I'm going through, this is a 12th bullet point. Incredibly charming. Very manipulative.
When they want to be, for the guy that they
Exactly.
want, for the guy that they want to be for.
When they want something, what do? They charm the hell out of you.
Bat their eyes, right? They like a prostitute would. Hey,
Exactly.
baby, staring in your eyes, batting the eyes, a lot of contact, skin to skin, touching, hand on the chest, hand on the back of the shoulder, and they're gonna give you the sense that I'm trying to get something. I'm trying to get with you.
Now, there's men that are charming, yes, but I'm just saying I'm going over these all these points, right? That get they're synonymously with men, and you're finding that most of the default state of a lot of these modern women are narcissists.
Absolutely. That's why they got 100. You're right. They got 100 channels of women talking all about this, but they the biggest ones.
Extremely competitive. Men are we're competitive, but are we more competitive than them? when it
No,
comes to
and we want more space. Like we just territorial. Like you do
right.
your thing over there, I do my thing over here.
Here's point 14. Like, I mean, no, I mean, when they go in the
We don't
room,
always want to.
they want to, they want, the red bottoms and stuff, not because the red bottoms look better, because they can outstomp the other chick. You know what I'm saying? That's whatever. Hold grudges.
No, they do. These are all the things that I see. You just line it up. You point into all the things that they overwhelmingly are the higher percentage in.
Yeah, I know. Too. There was, from my ex situation. There were two family members. They were sisters. They can be in the same room and not talk to each other. And I've seen this shit plenty of times,
Right.
even in my
Right.
where they're hold a grudge.
Right. Oh no, I've seen it too. Live up close and personal. Seen it too.
Yeah, I know, but do men hold grudges?
Nah, it's not good for us to do it anyway.
Yeah, I know. Well, they said hell has no path or with a woman
Fury
scorn.
like a woman scorned, right?
Yeah, isn't that grudge holding?
No, definitely.
Can't take criticism well.
Yeah. All these things, man. You hitting it all over the button.
This is line 15.
Did you come up with those, or did that?
I'm reading the signs that you might be a narcissist.
Oh, okay. So that's just straight scientific bio. Yeah.
Yes.
And they're lining up with it. Totally.
Right. You know how we say like it's not how you said it. It's like it's not how it's not what you said. It's how you said
How
it.
you say it?
Or yeah, or just any type of being critical of
Right.
Come on, man. I mean,
I'd be lacking in it, but these are the differences between men and women.
perfectionism. Think about it. With men, if we find a woman that kind of meets our needs or whatever, right?
Right.
She doesn't. I mean, we don't put any type of parameters, right?
Right.
I mean, we would like to build the perfect woman, but that's not realistic. But how many women out there are trying to build Frankenstein?
Good point.
6'10". I want him 6'5". You need $1 million. A big pipe, last 3 hours. Like he ain't gonna ask me to cook. He ain't gonna ask me to clean. But how many? Like the reason I think it's so funny because we hear these Frankensteins like I watched was that Fresh and Fit show sometimes, and then they have the probability where they'll get their perfect man, and these chicks like most of the time it's like 0.0, like it's like a segment of the population that's so minute that it's unrealistic, and we're just talking about narcissism. We're not complaining about women, guys, but I mean this is point 17, and how many have the scales have tripped that's more towards them have we went over?
Like basically all of them.
Okay, feeling depressed. I mean, I guess that's on both sides. Most, we can feel depressed, So I'll be neutral on that one. But it is who's taking more depression medication, between the genders. Hello?
Nah, they're definitely taking more medication.
Mm-hmm. Difficulty regulating emotions. I don't even need to go over that one. And this is bullet point 18. This is it's. I mean, me and my boy, we did a review over this, and it was insane how a lot of these talking points about how men are narcissists and stuff like that was being unabated, like it was just being unchallenged. And if you look at this
Unchallenged by who? By men?
by men, yeah.
On
I
women's
think
channel?
we're just accepting, hey, yeah, you know what? Mostly men are narcissists. You know, I guess I don't know because when you look at the term, didn't you think it was more synonymous with men being of suffering for narcissism?
No, and we don't even have to think because you look at the spiritual whistleblower. You look at it's like 20 women's channels that talk strictly about narcissism. And they talk about their own mothers and their family. They talk about the women in their family. They talk about all the where it come from and where they get it. They talk about all of that. And it's not men.
Oh, okay. My bad. Maybe I was lost in the sauce.
Yeah, like when it comes to this narcissism, it's big, and on YouTube, it's very big, and it's like 20 different women's channels. You can't get a one channel
But
about men talking about.
I thought that they were mostly calling men narcissists.
No, I mean that's a narrative spin by a woman. But when you get into the whole thing, like you're breaking it down now, and they break it down, and they talk about their personal experiences. A lot of them talk about the women, the mothers that it comes from.
Yeah.
So you know, this is like a devil and it's handed down, passed
Yeah.
down. And so I never really associated. I don't associate that type of stuff with men. Like, you know what I'm saying? I look at men like loving, honorable men that want to take care of their families and do right in the world. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I don't believe in a lot of women's narratives.
Yeah,
I know better.
I mean, at the current state that we are in, especially in this modern culture, would you say, knowing some of the information that we have, I mean, this might sound controversial, would you say most women are unlovable?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would say that, sadly.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why dudes got to get out of here. That's why this system is structured and everything is breaking down.
I mean, if something is unlovable, right, itself, you said, it said you are what you eat. How can they be trusted to nurture the future generation?
Exactly. That's the big conundrum that they painting themselves into with their rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? And how they talking about going about life and living and stuff. They are painting themselves into that conundrum. That's why they can't really get the respect and the support that they are looking for, and the protection and all this different stuff. You're not lovable. Who wants to love and protect you?
Right.
Show him, produce him, and y'all go about doing y'all lovely thing. They are void of that. They are void of that reality, and they're trying to make up every excuse to not be in it. So that also affects you, because we're charged with holding the family together. They are doing everything to split the family up.
Is it because it's one of those 7 deadly sins of was it sloth, laziness?
Daydreaming. That's what I look at it. They just doing too much dreaming instead of rolling their sleeves up and getting to work. And then they don't honor the man that comes with the best work. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like in our world, the guy that's, you know what I'm saying? The guy that loves you and has got the best work for you is your man. We don't give a hell what you think.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
If you just want to have fun all the time, I mean,
without any repercussions.
Right. I mean, if you have, like, for instance, if you have these perceived safety nets or escape routes, why would you ever? I just don't understand how would. And I wish I had a woman to ask this. Like, why would you ever want to cooperate under any type of man's guidance? Because if you know that, as soon as the man that you're with, he's not giving you the type of compliance that you want, even though you don't really have the leadership abilities that he has, and you can just go get another one that's going to give you compliance. Why would you ever comply with any man?
That makes perfect sense if they could really go get the next man. They leaving out.
But they think they can.
But they're not. That's why I'm trying to I'm trying to separate the reality of things. Like they're doing a lot of thinking and talking, but when it comes down to the reality of the situation, where's the man? Where's the family? They cannot produce it. So then, you know what I'm saying? In theory, what you're saying sounds right. If they could actually, you know what I'm saying, get the man. Instead, they talking about dark wisdom. I'm gonna be a witch, get the bag, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Now we've been talking about some stuff like, but I think we, as men, because I have a son out here, because if I just don't, if the family, I want to have grandkids one day, hopefully, man, maybe, I don't know, but I'm just curious if you could really get a candid conversation with the typical trope black woman, especially in our community. I can only speak for the black. Like, what type of deal are they? Well, I don't even know if it's going to be. That's the thing. I don't even know if it's going to be a deal when they don't feel like they have to make any kind of concessions. Like, I mean, I guess fair. We can throw fairness out the window.
Right.
Is it just going to be like men just go into some type of, for pseudo slavery?
Nah, men aren't going to do that. Men aren't going into slavery. Like, what are you talking
about? I'm asking. I was like, what? I mean, what deal
talking about? Men are die. Men are just
might be appropriate?
Say that again.
What deal do you think that they feel like might be appropriate for men? Because obviously they don't want men to have shit, like no power or anything like that. But yet they want men to be around to protect them and to to give them resources.
To co-sign their nonsense. They want men to co-sign their nonsense.
So I mean, is there, if they're running shit and they're bossing everything up, what role does a man can even play in this?
That's an illusion that they bossing it up and they running shit. That's an illusion. What do they run? They can't run a successful household and family. They ran nothing. Zero. Does that make sense? Or
it makes sense. But what I'm saying,
what are they accomplishing? They just talking. What are they accomplishing? Where's the fruit?
What's the deal? What deal do you think that they will be willing to accept?
A deal. I don't believe in negotiating. Like, I don't know what deal.
Negotiation.
Well, no, not because of relationships are personal. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like a group effort and we all gonna do the same thing as a group.
Okay, all right. Let's put it like this. I mean, let's just have the allowance of like the modern woman being as delusional as she. We give her a whole free pass to be a delusional. Like, maybe you can be as delusional as you want to. I mean, what would her world look like?
That's right. It's be her world. It don't matter because she's going crazy in her head. So it don't matter what her world look like. It's all looking bleak.
No, I'm talking about in her ideal world. Because the thing about it is like, even if you had an island full of queens, there can only be one queen. Like, so that is out the window.
Listen, if there was an island for the woman anywhere, there would be a man that would go take it over. That's number one. So they not having
and I was waiting for you. I was waiting for you to say this, but I'm gonna say it anyways. They don't know what the hell they want.
We known that for many ages now of civilization and time. We've been known that. We've been worked that out forever. That's why I said, why are you paying attention to them? Who knows? They don't know what they want or what they're going to do.
But hold on.
They have to always, the concept of life and men and women is they always have to turn back to us. So it don't matter what the hell they talking about.
But the thing about it is if we all decide to leave, when they destroy whatever they have, who's gonna come and fix it?
They'll get some simp. They'll get some simp. They'll get somebody who they put the moves on like a prostitute and get him to come mop up.
There will be mop up duties.
Yeah, they'll find somebody to mop up.
But the thing about it is there's not. I mean, think about it. it's not. I mean, in the 80s, in the 70s, you had the whole stepdaddy thing. Like, dudes were stepping into those roles, but dudes are simply not doing that no more.
But
They're just
but
smashing and dashing.
the thing is, women don't want them to do that. You know what I'm saying? The thing, like, men would do a lot of different things by way of women that are positive, but women don't want it. She's trying to narrow down personally who she wants to do what, and that guy is like, nah, I'm good.
Right.
Because there's plenty of men who will step up and do a lot of different things in women's life. It's not men is not the problem. Like, all men gotta just know you like me, you loving me, you dealing with me. He's off and running. So how is she got the coochie and everything and the power, and then she's letting all of that go? Like, you know, saying she can't exact anything from all this power that she got. Like, she don't want it. There's no need to talk to a woman that don't, you know what I'm saying, ain't trying to do right.
Right.
In my opinion.
That's kind of messing up. I mean, jeez. I'm just thinking about, like, what if you had all these we got Toya in the building. Toya.
Afternoon, Toya.
Good afternoon, guys.
What's going on?
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I hope we're not getting we didn't trigger anybody in the space by this whole conversation.
Now you know me better than that.
No, I mean, the thing, because we've been like analyzing a lot of this stuff, and I was just trying to be objective. I'm trying to take trying to be objective, and I'm trying to think of, because I have a son out here,
right?
I'm just trying to think of, in future generations, what type of deal, or I don't even think it's a deal, because honestly, we've went to a point where no matter how much information that you give, it's just a point of diminishing return. I mean, the information is not, it's not even being processed. It's like, oh yeah, whatever, we can do whatever we want to do. I mean, obviously, men are not going to go nowhere. They're going to need men in society. I guess, what is the ideal, the ideal thing that these modern women are looking for? Is it just like they can have the wife label and kind of still be a whore? Or do they still, do they want like the family but still be able to do whatever they want to do? Or do they just want like a
you're gonna keep chasing your tail until it starts chasing you. I keep telling you, you like, you're describing one kind of woman. You're not describing all women. You're describing one kind of woman. And until you start looking outside of her, you're never going to see the woman that you keep looking for. You've asked me this question in a myriad of ways over the few panels that you and I have been on together, whether it be your own or somebody else's. And my answer is always going to be the same. If you keep looking in the same dumpster, you're going to find the same garbage.
Right.
And it's like, I get what you're looking for in terms of, you want it to look a certain way. But unfortunately, what comes with that look is usually a bunch of trash. Now, can you find a nice looking woman who's fit and feminine? Sure, you can. It's just that you can't keep looking for her in the same dumpster you've been looking for her in. You got to find her in places.
I see that what you're talking about, Toya. What we're talking about is more of the collective.
I know, but like, why would I want to discuss the collective of women that I don't belong to?
But the thing about it is okay. You know what? Maybe I'm stupid. For thinking for coming to the social programming, but and there's probably many guys that, like me, out there. When we see that trope that being presented, we think all you guys are like this. So that's where I'm coming from. I know that's not the case, but the average guy is looking at some of the imagery and he thinks all you guys are like this. I understand that you have a story. You can actually tell we're not all like this. But can you agree that the imagery in the social programming that we have makes a lot of men think like me.
Absolutely, I can agree. And it leaves a lot to be desired. But I think Black people's problem, by and large, men and women, is that we need to learn how to leave the block. And so until we leave the block and venture out from where we are comfortable and from where our family is, then we often will not see something different. That's really all it boils down to. You got to leave the block. You got to leave your comfort zone, and you'll be surprised at what you find. And to your point about your son, I think you're doing the right thing by trying to expose him to everything that you found as maybe a mistake or not what you want. But also, you got to work on the other side of it, which is exposing him to that which you don't know, and so that you can discover it together and perhaps even find something that you didn't even know you were looking for.
Yeah. But what we were talking about earlier is you said we do have to venture out. But if we do venture out, this is the thing. This is going to be at the expense of the Black family, though.
I don't think so, because as long as you're Black and you have a Black dick, you're gonna have a Black kid. So I'm sorry to be so crass, but like I don't agree with that. I feel, and I also don't feel like if the collective or the majority is something unsavory, that there's anything to save.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, as far as that goes, I want you to go out and be great and go get what you think is going to make you great. And if that happens to be a non-Black woman, then so be it. That's on us. We got to hold that L.
So what do you think about the guys that just given up?
They have every right to. Here's the thing. Life is about choices. So you either make the choice to give up or you make the choice to choose differently. You play whatever game that you want to play in. Nobody's making you play the game. Right. But if you're going to play the game, you have to know the rules. You have to know what gives you the edge as a player. It's just as simple as that. Like I'm not playing a game that I know I'm going to lose. I'm playing because I know I can win and I'm going to win.
Yeah, Toya, what would you say, because we have that, that sisterhood trope. Would you say, I mean, from your experience, I'm just talking about from your experience, maybe because of the circles that you keep in, would you say there was more of your mindset or the sisterhood, like, let me get the bag, let me be unruly type?
Oh, it's definitely more of the unruly because no, I'm gonna use a personal anecdote. All the women around me feel that way. It's why I was on the wrong path for such a long time, because I felt like that's what it was supposed to be. You have your matriarchs telling you to go to school, get all your education, get a good career, and at every turn I was conferring with them about what moves to make, only to one day wake up and realize, wait a minute, I don't want to be alone in my 50s. I don't want to be alone in my 60s. I'm looking at my mom, I'm looking at my grandmother, and they're alone. And I get it. It's easy to say, oh, well, they did it because they had to. But like, there comes a point when you realize actually it's a choice. You didn't have to, but because you chose that you wanted certain things, that you had to go about getting them in a way that cut you out of having companionship.
My bad, I had to take that phone call. But
That's
I just
okay.
kind of hope it's not. I just kind of hope. I'm kind of maybe I don't know how to. I'm kind of a hopeless romantic kind of. I kind of want to have some type of validation that what we are seeing is not the norm, but at every turn it almost seems it is the norm. It's almost depressing though. It is, and I've explained why is it more depressing for me, because I actually grew up and I've seen something different than what we're seeing now. It's almost like my default expectation is this type of debauchery. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, like this jaded. I don't like to be this jaded. I really don't. It's not fun. You know, like
I
it's
get that. I really do get that. I want you to know that I understand where you're coming from. Conversely, I could say that I don't like being as jaded as I am with reference to how Black women end up. And that was my motivation for going about life differently.
mm-hmm.
So, this is why I don't get mad when Black men say that they're gonna leave and find women elsewhere, because to me, that's the only hope we have. Because if you guys are our leaders, then you need to find viable women that are willing to lead, to be led. And
Yeah.
if those women don't exist within the Black community, again, we have to hold that L.
Mm-hmm. You know, but there is a another side to that, and let's talk about the baby situation. Um, I'll talk about that baby situation for a second. You know, like going to a Danny Lynn or something like that. One of those, like, those non-black women, they almost feel like that their default should be a baby. Like they only deserve the best of our best. Just because they can be mediocre as hell, and they deserve the best of our best. So they have an inflate when it comes to black men. Sometimes I think they have an inflated, you know, um, sense of entitlement. So the other side is not as good as people might think it might be. You know what I'm saying? Like, uh, the run of the mill Spanish chick. If she got big booty or whatever, she thinks she deserves, Lil Uzi Vert. So you still ain't safe.
I mean, but you're giving them a lot by calling them the best of the best. I don't mean to hold you, Triple Black. I love you, but
Right. You know what? You're right. I'm talking about like far as resources. I mean,
yeah,
that's
I mean
that's
they
low
are
vibrational.
men of means, but that don't mean much.
Right. They're low vibrational, but it's
Yeah.
yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah. But I think there's a set of problems that comes, when you go outside too. I think there is a big set of problems.
Oh, that's a fact. That's a fact. You don't sacrifice one thing for nothing.
Mhm.
Obviously, there's more to contend with when you step outside of the culture, but you know, you gotta be willing to do that, I guess, if you really want companionship in a family.
Yeah.
It's a choice.
No, it's a. I mean, it's not a fun choice, but it is a choice. But man, it's kind of like I say, when we were growing up, as a man, you kind of envisioned yourself at some point having settling down and having a family and things like that. Um, but now, sometimes the rhetoric that you hear, especially coming from other men, so I asked two young men the other day. Uh, they were like, "I don't want no family." Toya's gone, but anyways, I don't even know what happened to New Era TV. What happened to you, bro?
Ever Black, I'm right here.
I must have started Borging or something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
But no, I mean, you kind of almost envision the family. You had that imagery in your head. Hey, a legacy and all this type of stuff. I mean, maybe I'm just talking about myself personally. I don't know if that
No,
it was a
no,
huge thing that happened.
that's a thing that many men think about, but like women got to break it up just like men. Like there's guys that want to start off their family, right? They don't have any kids, and there's guys that's trying to start their families and thinking about that. And then there's guys who already got family. They ain't gonna be family. They ain't trying to do family. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So women got to start the discerning, and because women have a thing where they don't have a set priority. Where like, okay, if he doesn't have any kids, you know what I'm saying? Or rather, I don't have any kids, he's not going to have any kids. You know what I'm saying? We're going to start this off together.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of women don't have that mindset and just certain things that should be of top priority to kind of narrow down to that man and that woman can actually go into a shared life together.
Yeah. So it's the you run 3 laps and I'll run the third lap. I mean the fourth lap with you. Or you build the whole foundation, you build the house, and you're about to finish, put the doors on the thing, and I'll come in and act like I built the whole thing with you.
Right. I mean, two people should be building a life together. They're going to be customizing their relationship and their life together. So it should be able to start off from a start point and be able to, where they're continuing it. And they, that's how I look at things. But a lot of women come in between guys, got certain amount of kids, or she don't have none, or like the situations and ideals and everything just don't match up all the time. But she's still willing to go ahead and try to make something out of that.
Right. No, I mean the whole building together thing is just almost a foreign concept. It's like you should already have it.
Right. And more so from older women. A lot of older women who already had love and had relationships and got kids are trying to come with these concepts and ideas too. So it's just like you're not even in the market you're not starting no family. You ain't trying to do family, but you're talking about it a lot and then talking negatively against it. So that's a thing women have to watch out for other women. Every woman is not in the same position, you know what I mean? So
shout out to Sir Ism.
Shout out to Sir Ism.
Cooking. He did a funny video. You gotta check it out. I gotta share on my community tab. Yeah, man. I just think that this stuff it sounds repetitive. It sounds repetitive, but I think if it's not repeated and it's not regurgitated, it's not ever going to be processed. You know what I'm saying? Because this type of information that we're giving and we're talking about, a lot of times, even before we get into the meat and potatoes, it's already been disregarded. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you guys just like, there's some type
because relationships are so
it gets derailed.
The relationships are so interpersonal. You know what I mean? It's between you and that person. We could talk about the philosophies and theories and of a lot of different things, but it's really between those two people. Like a lot of women are making statistics. You know what I mean? They're adding to the statistics. Like
it seems like even the common relationship is so fragile. It's just so fragile.
Well, we're so free right now today. We're in a time that we haven't seen before. We're very free. And it just, to me, it just causes for more reality of who you really are, what you really want and trying to do, and who could do it with you. It just narrows everything down, and people trying to play so many different sides and, you know what I mean, get in where they can fit in that, you know what I mean, they screwing themselves out of something real. So that's why I just try to separate people from people. Like, who are you, what you about, what you trying to do, and that'll be separate from what this other chick is talking about. So like you said, I agree. Relationships are fragile, but it's begging you to be real. So all you got to do is two people have some real conversation and be about some real stuff or not.
What is preached, is men, and I understand, get your resources together. Get your resources together, get your money together, but it still doesn't exempt you from these pitfalls.
No, nothing is. This is life. I mean, we can run into any pitfall or anything. Curveball could be coming around the corner. So there's no excuse or escape, especially for men. We don't take that position. Yeah. We roll with the punches. We do what's necessary, what we can, and then we roll with it. Yeah. We ain't making excuses out here. Hey, you know what I'm saying? We are at whatever stage we are at in life, and we're getting better or not.
Yeah, but in order, and I did a show about this a while ago. How it almost seems, what a society has kind of deemed as toxic, I think for men it's almost necessary.
That's right. That's why we shouldn't be listening to nothing. We don't listen to society or what some woman is talking or think is toxic or this or that. Is who cares? Like,
Yeah,
you know what I'm
because
saying? We'll make it up, or you know what I'm saying? We have our own laws and constitutions that we go by. Like, we're not programmable.
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
So
I mean,
I don't adhere to that from a man's perspective. Like, we run the show. Like, we don't care about what program they running out here to anybody. Like, whoever's picking that up and listening to that, that's on them. And women are, to my mindset, women are more programmable. Women talk about, oh, they told us to do this, they told us to do that, and if we get this, we're going to get that, and you know what I mean. So women, that's kind of more of a thing women kind of say. Like, men, you know, we're going to do the best we can and roll with it. And you know what I mean. So all those expectations and things, is like, we don't really live an entitled life. We work, and we deal with life around that. In my opinion, and we get what we get. So I don't know. It's just two different aspects or ways of looking at things, and I just think that life is just begging everybody to be real, and it's separating people from people. The notions that they told us this, or we have to do this or that, like, we already know everything that we have is already preset. We got to work, we got to take care of ourselves, and we got to, you know, usually find a partner, you know, to help with that, called to help me.
Yeah, my bad, man. I had to take a
no problem.
Yes. But the solution, so I think what you talked about, one of the solutions, I think it might be just a full divestment. I think that's the only, you know how sometimes you have to, put your foot on somebody's neck sometimes to get them to act right. I think as a collective, a full divestment is almost necessary.
As a collective. So you're saying men and women, black people divest from each other?
No, I'm not talking. I think the men need to divest.
Okay, I'm just asking. Yeah, I'm just asking you to be specific.
Because the thing about it is if you're negotiating with a terrorist, what does a terrorist have to put on the table?
But why are you negotiating? Who asked you to negotiate? What are we talking about? Like, what? There is no negotiation. You coming with the concept of a negotiation of some sort, and I'm like, I don't know if that's the BGS thing or something like that. But there is no negotiate. Negotiate with your own partner. You and her sit down, you know, in your kitchen and talk things out amongst yourselves. But I mean, this concept, I don't know.
The reason I said that, because you got that whole herd mentality.
Right. And the whole herd ain't going to be in a relationship with you. Right? So I don't adhere to none of this herd. What are we doing all as a group together? No, some people going to go this way. Some people going to go that way. Some people going to go left, right.
What I'm saying is the herd has more influence than the actual men.
Not over men. Not over men. I think nobody has influence over men.
No, I think in most of the lives, I think the herd has more. I mean, I think, for instance, like, let's just say, like, you had a couple, right? I think like the woman would rather look good in front of the herd than versus her husband.
Exactly. And that's a big problem. And we're going to separate those women. We're going to find out who that woman is and who lives. You know what I'm saying? Let her keep talking and keep acting like she knows something and doing something.
Yeah.
You know, so that's a problem, because everything is for the show. It's everybody's not really being real. And then there's a personal life to people. So it's like, how much are you adhering to and actually letting program you? And it's not even real.
Right.
And my point is, men aren't programmed. We don't care. I don't care who said nothing about nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? When I get my woman, me and her will be dealing what we got to deal with. So that's my stance.
Yeah.
So what's toxic and what's not? I mean, you know, that's between, you know, those two people. We know people get into BDSM lifestyles, all type of different things. And is that toxic? There's ghetto gaggers, all type of stuff. Is that toxic? You know, people are signing up for that. So it's like, the thing about life is freedom. You know what I'm saying? You're free to do and think like how you want. That's the whole thing about getting grown. You were grown. You were not a kid. You were grown.
I think too. Also, yeah. You know what? If we do practice individualism, I think that will fix a lot of the problem too.
Absolutely, because everybody ain't the same individual. We ain't the same type. The family people are gonna get with the family people. Love for the lovers. Boring people with the boring people. F boys and F girls together. So and that all will bear out. Ain't no grown people got time for all that childish stuff. So,
do you think the Pookies and the Thoughts? Do you think they will naturally join forces?
Pookies and Thoughts naturally get together and join forces. What a concept. You got some good concepts, some good questions.
Or do you still think that the Thoughts are going to try to infiltrate the good family people?
Of course. I mean, anybody that's lacking in any area of their life, they're going to look to somebody else to supplement for that. I'm lacking in this area. I see you got it in this area. Let me try to hitch my thing to your wagon. So that's just right. I mean, that's just common survival and just natural instincts.
Right.
But how successful people can be in what they're trying to do is all the fruit, is the actual bare reality of things. So we already understand how we made it to this, to this generation, through the generations, and how we lived. And now we're breaking those concepts and trying to act like we know some new way. And then we all looking stupid and crazy. And it's like, let's just keep, saying. And women want to try to adhere or go back to 1950s concepts, but they don't want to live like that. Or, they want to fantasize about a lot of old back in the day stuff, but they too free to practice any of that stuff. So, but as long as they talk a good one, I want to see a good guy get with that. We'll be watching.
What generation are you? A Gen X? I mean, not Gen Xer, but millennial.
Yes, I'm Gen X. I'm Gen X.
Oh, you're Gen X too?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you've seen a lot of the stuff that I saw.
Oh yeah, and plenty more, and plenty of it. I come from it. I am it, so I know it in and out.
I mean,
some on greater levels, but I do come from it.
All right. I mean, the culture. I mean, I can't imagine, because we're in between the shit. I can't imagine the culture shock that the baby boomers are having right now, especially if they're on social media, to seeing the shit that they're seeing.
Well, right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's definitely a culture shock. I mean, times have changed. We are old enough now to have seen times change.
Somebody. So, because imagine them, you know what I'm saying? Because shit that people used to, take out their belt to whoop a person's ass for, they're seeing that shit on the regular.
Right. Right.
That shit is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Imagine as a 14-year-old, right? Like a 14, 13-year-old, and you were amongst a bunch of grown folks, and then you pull out a blunt, and then you start smoking that shit. How many of them would probably pull off their belt and whoop your little ass?
Well, if you're gonna be smoking and all that, I hope you at legal age or whatever the case may be. Hope you.
No, I'm talking about like 14, 13 or whatever. You just whip out a blunt in front of some grown folks.
Well, it's not illegal anymore, is it?
Well, it's not illegal, but if you do that in this modern day, I mean, it's almost acceptable.
Right. I mean, because look at the times we in. I mean, there's a huge opioid addiction and things going on too. So,
but what I was saying is the baby boomers. Imagine how much of their heads are shaking seeing some of this shit.
I mean, yeah. I mean, what they I mean, but they're used to. Well, yeah, true. But they've also. I mean, when we were young and in our hip hop phases and all that, we were already crazy to them.
Yeah, yeah,
You know
you're
what I'm
right.
saying? They seen a lot. They already in their bag. They good. They just looking at us like, oh, we don't know what y'all doing or how you gonna make it out. You know what I'm saying? They good. They got all their philosophies, all their old church habits and everything down. They solid in the people that they are. We trying to be somebody.
Hey, they're probably sitting there looking at like some of the old hoes are sitting there looking like, man, you like, ah, damn, I was never that out in front about my wholeness.
Right. Well, it's just a different day and time now because everything could be seen. Everything could be seen. It's not a time where things couldn't be seen or you had to really have that photo. You know what I'm saying? Or that to get that image. Right now, you can get it anywhere from anybody.
That's funny. It's hilarious, man. It's hilarious because I was talking about this before. I was like, this is going to be the first generation of young men that could have full validation that their mama was a hoe.
Yeah. That changes a lot of different things because our parents, I mean, well, their time, baby boomers and all that. I mean, they wanted to keep us, you know what I'm saying? And we're the love and the light of their life, their families and things of that spirit and nature is what they were about. And we're acting like we're going against that and trying to diss the older generation because now things are more like options are open. And so, but that's all right, go get that, you know what I mean? Why you got to diss what came before you and got you? Somebody put a pamper on you, somebody put some milk in your mouth, somebody got you to where you could be old enough to take care of yourself and think for yourself and know right and wrong. So don't hold that back against them. You grown now, what do you know?
Now we grown. I know
You know
that.
what I'm
I'm not holding
saying?
anything.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying people in general. A lot of mammyism talk about the older generations and the mothers and how they got down, and the fathers and the family across town and all this type of stuff. And none of that don't matter. They still got you to where you could be functional. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you can't charge them and their personal life and what they had going and trying to, you know what I'm saying? Somebody did right by you to get you to where you could be something. So go do that. You know what I mean? I don't like the going back charging to them. Everybody in any generation in time, there was going to be a lot of mistakes and people doing wrong, right? But for that most part, that generation from their foundations, they had a lot of the right stuff. You know what I mean? Now, as far as what they were dealing with inside America and how that affected them, you know what I'm saying? And then the next generation, I mean, we could talk about it, but it's like no matter what, every generation you're going to take care of each other, and that's that.
Yeah, you're gonna
You know
take
what
care
I'm
of each
saying?
other.
All this, like all the semantics of I want this, I'm trying to do that, and we got songs to talk about food's paradise and all these type of different things. Like we got a love culture and a way and a know-how of how to make it. And I'm not letting nobody shit on that or you know what I'm saying, dismiss it like you didn't get here from it.
Yeah. But the thing about it is I just don't know how like the generation I guess supposed to be looking up to us, how they're gonna turn out.
But everybody's turning away now. The generations after us, they're gonna be like, they're not gonna be pro-black. They're gonna be swirling. They're gonna be they're gonna have sold out to individualism, you know. And we can only see into the future where that's gonna go. We got a history of knowing where that goes, but like, you know what I mean? We don't go nowhere in that. Like we have to stay together no matter what. But now we acting like we got so much that we can be apart and we don't have to keep
I mean,
keep that together.
do you I mean, and I'm following what you're saying. I'm following what you're saying. Is this part of the plan to kind of almost kill what we even call the race?
Definitely, in the culture of it and everything. But they've been doing that through the TV, through media, throughout the years. This is age old, like killing the love music, incorporating the, you know what I'm saying, the misogynistic hip hop and all of that type of stuff. Now everybody want to get away from that and go to Afro beats now. It's that
Right.
people want the love music back. People want the, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's because of the world is going more global, and we are love people anyway. So it's like,
No,
but
you're definitely
to
right
go
about
to your
that. But
point, they've been killing anything about us being together forever, and you can see that throughout the ages. Anytime
yeah,
we
but
have any type of movement of us, getting together and being and loving that, here comes something to kill that.
yeah, but the it's almost it's when you think when I really listen to it, I can't really listen to it. When you hear like the City Girls, the Meg the Stallion, and that almost like I call it like chick with a dick music,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't move me in any way. It's just kind of almost like pathetic.
I hear you, but let's go outside of just you personally, since it reaches so many people, right?
Right.
And it's
I mean,
very popular.
no. Let me get it. It does sell because the biggest consumers of it are women.
They're the biggest consumers in music, period.
Overall, yeah, of all shades. You know what I'm saying? If you
They're
can
the
look at the
biggest,
yeah,
right?
they're the biggest consumers in general, and they're on
In
social
general,
media exponentially more than men. So
right?
those artists can get really rewarded for making that type of music. They're not gonna, if anything, they're gonna be propped up. That's why if you go like the best rap categories and stuff like that, it's not what men are really winning those
I
awards
mean,
against.
rap doesn't even count right now today.
Right.
Like, rap been dead. A lot of things in Black culture have been dead. So a lot of people who are doing it are, just like, they just trying to get the last strains of some type of, people who have an attraction for it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But really, it's more political. Like when you hear City Girls or what's the chick, Megan Thee Stallion, they're like empowering women. You know what I'm saying? To not be in love, to be above love, to get him for his, you know what I'm saying? To like stay in power. You know what I'm saying?
But the thing about it is you can even do an experiment on this. If you listen to like even some old school music from 10 years ago, I mean, there's some type of essence, there's some type of feeling behind that. And if you listen to this junk, like with the Jenny Ioko and stuff, it's almost so empty. It's
Well,
like
look at you're right. You're absolutely right.
once you heard one song from one of
You heard them
them
all.
guy rappers, you heard them all.
You heard them all. But that's like we've been like digressing as a people. Like our music and art is a part of our life. Like it imitates how we are living. Like when hip hop was created from the burnt out buildings in the Bronx and stuff, and you know what I'm saying, the systems and programs was down. Like we created, our thing out of that. So you know what I'm saying, like how we live now, we're 2-3 generations, right, of no fathers in the household, um live in a certain poor way or certain, you know what I'm saying. So now the music will reflect that and reflect going against that and trying to be better, because that's what all hip-hop was about too, was getting up, improving, and being better than the surroundings and situations. So all these things are just they just reflect. And right now, if women have been going through this heartache for years and generations with men, they would naturally be on some new wave right now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Everything bears out and equals out if we're paying attention to the Black plight
But
or Black
the
situation.
I mean, but the bitterness is being reflected in the music.
Right, because it's in your household. It stems from no father in the household. It was already bitter. You was they was bitter as kids.
But it's spreading like wildfire, though.
No, I'm not doubting you. I agree. But now we
Yeah.
have to separate and teach better than that. You know what I'm saying? Now we got to show, no, that's not the way. And we go just like, you know what I'm saying, generations before us. No, that's not the way. This is the way. This is better.
Yeah,
This will
the thing
protect
about
your
it
soul. This will keep
Mhm.
you sane. This will protect your soul. This will take care of you. This is better.
Right. But you know what the dangerous part about it is these music execs, they're gonna try to what was created by, I guess, by blacks. They're gonna try to run it into a ditch, and they're gonna
They,
use the women to do it.
they've been doing that. That's what I'm telling you. That's
Yeah.
their industry. They've been doing that type of stuff. Like, I mean, it's up to Black. They've been pimping blacks and using blacks and propping them up to pimp them. You know,
Right.
pimp them out, use them against your own. But these are all devil tactics. You talked about them devils. You know what I'm saying? These are, and now you get into the real devil tactics of how a devil moves and how he, you know what I'm saying, how he, the male devil works.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we break those things down because that's what
Yeah,
we're
man.
all under.
That what's crazy about it is that, like, they're even using Lil Nas X, and they're using Meg Thee Stallion them to kind of promote promiscuity, and
Right.
and
That's
then when you
very
promote
rampant. It's very rampant in the bisexual community or in the gay
right
community.
when you promote promiscuity, next
Gays
thing
are the
you
most
know,
promiscuous.
right, exactly, there you go. When
Yo, yeah, I know.
when you promote that type of promiscuity, it's almost going to open up the floodgates to where the thing about it is think about it. If a kid is listening to and normalizing promiscuity at 12, which I'm not saying that we, like, when we were listening to Nothing But a G Thing and things like that, it
Yeah, I've been
wasn't,
listening to
maybe that
debauchery
wasn't
way
good for
before that. I could remember debaucherous lyrics and things when I was 8 years old.
but it wasn't like, you had
I gravitate to that
that
type of stuff, but I
right.
still know the old school. I still know the old
Right.
way and the way, and I can measure those things to see what's the fruit of what works.
But if you're promoting hypersexualized debauchery, hypersexualized promiscuity at 13, by the time that they're and then you have like Lil Nas X and all this type of stuff. By the time they're 18, I mean, for them to be,
If you're gay, you listen to Lil Nas X. If you're bisexual or gay, you
But I'm
listen
just
to
saying,
Lil Nas
but
X.
it's not gonna. I mean, if you're a guy and then you kiss the man or you've been with the man, it's not gonna be that big of a deal.
Right. That's why I said if you bring up a Lil Nas X, you're talking about a whole nother crowd. Like, that wouldn't be nothing I
Yeah,
could
but what I'm
talk
saying
to.
is that the programming, if they're
So they're
programming,
influencing another gay mind. They already, you know what I'm saying? There are gay people out here, bisexual people out here, and they speaking to their people.
Right. But
I'm not one of the types, so I can't relate.
Huh?
I said I'm not one of the types, so I
No.
couldn't
They're not gonna be. But what I'm saying is the normalization of it.
It's
Like,
not normal to me. It's not nothing I
it's not normal
gravitate
to me.
to.
But what I'm saying, these guys are easily influenced. Like,
It has no realm of being in my world. Like that don't exist. That Little Nas X and all
I
that
know, but
type of
like
stuff don't exist to me.
Meg Thee Stallion,
They can only influence somebody who already got that type of mindset. Anyway,
but they're low key promoting.
I just told you I've been
bisexual
listening to
culture
this stuff since I was 8 years old. That don't have no influence over me.
But did you have openly bisexual artists like Cardi B?
Did we have openly bisexual artists? Yeah, I mean,
all those strappers, all those like strappers, they're all bisexual.
That's why I said this. That's all like in a whole nother world and realm. I'm not bisexual, so I don't know what's going on over there, and I'm sure they're speaking to their people, which I don't know the language. So
Trina,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. They speaking to a lot of things. Speak to women first of all, and women are bisexual, very bisexual, fluid, and stuff like. I know they want to turn that on men, but they are very bisexual and fluid. And so a lot of things are in a woman's realm when it comes to certain lyrics and certain things that you're talking about. And women are on this trip of trying to be empowered and gain power over a man. They're using sexuality and money. That's age old. Like, good luck.
I hear you. Good luck. Good luck on that one. But
yeah,
anyways, man, I got 2 minutes, man. I'm about to finish the stream, man. Put your I don't know if I'm subscribed to you, bro. I think I might put your link in the back chat so I can subscribe to your page, man. When do you go live?
No, not really. But if brothers want to, fire something up or have a show or something, I'll be willing.
Okay, man.
But I haven't really put too many shows together. But I need to put some things together.
Yeah, man. No, I mean, we had some great conversation, man. We had some great conversation. I mean, I'm sure people are gonna listen to the replay and be like, "Damn, those brothers was cooking. They were cooking in there, bro. They
I
was cooking
appreciate it,
in
man.
there."
Listen, anything to help your stream and help you,
Yeah,
anything to help bring in the attraction is great. So if I could be a part of that, then I'm thankful as well.
yeah, man. They cooking in the kitchen, man. Giving that, giving the sisterhood that work. You know what I'm saying? Not pulling any punches. Yeah.
Nah, man. To me, we
It's
can talk
hard.
about
It's
life.
kind of hard. It's kind of hard to do nowadays. It kind of be uncut because there's so many layers that you got to be careful of. Because there's people that really take this information and things like that, and they take it really personal because sometimes, man, some of these subjects that we're actually talking about, it freaking is a punch to the gut. Like the truth be a punch to the gut to some people, man.
Oh yeah, that's a
Like
fact. You know that.
it'd
That's
be
always
a punch
been
in
that's
the
always been the
gut.
case.
It'd be like,
But we
oh
need
man,
that. We in a time, God is the truth. We in a time of the truth. We in a time of everybody want to take in all this information, right? It could be information overload. And then what did you learn out of any of that? And can you apply any of that to make a fruit? So it's like, it's deeper. So the truth is needed, and we here to bring it, ain't we?
yeah, it's like, man, some of those guys. I mean, man, that guy might be talking. He's talking about my mom. He's talking about me, man.
We all
I won't do
human.
that.
We all people, man. We all people. So, I'm
Yeah,
talking about myself. I'm talking about you, talking about everybody.
right.
You know?
No, I'm just saying sometimes these conversations can cut deep into a person's because it's something that they wanted to leave out of sight, out of mind. It was
Oh
just
yeah.
like, yeah. I mean, they don't. I mean, because some of these conversations is just unflattering to the sisterhood, and and all of it is not cap either. I mean, it's just straight facts
Right. Which can't be disputed, or
that can't be disputed. You know,
it holds its weight. So
right?
let them bring whatever they coming with up against these facts, and we'll see. Generally, men and women can't really talk. You know what I mean? Or can't, especially if you're trying to uphold the sisterhood and you trying to go against manosphere talking points and all this. You're not gonna be real. You're gonna cater to the audience or to the, to things that spin towards your
Yeah.
narrative. So I'm not like that. I'm just having a grown conversation with grown people, or that's my objective. That's what I'm trying to do. So
Yeah.
it's not about
Shout
science.
out,
It's
shout
just
out to
flat out
Toya.
about the truth.
Shout out to Toya, and you know
Shout out
what,
to Toya.
Toya, she's a brilliant mind. She's a brilliant mind, and sometimes she's a little too brilliant, and she doesn't understand that I'm brilliant myself. I can peep game, right? So she, first thing, she tried to take me off my off my square. She's talking about, oh, you need to start looking other places, right? Because she was kind of almost saying that I'm lumping all these women into one category, and most women into one category, and then at the same, and then a little bit further in the conversation, she kind of admits that how she's the minority of what we're talking about. So she never really admitted that most of the women that we're dealing with are that. So if we look elsewhere, we're still going to find these same type of women, right or wrong.
Right. That's the point you were making.
Exactly. But she was quick to tell me that I'm looking in the wrong places. But I was like, well, if everywhere I look, I'm seeing the same thing, where the hell do I look?
Well, that's true. Well, I got you. That's why
but she also
at it
admitted
trying
that she is the minority. She's in the minority. If I'm trying to find something like her, that means I'm going to be looking. I mean, I'm going to be
like a needle in a haystack.
I'm going to be going through a lot of garbage cans.
Right. And she didn't want to concede to that. She didn't want to.
No, she didn't want to concede to that. She just said, well, you just have to look through a whole bunch of garbage cans.
She gonna get you out there on your journey. Get out there, hit the pavement.
Yeah,
but saying? Let us know what you discovered. Go out there and hit it. Go hit it again.
But I understand where she's coming from, because she's really good at wordplay too.
Straight go.
I'm sharp too So hey,
So you run across her. So you happenstance and you run across her in the airport, or
I love Toya when she
all day.
I love the fact that she goes in there and and she gets she takes on the delusional women. She takes them on. And there's not a lot of women that will do that though. That's why you have this delusion that runs so rampant, because so many people are so scared to kind of go against that code.
Well, I hear you. What are you saying? She takes women on?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, like I said, there's a war and there's a thing between the women. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's a difference in philosophies and views and opinions that they got their own thing going.
Yeah, but I'm thinking
the men are gonna just sit back, pay attention, or see who's on whose side and who's upholding what. As we,
one of the things I think that what they don't like about her is she actually acknowledges how wrong they've been.
Right. It's threatening.
And they want to think that they've been winning. So she's, like it's almost raining on their parade.
Hey, listen, it does that sometimes.
It's like, oh no, we've been doing, we do. No, actually, no, you guys have been very wrong.
Hey, if you live anywhere in Seattle and Portland, you trying to have a parade, it's gonna be raining a lot.
She's like, no, actually,
some places is not like that.
No, I just think it's hilarious to be like, oh no, actually, you have been very wrong. You haven't been very right at all.
Oh, you love it. You love it. You love it though, Dribble.
I love. So it's something I'm not even gonna lie. It's so and I think I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Sometimes I think like he actually kind of pays these women to go on a show, because it's so sometimes it's gratifying to watch them crash and burn. Like they come out.
KS show? You talking about KS?
Yes.
No, he don't pay those women. I know at least 3 to 5 women that have been on that show. He don't pay them.
I'm just saying. I almost want to think that he pays them because they go on there and they put themselves in a damn corner and look stupid on the regular. They see woman after woman that think, but what I don't be understanding is like that what can be going through their head to think that they're going to be the one that changes the rules.
Well, it's the ego. It's narcissism. It's that I'm gonna be the one to break through. It's the same things that make a woman think that the relationship is gonna work.
So one day that he's just gonna say, Kevin Samuels gonna be like, yeah, you know what? It's gonna be all right if you're 300 pounds with three baby daddies.
He's never gonna say that. That's not even that's not even the shtick of his show. This is all about high value. So
I'm just saying.
If he ever say that, he'll be going against his own shtick.
I understand that, but I think that's what I was trying to say is like, are one of them thinking like one day they're gonna catch him slipping, and then he's just gonna admit that he's been like, it's okay to be 300 pounds, 3 baby daddies.
I guess so. It's like a game trying to get to the high score. You know what I'm saying? They trying to compete. You know what I'm saying? He catching them
one day he's just gonna be like, hey, girl, I was wrong all this time. You are the exception to the rule.
He never said that. His whole thing is high value anyway. He's saying that basically any woman could go get a man. You could be 300 pounds and go get a man. But if you want this high value type of stuff be over here kicking, that's not gonna fit in the Ferrari.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is a lot of them are looking for the thing where
a lot of 300s want to fit in the Ferrari.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to say.
Is he ever going to say that? Is there ever going to be the exception to the rule though?
I don't know. I mean, they could try to find some different, maybe somebody, a celebrity.
It's nonsense. It's nonsense. I was just being facetious. It's nonsense.
Oh, okay. Because it's like,
it's never going to happen.
It's never going to happen.
So it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. It's like, it's like, what's the point? what is the point of going and making yourself that? I mean, and getting all those resources and stuff like that if you're just gonna be regular Joe Schmo. You're not gonna.
Right. What is the point?
You don't. What's the point?
Right, exactly. So we
That's-
understand all those things. Women don't, or women are trying to get in where they fit in, and that's natural.
No,
So
I just think
trying to squeeze her 300-pound self into the Ferrari. That
No, I just think it's the
talk about adjust the seats a little.
No, I think it's like the participation award culture that we have.
Oh, interesting.
The participation award, culture that we have. I mean, it's the entitlement culture, like almost like, hey, you know what?
Everybody get a trophy.
Everybody gets a trophy. Everybody deserves this. But the thing is with men, we don't live in that reality. You don't get a trophy just for being a man.
That's why I keep saying we understand that. We don't never that reality of life is real to us in our actual shoes that in minutes of our life every day. So we never going to question that.
Right.
We understand that as men, or if you live long enough, or got enough experience, we know and understand that. Women's understanding is different. They're not even living in our same time, zone. Like that's why we are so at war, is because we're not sharing the same time.
No, It's like, again, if they had to live like us, they would be on Skid Row. It would be probably just as many as them on Skid Row than there's men.
Of course, but they're always gonna get shit. It's gonna take a lot for her to wind up as the, the troll underneath the bridge. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's gonna take a lot because there's a lot of things that help her not to ever have to be that. She would have to be a totally mentally insane, hideous woman with a bad coochie. That coochie terrible, destroyed. You don't want to go nowhere near down there.
Mm-mm.
So I mean, so with all those things, like women have many provisions to like get help from a man and be all right.
Oh yeah, I mean, they got all the provision in the world. I mean,
right, from the state to family to personal to church.
Matter of fact, if you restrict her on that, I mean that makes you almost like a. I mean, if we can be labeled as a drain on society, they can't be.
What is them taking over?
Right, I agree. Yeah. I agree. But they're not even making use of the part. They're not making use of the engineer guys, the guys that are doing well. They're not. I don't know. They're not like simping out or using all the resources available to them, even if just a little. Like they're just complaining about wanting to be on top. And
I mean, for you to be able, first of all, for you to be able to get to that place, like to the engineer, to be an engineer, there's an overwhelming. I mean, in their book, I would use air quotes, a certain amount of discipline to be able to get to that. You can't be reckless. You got to be disciplined. You got to.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going, but you say that to say what? What does a disciplined man have to do with anything? What does a disciplined man have to do with anything?
A disciplined man is not going to act reckless. You can't finesse a disciplined man. You can't finesse. So you can't really win. You can't really win. Like you can't really win. You can't really. You're not gonna take that guy off his purpose. You can't shake him off.
Why aren't you the purpose? Why we all live for, as men, right? Heterosexual men, we live for women, right? They are greatest joy. That's
because there's going to be a certain amount of restrictions that you have to abide by.
What could those things be that I could object to, or that we could object to if we want to be together and we want to make something work? What
you can't be out here making me look crazy.
That's so.
You can't be out here making me look crazy. You cannot. I mean, you cannot be here hoeing. You cannot be out here doing all this type of stuff because my reputation is important to me. especially if I'm going to be, amongst leaders.
Right. I understand that, and that's
I can't just, even though, I just can't have any type of riffraff around me. So there means there's going to be some type of, you're gonna have to give up some type of agency.
Who's choosing who?
I'm choosing you.
So she's not riffraff, right? Or she's not trying to, or you trying to say the tenements of your relationship is going to be like
No,
this?
that's what I'm saying is that's what I'm
that's
saying
the
is
standard.
what we were asking. When you were asking, that's like that's why they're not throwing themselves at the engineer, because they know they don't really have anything to offer the engineer, because the engineer is, in order to even be the engineer, there's a certain amount of restraint, there's a certain amount of just stuff that you have to display just to even get to that position. And those type of guys are not easily compromised, like the Pookie and the Ray Ray, because they don't really have anything to bring to the table, really.
Right. Well, I mean, I think I totally agree. And this is like why, like, they're not even like pussy whipping those guys, or like, you know what I'm saying?
They can't
The best for them.
Because they can't, because they have marginal, like, intellectual skills, like, and sometimes those guys need to be stimulated in an intellectual way. If you have nothing but low vibrational twerking to bring,
so now we talking about two different classes of women now, because when I talk about women, I'm talking about all women. So out of that group of women, there's going to be the educated and degreed up women,
right?
So what's the problem with them?
With them,
because when you started displaying, you started talking about the riffraff, or what would be riffraff to you.
But the thing about it is these, even those women have such an inflated ego that that they don't have any leverage on that. They still don't have any leverage on that guy, because traditionally men don't give a fuck about what you have, like, as far as resources. We only give a fuck about what you look like, how good you treat us, how you cook, how you clean, how you act around our people.
That's why it was my point. I was saying, if she's coming in with that, right? If you're choosing her for that, and she's coming in with that, there's nothing that you should be presenting that she should be objecting to. So she already had to be a complicated, you know what I'm saying, disagreeable woman to begin with.
Yeah. Now, if you can accentuate my skills, like if you're, organized and you're very intellectual, you can hold a good conversation, you know business and things like that, you can accentuate my skill set or make me better as a man. That's going to make you exponentially better than just the twerker. You feel me?
Right. But twerking is just, that's not to say that the degreed up woman doesn't twerk. Like, twerking is just an action.
Yeah, if behind closed doors, any woman can of course. Any man is going to deserve, is going to like a sexy woman, or even, but if you,
because I hear a lot of guys, they want this sexy woman, and then it's like they want her to do what he say, or they want, like, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to manipulate the woman into being with him. You know what I'm saying? And it's like those sexy women that they want
is when you have
it's the same woman that's twerking on the table.
But that's usually a sign that she belongs to the streets,
right?
That's
and that she's not your woman.
She's never going to be your woman. She's just going to be your trainer. Yeah, but but if I can get that behind the scenes, of course, any man will take. Exclusively, yeah. But if she's just doing it for everybody else, she just belongs to the streets,
right? So we taking a scenario and where, you know what I'm saying, y'all together. She's not for the street. She's not presenting herself like that. And then you get with her, y'all date, and you present her with exclusivity of the relationship that you want. She agrees. There's nothing should be that's coming with the relationship that she could be objecting to, because she already wants to be with you.
Right.
She's agreeable.
Hell yeah. What I was also saying is if she can bring things that accentuate me as a man,
right? That's the things you would name, right?
when it pertains to her business acumen, or when it comes to her her degree set or whatever. Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, that's gonna.
There's a
I mean, that
pluses.
resume is gonna look much better than just a twerker, because you can actually bring something to me, which can in turn benefit our family, or benefit my legacy, our children's legacy, something like. I mean, if I'm a doctor, right, and and I lack accounting skills, and you're an accountant. I mean, I think that is something that you could accentuate my skill set, because I could probably take care of my business better, right?
Right.
But just you saying, "Hey, I'm an accountant, I got a degree," and shit like that, it's not going to make you sexy to me. It's not going to make you sexy to me. It's not going to make you look better than me. It's just going to be like, all right, cool.
Right. Well,
You
there's still got to be some
you make
connection
money.
between y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Still got to be a connection between y'all.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
to
It's got
act
to be a
right.
connection. Yeah, I mean, what I was also saying is, if I have a connection with a woman and she can bring those other skills to the table
It
that
enhances you.
accentuate, that enhances me, of course she's gonna be much better. I mean, it's gonna be much better. You know what I'm saying?
Of course. That goes without saying. Right.
It goes without saying. I mean, that's just common sense. I mean, the thing about it is, um, and I don't know how many ways that we can say it. If you bring in skills, I mean, like, papers and
It
stuff
sound
like
like
that.
you sound like you just concentrating on the twerker, like you met this woman as a stripper, like twerking or something or something.
No, 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 no. No, I'm talking about what we were just talking about, like the other class of women, that we deem as desirable, what they actually look like. Not
Okay.
only do they look good, or they
Mm-hmm.
feminine or whatever, but they
Mm-hmm.
can also bring other skill set to the table that enhances you as a man. And I think
Right.
most men find that attractive. You feel me?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. What I'm saying
Mhm.
is what we don't find attractive is you just saying, "Hey, here's my degree and here's my money."
Right.
Nah, that doesn't really
Right.
mean nothing to us,
Right. I agree.
right?
I agree.
I mean,
Yeah.
how can it benefit me? If it can benefit me in some type of way, then I give a fuck. But if it doesn't
Yeah.
benefit me, who gives a shit? You just
Exactly.
It's just window dressing. That's it.
Exactly. This is why we discern and we do the discerning on, you know what I'm saying? And
Right.
we're checking her out to see how well
Yeah.
she fits with us.
I think,
But
yeah, I think also I mean, a lot of times they have a problem with with us being able to discern, because I think the social media culture has kind of made it to where they think that they have the discernment. They don't
right, because
understand.
we're all bums, we're all not worth it. We all gotta, you know what I'm saying? Even if we
Yeah,
have been high value men, we still got bad characters and all this. So they
right.
got to do all the looking out and discerning.
Yeah, you don't get to do the discernment, because the men are the ones that are the gatekeepers to the relationship.
Exactly. It's common
You're
sense.
not. I mean, I don't give a fuck how much I mean, you might give them some vagina, but I mean, if
It's common
I mean,
sense.
it's if you want to get married, it's up to the man who want to get married to you.
It's common
It's
sense.
it's not you. You know what I'm saying?
That's the false narrative that I be so messed up with people. I'm like, why is she doing the looking? Why is she doing all the searching? It's not about her, it's about the man. He's the one trying to get
Yeah,
married. What is she searching for? To do what? Is she targeting a man to try to put the moves on him to get him to
yeah,
marry her? What comes with her searching for a man? What does that get you?
nothing.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that? What's going on? Like, and so then when they can't get this man now, it's all men ain't nothing and there ain't no men and all this type of stuff. It's like you wasn't supposed. Nobody's looking for you. Like, who's looking for you? Is what we want to know. Like,
Well,
and then because those same women got the thing where they got these men, they've been turning down marriages, they've been turning down relationships. They can't see the guy that wants to be with them. You know what I'm saying? So it's all these different
they
excuses and narratives.
well, I mean, I think they see him. They see him, but they think they have all this time.
Okay.
They have all this time, and I was listening and this concept boggled my mind. This concept boggled my mind, until I heard it from multiple women's mouth, right? Right. I've heard this shit from multiple women's mouth, right? A woman will sleep with a dude, right, that she doesn't see a future with right out the gate. She'll make the guy that she sees a future with wait.
Yep. Sounds about right.
That's crazy. Isn't that crazy though?
Well, you want to explore why?
So they were willing to give access to their womb to someone that they don't even like or see a future with. But the guy that they see a future that they actually like, they will keep it away from him.
Right, because like she gotta that entails more feelings. The guy that she like not treasuring like that or not holding like that or knows she's gonna have the future with is more of a fun and thrills thing.
Oh. But so
like she gotta have her feelings wrapped up. You know what I'm saying?
But they don't. I mean, how can they not understand that as men, we feel violated if we put a bunch of equity into something and find out another person got the same thing that we get without putting any skin in the game or equity.
They do. That's respect. That's called self-respect, and that's respecting of like they don't care if they don't value you like that. They're not gonna. You know what I'm saying? That's why they gotta hold off, because now it's gonna take her feelings and emotions, and she gotta care.
Right, but what I'm saying is but as a man, how do you feel if you put some equity into something, and then you come to find out there's other people that didn't put no equity, no stake in anything, and then got the same thing that you got?
It doesn't feel good, but I'm not the controller of life or her life or you know what she do or what I gotta that's just part of the discerning. You know what I'm saying? I gotta check and see. I'm okaying the relationship if I'm getting in it, right? I'm okaying it. It's good with me. So
But what are
that's
the
what I'm
chances?
discerning for. If
Hold on,
is she good with me?
Hold on. What are the chances you're going to be okaying this relationship if you find out what I just told you?
Very slim. She gonna have to do some things to help convince me, help me get in a good mindset and mind frame of this thing. But it's not on her, it's on me, because basically she's playing me off top. She's trying to rescue herself anyway and getting a good thing, and she's saying that's me, but yet she's coming with all this baggage or all this weight. That's up for me to discern. Or she, you know what I'm saying, or like somebody's getting who I'm trying to look at as my woman, and he's getting her for free while I'm paying top dollar. Like that's up for me to discern.
Right.
Because usually, because if she could let me know that world is going on around me, then she's disrespecting me. Yeah, like she, you know what I'm saying. So I want to know these things up front more than anything.
But that's the thing. That's why they get so triggered, and they lie about their body count.
Yeah. Usually you got to run their foul. You got to do some discerning. You got to do some car facts, some car notes, some facts as to who she is, who she been with, where she been, where she come from, how she get down, you know, where she hang out at. What is her friends? What is her friend circle about? No, I'm wrong. You don't have to know nothing about.
Well, there's certain things. I mean, there's certain things that you could definitely figure out. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out.
Okay.
You know,
good.
Birds of a feather flock together. Like if you know her friends are hoes, chances are, guess what she is.
Right. Right. Yeah. You know, you can.
No matter how much. I mean, no matter how much she tries to take you off that thing, you just either you accept it or not accept it. But
exactly,
if they're hoes, most likely she's a hoe. You know,
exactly.
She's not going to be the exception to the rule. You know, it's
no. But now here you come along and she wants to get out that life, or she, you know what I'm saying, she sees you as a valuable option and things she needs to hitch her wagon to. So now it's just about how do you look at her? You know, she's trying to do a upward forward movement, and you are it.
But knowing what I know now, I mean, this is just knowing what I know now, and it sounds crap. I mean, but I mean, I'm just not going to give her the benefit of the doubt just because I've seen too much, and it doesn't sound
Like,
fair, but it is. It
are
is
you
what it is.
saying you're broken?
Who, me? I'm broken.
Are you saying that? Do you feel broken?
Nah, I mean, I'm not as high.
Because
I
you're
mean,
saying that you once you thinking like that now, where once you did not think like that because you've seen too much.
yeah. I want to say, I mean, I guess broken
But not
wouldn't be.
broken. Maybe broken was a strong, hard term.
It's
Nah,
a strong
but you're
hard word. I think
yeah,
I'm more vigilant.
vigilant. Okay, got you.
You know, I'm
Got
more vigilant. I trust my instincts more.
you.
You know, I'm less lustful.
Experience. Some
Experience.
experiences come
Yeah,
your
I'm
way.
less lustful.
Mhm.
A 20-year-old just trying to get your dick wet is much different than a 41-year-old trying to be practical. Not practical, but you know,
Right, I get what you're saying.
if I'm just out there just want to smash, I'm like, all right, she's smash worthy, but I'm not going to sit there and see. Okay, I'm not going to be like, okay, damn, she got a bunch of kids from different dudes. All her friends are hoes. Let me see. Let me go ahead and wife this up. Fuck out of here. Can't do that. I mean, there's men that could probably do that, but I just don't even think it's just not a smart move to do. You know, like,
Yeah,
oh,
they
not
never been
smash.
since high school. That never been the smart move to do.
I know, but some dudes will look past. I mean, everybody has been. I guess most dudes, if you haven't, took a hoe seriously, you probably haven't lived. Every dude has took a hoe seriously before, and maybe they didn't know. I mean, they had to find out she was a hoe, but
What's serious? What's serious to a man? What's serious?
Make a hoe your girlfriend.
You playing around with her.
Hmm?
You playing around with her. You don't love her. You ain't trying to put a baby in her and be a family with her.
But I'm just saying, if through experience you've never seen a situation where a person was unsuspected like that, they got the best representative, and then you end up finding out that it was not what it was seen. I mean, like what she wasn't what she really was.
Nah, well, who she was is always who I've gotten with women, and you find out certain things of her past that I
Right.
might have didn't know straight off the bat, but I probably had some idea, and now I just actually know the truth of the matter. But it's not like if you're dealing with her, you kind of got some idea of what you're dealing with. Like, it's not like you in fairy tale
Yeah.
land, or
You're
she
right.
put
You're right.
on
No,
such
you're
a
right. You're
grand
right.
show
You're
that
right.
she's this angel.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, you're right. You're right. The situation
Like,
that I had, the situation that I wasn't in it blindly.
no, yeah, guys never
You
are.
you make the mistake of thinking that a leopard will
Can change his
completely,
stripes.
yeah, it will change it. I mean,
Spots.
lose the spots. Yeah.
Right.
And the thing about it is just like with the analogy, you know how like you can teach a bear how to dance, ride a bike, and all
Right.
this other stuff, and then you put
Right.
the bear in its own environment, and all of a sudden it starts acting like a bear again. Yeah. I think many men have made that mistake.
Yeah, that's a mistake. That is a mistake. I think men should be choosing more from the, solid women that want to live a certain life and not have to deal with that bear. And you know what I'm saying, putting on
Right.
its, switching up environments and all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's more, not to say that anything could go bad or go wrong or people can change as time goes on, but it's more of
Yeah, but I mean,
it's more of a better.
We'll leave it on this note. I mean, like the thing about it is think how do you discern when twerking Tammy and Angela the attorney are twerking on the same table?
Right. So I just want to know who loves me more. Which one of them chicks love me more?
How you gonna know?
Somebody better show me something, or I'll check
because
out. I wouldn't care if
I
both
mean,
of them.
but
I
before
wouldn't care if they
I
did
mean,
anything.
but before we could just assume twerking Tammy wasn't a good bet. But if Angela, the attorney's doing the same thing twerking Tammy's doing, don't you think that they have the same capabilities of fuckery?
Absolutely. So why not pick the one that's not twerking at all? Like, there's no twerking in her
But
biochemical makeup.
even Nancy the nurse is twerking.
Oh, so now in your mind, everybody's twerking.
Yes.
Okay, so you can't see Toya. Where does Toya hang out at? Toya the tutor, where she hang out at? Where
I
can
don't
we
even
catch
know.
Toya at?
But am I lying though? If you go on TikTok,
That's just what you see. But let's focus on Toya the tutor.
Yeah, Toya the tutor.
And her type and where she's at. You saying Toya the tutor's in the crib, she ain't out doing anything, or she's not like none of them. So where can we catch a Toya the tutor? Let's not focus on the twerking chick.
I don't know. I really don't.
Toya the tutor's in her crib. She listening to love music and by herself. And
I really don't know. I don't
she
know.
ain't mixing up with the crowd. That's why I said, that's why I'm speculating. What I'm saying is we got to find out what Toya the tutor does. Where is she at? Where does her type? What does her type get down like? Since the twerker type could be it doesn't matter the title. It doesn't matter the title the twerker has, but what does the woman that doesn't twerk? What is her? How does she move?
But the habitual baby mama, that that decided that she was going back to school. She's actually infiltrating and blending in. She's actually infiltrated and blending in with all the regular women.
Right. So what is that? What's the problem? What's the issue? I mean, women are gonna do all that type of stuff and got a sisterhood to back them, right? Because let's remember, you dropped her. You the one who, she didn't leave you. You left her. You said, "Nah, I'm good."
That's hilarious, bro. That's hilarious, bro. It's like all the twerking, all.
Does she stop twerking? Maybe she stops twerking for you. She's no longer a twerker when now that you on the scene.
You think so? You think?
I mean, if she love you like that, that's why I said out of all them chicks, I don't care about her title and status. Which one loves me and respects me and don't want to have me upset?
First of all, disclaimer: we don't have any issues with twerkers. We're just saying that if you are twerking like on Instagram and all this type, the chances are you're probably not wifey material, which is fine. Like, you can do all the twerking you want to. That's fine. Just
to men, she's not, or to the high value man.
Well, to the high value man, I guess. Well, I mean, hold on. To men, you think that the average twerker is a good?
I don't think if a man, I don't think a man is disqualifying a woman because he's seen her twerking, that she can't be. If anything, that's enticing. I want her twerking only for me.
But what if she refuses to twerk just for you? She wants to keep twerking for everybody.
That's my discernment, and that's where, like, peace, I'm out of here, or that's up to that man. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I said I keep bringing it back to, does she love and respect me? She may be doing a whole lot of things or did a whole lot of things. We meeting now, we're together now. What's the respect and love like for me?
But I mean,
that's all I'm going to be discerning to understand. Do I want to keep dealing with this?
But woman? I mean, but the crave for attention.
I might like her to be like that. I might like her to show off her big booty and bring in the attention or eyes like that. There's a lot of people that live a lot of different ways. That's why I try to clarify for the high value man or the uptight man or the worried about reputation man. Don't ruin my reputation.
You're right about but is that a safe? I mean, all that attention seeking, is that a safe bet for something long term?
I don't think it's a disqualifier, is all I'm saying. It's like, oh, she's twerking or she like to bounce her ass. She got a big ass. She like to bounce it around. There's a freedom in that. And it's also, expression, art or whatever. However, I don't think that she's being disqualified for that. Not that I know, oh, we can make it through 10 years together, off of her twerking, or because, you know what I mean? It's not to say
But
that I know that.
I think if you're showing that amount of attention seeking, it's just not. I don't think you're a safe bet for a long term perspective. That's just
She
me
may be.
personally.
That's your opinion, and I respect it. She could be twerking because she ain't got no man. She trying to get one, and then when she get one, she stops.
I don't know, because again, the bear.
Because how many men, if she's
You
twerking like
can.
that for everybody to see, does her man know about that?
But I'm just saying, if she's been twerking since she was 15, and then she's 35. You think all of a sudden she gonna give up twerking?
No, because
In
women
attention
twerk in the
seeking.
mirror by themselves or on tables or anywhere.
No,
Just
we're
because.
talking. Okay, of course, but let me the attention seeking type of twerking,
Like
like
putting on
the
Instagram, showing it off.
Instagram, and like, show my ass on TikTok, show my ass to everybody, get those dopamine hits, those quick. Let me make me feel better about myself all day long, every day. A bunch of simps, and they inbox saying, good morning, boo, or good morning, beautiful, and all this type of stuff. That, like, lifestyle of them just getting that free attention all the time, all the time. Do you think that they're going to be able to give that up completely?
Some of them, yes.
I don't think so. I don't.
don't
We'll
think
just
so?
disagree on that one. I don't think so.
Okay.
I think once they get,
you like once a twerker, always a twerker.
yes.
This
I
chick
don't
can't
think
stop
they go to.
twerking. I can't be
I
with
don't
this
think
woman
they go
because
to
she's
twerk
twerking all
rehab.
the time.
Yeah,
God damn it.
Okay.
Stop twerking, you're embarrassing me.
No, this in the thing about it is, okay. All right. If you go to a club, she goes to a club, let's just say every once in a while, whatever, and just starts dancing and doing, her
Doing her
thing,
moves, yeah.
working, her moves and all this type of stuff. Okay, I see it. Yeah, okay, good. All right, whatever. All right, whatever. Whatever.
But so you
But
saying
if
there's levels to this? But
it gets a
if she
thing
can't just do that occasionally on every once in a while Friday night, and she's taking this to Instagram and trying to make it a thing
every day,
or
getting
she's
these
doing a new
hits.
twerk in a new dress or something every day.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's extremes and levels to things. So I think an extreme thing may be bad, but just to that a woman's twerking or she likes to show off or whatever, I mean, it could be things to that. Like she's only doing that because she don't have a man right now, and once she get one, that's probably going to be stopping.
No, I don't think I that's where I disagree. I think like that type of woman, to me, is not going to be a good long-term bet. It's just not
So
a good
okay,
long.
that's your opinion. So you saying
Yeah.
she get with you, she love you, she not gonna stop twerking, and you think that she not gonna stop twerking because she's just a twerker like that? She just gotta twerk.
No, yeah, I think soon as she hear that goddamn back that thing up, she's gonna go right back to twerking.
Well, that's a natural response to the song. Like she's gonna do that. Like, why are you mad at her?
I'm not mad at her. I'm just saying.
Because is she twerking for the gram and for all the attention, or can her song come on and she back that thing up one time?
That's all right,
whenever it comes on.
I'm talking about every. You see, you gotta understand. It's what I'm trying to say is like the habitual one every day that's on Instagram.
Yeah, you going to the extreme. You went to the extreme with it. Yeah, like she just gotta be twerking. Yeah, but even her, like what I'm saying, if we don't know what's in her mind, like she not getting paid for it, or that says she just getting attention.
Because it's a mating ritual. Okay. It's a mating ritual. To me, it's a mating ritual. That's why It's a
You
mix.
keep
She's
answering the
trying to-
bell. You keep paying attention to the twerker, so it's working.
No, I'm not paying attention to the twerkers. What I'm saying is, what the whole argument was, if she's a twerker, she's
Can we make her a
probably
mate?
not going to be a good bet
I
for a
disagree.
long-term solution.
I disagree.
And you're
that
saying
depends on the man.
that she, like, her twerking should not be held against her. And I
Yeah,
beg to
not
differ.
at
I think,
all.
yeah, if she's a habitual twerker, I think she absolutely should not be pursued in that capacity.
I got you. I'm gonna get with her and break all her capacities, and we ain't gonna see her on Instagram no more.
Okay. But so you think that she can change? So you're saying that you can change her from being a habitual twerker to just
yeah, I'm saying get to know the woman. We don't know why she, you know what I'm saying, get to know the woman. She may not have, like you said, it's a mating call, so she's putting out her mating call, her mating dance, and she's trying to bring the boys to the yard. You know, and she trying to nail her guy. Like, I can't be mad at that. But once I'm the guy, you know what I'm saying, and I don't want her to be doing that. And she like, well, that's why you know what I'm saying, whatever you say.
Prime example. Would you bet on Amber Rose or Black China?
None of them. Or bet on them for what?
Those are habitual twerkers.
Yeah, and I'm saying I'm not paying attention to any of those women to be
I
like
know that's what I'm saying.
Woman.
Those are habitual twerkers right there. So you would not.
But the average woman that has a working at the Walmart or a 9 to 5 or doing whatever, and she also has an Instagram and she twerks, that doesn't mean she can't be a family woman or mean that she can't do the family thing. Because those women have been tried out for it. They just haven't had long lasting probably relationships and stuff like that, but they get
I think
but those guys also know their profession, their industry. Like, she's gonna be doing that. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the stripper sex world, or
well, there you go.
That's what they are.
We're unpacking the layers. We're peeling back the layers.
Well, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, I'm just thinking about the average woman, and then
the average cashier at Walmart. If she's not twerking on Instagram, like,
what are you talking about? Everybody got Instagrams.
Twerking on a daily, showing their ass.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I guess not. For the sake of your argument, let's say she's
strippers,
not.
Porn stars, OnlyFans.
Right. And women of the like that are trying to be like that or get in that like, remember, social media is used for the attention. So she could moonlight as one thing one time and be doing this, you know, at another time.
A moonlighter is not a safe bet. It's not a good bet either.
I agree, but there is a guy that can get her out of that, or you know what I mean? Or that it doesn't necessarily mean that this is all she is or what she wants to be.
I disagree. I disagree. Once that behavior is displayed, I think there's no going back. I think that's inherent. Like, it's like it'll lay latent in the moment that she gets a chance to do all the fiery. She's gonna take it. As soon as she goes, because
soon as she hears a song, soon as back that thing.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying. Let's just say she decides to go to Miami, and then all of a sudden she gets
back that thing up, comes
thought mode. Yeah, thought mode, and she kind of, she's back like the bear. The bear is in this environment. Yeah. What do you think she's gonna do?
Back that thing up and be twerking.
Back that thing up, and she's gonna back into somebody's hotel room at the end of the night too.
Nah, that's extreme. Now that was extreme.
Bullshit, man.
That was extreme.
No. I know plenty of fellas, man. I know plenty of fellas that be living in Miami, and they get, like, trust me.
And they don't love them women, and the women don't love them. You talking about some little friendships and hookups and stuff like that. We talking about some difference in somebody that's loving you or not.
Yeah, well,
respecting you or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just, I'm personally
I
saying
think she loves you more than I think she loves you more than she got to be. She gonna weigh out. Oh, do I need to be twerking like this? Like, nah, I love my man and my family. You don't want to see me like that. Nah, I ain't doing all that.
That okay, I agree with that. I think that they will give up the twerking if they just need to give up twerking. Period.
Oh wow! I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do and back that thing up. Come on, I don't know what we. That's just like the Winter Soldier. Every time that shit come on, you say she gonna go right into her mode. That's the code. You know what I'm saying?
You don't know what's gonna happen when back that thing up comes on.
Listen, we know exactly what's gonna happen. She gonna go buck wild.
Oh yeah, man. So we should just let the twerkers live, man.
Let them live, man. Let them live, man. They want to be happy too.
Yeah, I just want to be a wife and a twerker. So
come on, if you in there, you jump on.
That's it, man. Let the twerking. Yeah, let the twerking continue.
I mean, you don't have to choose it. Ain't nobody can force you to take it on. If you see a woman twerking, you stay the hell away from her. Triple black.
What would that solve? I think twerking on the regular is the gateway to thottery. That's what I think. That is my personal opinion. I think that is a gateway to thottery. Like, because most, would you agree, majority of thoughts know how to twerk?
Majority of thoughts know how to twerk. That hoe over there.
Yes.
Yeah, I would imagine so. You know,
when you say,
the average woman who's not a thought knows how to twerk or is into it.
But how would you? Why wouldn't you say? I mean, why is it wrong for me to say that if she can twerk, there is a high likelihood that she's a thought? Although I understand that there's some thoughts that they just can't dance. Period. But I think there's an even higher correlation between thotting and twerking, because I think most thoughts can twerk.
Yeah, you got a lot of imagination about these thoughts and what they could do in their lifestyle. And
what are you talking about,
change. Bro? They can't change. Everything is just narrowed down to them twerking. It's just like they ain't nothing but a twerker. She ain't nothing but a twerker.
Yes. But you did agree with me when I said that. Do most thoughts know how to twerk?
Yeah, especially based on that hoe over there, you know what I'm saying, and the culture, right. And you know what I'm saying, the music and all that. Yeah, you would just naturally think that.
Right.
But I'm not saying that a woman can't change or that's just her whole being is just about twerking and she's just a slave to twerking.
I believe so. You call me.
Yeah, I know. It's real deep.
I believe so. I believe if once a twerker, always a twerker, and then there's a likelihood that she will like go
she
right.
Will never stop twerking. She just got to do it. I understand.
Yeah, she got to do it.
But the got to do it. She won't. She'll put that before her family, friends, everything. I mean,
I think so too. I
twerk
think,
or die.
Twerk or die. I think she will definitely compromise herself for the ability to twerk. Like, so twerking is a mating ritual.
Well, I mean, just like no, like it was just told to me, like, you know what I'm saying, like it comes from Africa, like women be twerking in Africa as rituals and things like that. Like women, like the way our women's bodies moves and what we can do with it, and then the rhythms and things like that is age old. That ain't nothing new.
Right. It's usually to attract men. The twerking.
Well, so we just talked about
if she is yours. I mean, if she's yours, she shouldn't be doing twerking. That means that she is still belongs to the streets.
That's why I said if she love you and you say, babe, I don't want you to do all this twerking all over, she gonna stop. She ain't gonna do it. You saying that no, it's the magic word like the Winter Soldier, and she is just going to do it like no matter what. Now, when you hear the song or when a song come on, when it is moving and stuff like that, that just naturally happens because she's in her mood and element of excitement about the song or the beat.
See, I can what? I'm fair. I am fair. Now, let's just say if she, every once in a while she makes a twerk video, I'll give her that benefit of the doubt. She goes to the club and she twerks, I'll give her that benefit of the doubt. But if every day she's twerking and bouncing her ass, showing her what's the name, I think that is not a good bet for a long-term relationship. That's just me personally.
I hear you, and I respect that about you. That's your call. I hear you. I'm just saying twerkers are getting, married and doing big things and having families too.
Nah, I don't see that many twerkers.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's an attractive thing. Like that's not a disqualifier, like I was saying earlier.
I don't think that many husbands. I mean, how many twerkers have that many husbands? I don't know.
I just think you're thinking from maybe a high value, high quality, protect my reputation level. And I understand where you're coming from. You don't want your woman to be seen like that in your world and what you're trying to represent. I understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying that in the larger, bigger world of society, that's not stopping anybody from doing anything. It's actually welcomed, and if a woman and a man love each other or they got certain boundaries, and a man say, I don't want the loving person doesn't want that person to do that, she's gonna comply. Like, no show tonight, y'all. I got my man don't like that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to outlaw twerking. I'm just saying that it's the twerk behavior should be a good indicator that she belongs to the streets, that she probably will never belong to you. Now, you can enjoy that twerking. It's just like, I don't think that anybody should make an investment in a twerker. I think that you have disqualified yourself out of wifely, being a wife as soon as you start twerking. Like on a regular basis.
How can you do that when it's such an involuntary response? Like, as soon as you hear it, somebody could just go into it. That just makes them a bad person now, or they can't have a relationship, or
no. I'm just thinking. I mean, I just think that they're twerking. Yeah, well, no. I mean,
it just doesn't make you look good to be connected to that.
No, I just think that if I can just if maybe that's a good thing. It's like, yeah, that is a good thing. Like, if you go on a date with a woman and you want to find out if she's a good candidate or not, or you can throw her in like a thought category or whatever, you should take her to a place where there's twerk music, and if she starts twerking right away,
you're gonna test her.
You're gonna test her. Yeah, test her. Then you will know that you're dealing with something that's probably just good for the night, not long term. Because if she's that bold to start twerking in front of you at that point, like on the first date or something like that, yeah, it's over. Done deal. I know that sounds kind of harsh, man, but
nah, it's just interesting to hear that. It's just like, how y'all gonna live? Like, you're not gonna make it. Like,
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Hey, you sabotaging it, or you testing it anyway? So I see.
No, I'm just saying. It's just the two models that I use is Amber Rose and Black China.
Those are extremes of women who come from that world.
Those are women male twerkers. I mean, like, I think most of them, like the twerking, like the twerk like the twerk women are like black. I mean, they're not. I mean, they don't have the resources, but I think they're like Amber Rose or Black China.
They come from stripper work. They strippers.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But we talked about the woman that has a degree or is working a regular job that twerks too.
Right.
When you said that those worlds, okay, my bad.
You're right.
Those worlds don't collide.
Those worlds are. I mean, those worlds do collide. They do collide.
Oh, okay.
The twerk and the professional woman.
I'm trying to say everybody twerks. I mean, if you got something to twerk, I mean, I'm sure you do. I'm sure she's doing it.
It's not about her profession or what she's doing. Like it's a thing. It's a part of the culture thing that people want to
But
do.
I
show
said
off,
that
especially women.
it's part of the culture. I think, but I just think twerking is the gateway to thottery, and
Right.
like,
yeah, it's not to say that your mother's generation and them twerk or are into it right now.
right. But I think is like it's a good indicator that you may have some type of thought behavior around the horizon if you mess with a girl that loves to twerk.
Right. If she loves to twerk, she probably's in the sex industry and all that too. And she's probably that thought over there. That whole
tell me if she's a lawyer, right? And then all of a sudden you see her on a damn table, like throwing that ass in a circle. You mean to tell me it wouldn't scream thought to you?
No, because what her profession is don't mean nothing. Like, no, like she, and especially get a drink in her, let her cut loose.
Oh my God. I just think that, bro, I just think that if you see that, no matter what she is, hold on a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Shout out to Auntie.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. But I just think that is a great indicator of if she's thought material or not.
I got you, and I totally get it.
I think it is a complete red flag that
if she starts twerking, like that's like an unsavory
says
thing.
throwing that ass in a circle is necessary. I get that. I get that. Throwing ass in a circle like while you're at home.
Look, Toya co-signed it.
Yeah, I know, but that's at home. That's at home. But if you let's be realistic here. If you went to the club, I mean, like, say if you went out on a first date with some, let's just say, a teacher, right? And then they played Back That Thing Up. And then you look over, you go to the bathroom, you come back, and they're playing Back That Thing Up, and you see her on a handstand doing a twerk dance. And like you see a bunch of like crowd doing that. What would be the first thing that you be thinking about her?
Is she a stripper?
Exactly. Right?
Yeah, but do you know the woman? Is she a stripper or not? Is that
I don't know. I can, but I mean, I just.
But you would allude to thinking that because of.
Okay. Of course, I just met her. I don't know her. All I know is she's a teacher, but the animal is coming out of her. You know, she's on her handstand, twerking. You know, being loud, being obnoxious or whatever. You would think that she has done this a lot. And what nature of I mean, like, what type of woman does that type of stuff a lot?
All women, a lot of different
wholesome women or thotty women.
Thotty women can be wholesome. So, like, you talking about strippers and the stripper world, like, you know what I'm saying, where like that's what they do, and then the men that get with them already know that about them, and it's not a problem.
No, what I'm saying is
you trying to say because of a title, you don't expect the title to be like because she's a teacher or something.
I'm just looking for I'm looking. That's what I was saying is thottery. I mean, like twerking.
Nah, you got to know women better than that.
Thottery.
Nah, I think you should know her better than that.
So you think wholesome women, most wholesome women in general, twerk on tables?
Yeah, get a drink in them or two. Yeah.
I don't think.
I'm saying just for wholesome sake, no. Like, but I'm just saying women can. It's not so much the title or anything. Like, if she feels a feeling, she can go into that feeling.
Again, that's the thing. It's the bear. The bear it can disguise itself for a while. You can teach it, you know, how to be human like, behave. But as soon as it gets in its environment, it's going to come out. I just think that like any woman that twerks on a table is probably not a good
It's
statement. It's
trash,
just not.
right? She's trash.
No, not trash.
She's trash.
But
Throw
it's
away. You gonna throw away?
yeah. I
Let me
think
get a
it's
chance with her. Let me see what she. Let me look over and see what's going on with it
so
before you
you
throw it
think that
away.
you can change her.
I'm gonna say let me look. Oh, let me look it over first.
And plus, first of all, like twerking it takes a lot of practice. First of all, so she has like you ever heard what that one to be a good twerker, you probably got to do at least 10,000 hours of twerking.
You
Probably.
getting real technical with this, bro.
I'm fucking around though. I'm fucking around.
I know. I know you. I know you had to be. These women come out the womb feeling like how they feel. They moving.
You said they come out the womb twerking.
Listen, as soon as they can feel that beat, they on it. No instructional manual, no hours of serve time.
Yeah, there are wholesome women and there's wholesome women. He's right,
I
Auntie.
see.
You're definitely right. You're definitely right about that. 10,000 hours. Well, yeah, they said to be an expert of something, you got to do like 10,000 hours of something. And, a twerking expert, like a handstand twerk is, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of twerking. And again, when I say twerking is a gateway to thottery. So, and and plus, so what would you say that if a woman is able to do a split and twerk at the same time?
Talented. Skills.
You think that's from practice?
I don't know where it's from,
It
but I
has to
would
be
just say
practice.
it's talented.
Malcolm Gladwell. Her vocabulary words in pig. I can't even say that word what she says. I don't even know what the hell that means. But anyways, the twerk culture is here to stay. You guys go ahead and hedge your bets. Go ahead and roll the dice on chicks that are dancing like on the tables and stuff like that, and see how that shit turns out. I'll just say that.
We're gonna reform her.
Right. And think about this. Megan Thee Stallion, if you watch that video of Megan Thee Stallion, it's called Thought Shit, right? And I would think Thought Shit would be exclusive to Thoughts. And you see all kinds of women in different genres of life twerking. And the song is called Thought Shit. So there you go.
I think you like Megan Thee Stallion. I think you like them thoughts, them hoes over there. You know more about them than I do.
Hey, I grew up down here. I grew up down here in South Florida, man. The thought culture
It's all good.
is thought culture is here, man.
Out there, huh? It's off the chain out there.
Hottie sauce.
So that means that any average woman or any woman could be doing it.
Yeah.
All right. So it's like you can't
they've already blended
disqualify
in.
for it. Just know her. Just know her for her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
But man,
you
hey
ain't
man,
even
I
messing
enjoy the
with her.
time, man. I enjoy the time. I got to get up off here, man. Hey,
It's all good, bro.
anytime,
Thanks
man.
for having me. Yeah, man. Anytime
Sure.
you want. Yeah, we'll get together. Chop it up.
Yeah, we took it from high vibration to the very low to the floor twerking vibration. we took it all the way down to the floor.
It's all the window to the wall. Let's go, man.
All right, man. I'm in the street, man. Hey, thank you guys, man, for coming through, man. The No Cupcake Zone, man. Hey, hit the like button, man. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't, man. Appreciate the love, man. I'll let you, boy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.